Chapter 51. You chose to crash into that wall yourself, so why lay the blame on me? Chu Ge yelped, wincing as Qiu Wuji twisted his arm. Fine, I confess. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity, while pinned against the surface. I only wrote that to give the readers a laugh. How was I to know a dignified master of the tribulation realm would be foolish enough to crash into it? Qiu Wuji delivered another sharp pinch. Chu Ge wheezed. Not foolish at all. How do you want to die? Would dying of pure pleasure suffice? She whispered, her voice dangerously calm. And in the future, I will still dare to write it, Chu Ge countered, though his voice wavered before another pinch forced a yelp from his throat. A loud thud rang out as Chu Ge flattened against the wall, spreading his limbs like a starfish before slowly sliding toward the floor. Qiu Wuji clapped her hands together, brushing away imaginary dust as she looked down at him. The coolness in her voice remained as she spoke. Your golden bell cover technique is coming along well. You did not even get hurt from hitting the wall. Chu Ge stood up, brushing himself off. He felt a faint sense of surprise that his body had absorbed the impact without pain. He decided to put on a brave face to maintain his standing. That is because my master taught me well. It cannot compare to the grace you showed when you rammed into the stone gate, crashing into it with such elegance. Qiu Wuji gritted her teeth. Do you truly believe I would not dare to beat you properly? Do not pinch anymore. If you keep pinching, the golden bell cover will reach its peak, Chu Ge groaned. That sounds like a perfect result. It will help you train your defenses against pinching, Qiu Wuji retorted with a cold laugh. I have carefully studied the golden bell cover techniques. The manual mentions that one must use different training modes to defend against sharp needles or heavy blunt force. I have customized a training regimen for you. Get up. Chu Ge stood up, moving with caution. What method is this? A heavy thud echoed as a durian smashed into the top of his head. Chu Ge froze, his eyes wide. Qiu Wuji crossed her arms and looked him up and down with satisfaction. See? This trains you for both blunt force impacts and protection against sharp points. Chu Ge remained silent as a few more durians rolled over from the corner. One struck his stomach, another hit his back, rolling up and down his body. He felt his eyes bulge. This is murder, he gasped. He could not even finish the words before two more durians slammed into his left and right shoulders. Do not move, Qiu Wuji said with a smile. If you squirm and let the durians jab you, the training loses its purpose. You must stay perfectly still and use your golden bell cover to endure the pressure. If any of the three durians resting on your head and shoulders roll off, you will add half an hour to this training. If all three fall, you will spend the entire night being pricked by them. Chu Ge did not feel actual pain, but his skin crawled, as if thousands of ants were biting him. He gritted his teeth. Do not bully me just because I do not understand the technique. You are just using your position to torture me, are you not? Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes, staring at the ceiling. I am the master of the tribulation realm. You are just a storyteller. You should think carefully about whose instructions you should follow for your training. Chu Ge said nothing. Even if the durian stops rolling on your stomach, you must keep the ones on your head and shoulders balanced, she added. Why is that? It trains your balance and stability, Qiu Wuji explained, gesturing to the cluttered furniture in the room. You have been practicing your movement techniques for the past 2 days. Do you not feel unstable, or prone to twisting and falling, the moment you pick up speed? She shifted the coffee table slightly. You even knocked the tea table askew. Have you not noticed? Chu Ge listened, finding her logic sound. Does this mean I should practice horse stances to train my foundation? That is a crude method for mortal martial artists. We do not need such primitive techniques. Chu Ge sighed. Then what kind of exotic method is balancing durians? It is simply a way to find your center of gravity. You possess abundant spirit. Once you find that sensation, you can leave a spiritual imprint and regulate your body accordingly. I do not think it will take long. Others search for muscle memory, but you are searching for a spiritual imprint. As for muscle development, the golden bell cover provides that, and your running serves a purpose too. Chu Ge found her explanation increasingly professional. With a grimace, he looked at the durians on his shoulders and the one still rolling against his stomach. He kept his head stiff and stopped speaking. He could not even move his head, lest the fruit on top tumble down. Seeing him obediently balancing the fruit, Qiu Wuji turned her head away, a small smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She was lying. Well, not entirely. It was effective, but there were other methods that did not require this. She chose this because she had heard that kneeling on durians was a good way to teach men a lesson. Kneeling was out of the question, so balancing them seemed like a fair compromise. Qiu Wuji hummed happily as she tidied the room. Everything you bumped into is crooked and unsightly. I cannot believe you were able to live in this mess. Chu Ge did not think a crooked coffee table or a bit of clutter mattered, but watching Qiu Wuji tidy up, his heart softened. He remained silent, and even the durian on his head felt softer. Of course, Qiu Wuji did not do much manual labor. A sweep of her spiritual sense left the room sparkling and organized. She was in a good mood, so she cleaned the curtains that had not been washed in ages, wiped the windows, the walls, and the ceiling, and even made the light bulbs shine. The entire room looked brand new and filled with a fresh, clean scent. Chu Ge had thought his place was reasonably tidy before, but compared to this, he suddenly felt like he had been living in a dog kennel. Qiu Wuji stroked her chin and surveyed the room, shaking her head. It is too vulgar, Chu Ge replied with resignation. I never wrote that your room had such a celestial aura. It is precisely because you did not write it that it retains that aura. Once you write about it, there is no hope left. Chu Ge could not argue with that. I will go move 2 flower pots here tomorrow. The jasmine downstairs is quite nice, and the roses are growing well too. Do not do that. Those are public property. You cannot just pick them. Qiu Wuji looked surprised. Those count as public property? Yes. You should either go to the wilderness and pick wild ones, or simply buy potted plants. It is straightforward and simple. She knew she had to buy potted plants, but she felt it was a waste. After a moment of thought, she shook her head. I will go to the outskirts to take a look tomorrow. Also, buy some rice paper. Why buy that? I want to create some calligraphy and paintings. I know those are usually quite expensive, so I will just write them myself. Is that not fine? Chu Ge felt like weeping. Even if you have lived for 10,000. Qiu Wuji glared at him. Chu Ge immediately corrected himself. Yes, you are capable of everything. You can write and paint yourself, but you still need to get them mounted right. This is just a rented room. We should just make do. Why bother? Who wants to just make do with you? Qiu Wuji asked. This is where I live. At the very least, it must be pleasing to the eye. Chu Ge paused, then grinned. You are right. Qiu Wuji knew exactly what he was thinking just by the look on his face. She turned and walked back to her room. I am going to play on the computer. You keep balancing those durians. You are practicing for your own sake, so do not even think about slacking off. I know, Chu Ge muttered. He felt strange. Sometimes she felt like a daughter he was raising, and other times she felt like a mother. Was the combination of the two what people called a wife? He decided not to say that aloud. If he did, she would surely beat him to death. Qiu Wuji had not yet reached her room when the doorbell rang. She froze. Did you order takeout? Or is that the gas delivery? It has only been a short time, so why would we need to change the gas? Chu Ge asked. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of a key sliding into the lock. The door swung open. Chu Ge stared, bewildered. Qiu Wuji frowned. Zhang Qiren stepped inside. I forgot I still had a key. Ha Chu, wait. He instinctively backed out of the doorway. He looked up at the door number, then looked at the key in his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. He had not gone to the wrong place. But why did the room look so different? And why did it smell so pleasant? He looked up and saw a strikingly beautiful woman staring at him with a menacing expression, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She looked familiar, like the female fan from the evening banquet. Zhang Qiren blinked, his gaze darting around the room until he spotted Chu Ge, who was standing there foolishly with a durian balanced on his head. So the rumors about him sleeping with his fans were true. Zhang Qiren spoke with a pained tone. I thought I was the one who betrayed our social class, but I never imagined you would be the one to truly betray the revolution. Chapter 52. The living room held the two brothers as they sat across from each other at the coffee table. The durians that had been rolling across Chu Ge's stomach and back were gone. He sat with his arms tucked against his chest, and his expression twisted in discomfort, still balancing the fruit on his head and shoulders. Zhang Qiren looked around, clicking his tongue in appreciation. He knew the kitchenware well. Observing Chu Ge's struggle with movement, he took the liberty of brewing the tea himself, acting just like a host in his own home. Only a few weeks had passed since he left. It felt no different from a friend returning home after a short business trip. Qiu Wuji remained hidden inside the bedroom. She had no desire to entertain a mortal, especially one who would likely greet her with the phrase sister-in-law. She had no interest in hearing that. Still, she found this man intriguing, as he seemed to be the focal point of the recent narrative developments. If he had not come here, Chu Ge would have eventually sought him out, so his presence saved them the trouble. Outside, Zhang Qiren spoke. You know, Brother Chu, your current loungewear ensemble is quite creative. It is this year's trend, you wouldn't understand, Chu Ge replied. Oh right, about that, please leave the key behind. Zhang Qiren nodded. It is only right, since your sister-in-law might need it. Chu Ge knew it was coming. Who is your sister-in-law? Even more infuriating was that Chu Ge did not correct him, instead nodding in agreement. Yes, she mentioned getting a duplicate key a couple of days ago, but she got busy and forgot. Qiu Wuji scoffed in frustration, and opened her computer to watch a film. The two men sat in silence, punctuated only by the soft sound of Zhang Qiren pouring the tea. Chu Ge broke the silence. Are you still used to drinking this tea that costs 10 yuan for a large bag? Zhang Qiren did not look up. I have only been living the good life for less than 1 month. I am not that delicate yet. So how did you manage to live here for that half a year when we were roommates? That was a true shift from luxury to austerity, Chu Ge said, sucking in his breath as if his teeth ached. It is strange. I did not feel like you were spoiled back then. You played the part quite well. That is because I am not actually delicate, Zhang Qiren said. He poured the tea and handed a cup to Chu Ge with a smile. Delivering food was real, and writing was real. I am not some heir inheriting a family fortune. Well, I suppose I am a second generation, but I am an illegitimate son, the kind who cannot enter the family home. Chu Ge stared, stunned by the revelation. Does that kind of thing still exist in this day and age? It is quite normal. A child from an affair, and a powerful first wife. That is simply how it is. Zhang Qiren chuckled. However, the legitimate son, my brother, is quite incompetent. He disappointed my father. 2 years ago, when I graduated from university, my father intended to let me manage some affairs, but I was not interested. Because you wanted to rely on yourself? Chu Ge asked. It is not that noble, Zhang Qiren replied calmly. Who would not want money and power? Even for the sake of my mother, I wanted to enter that family. The reason I was unhappy was the double standard that disgusted me. Look at it this way. While managing a run-down nightclub, my incompetent brother managed to keep his name hidden so well that not even a dog could find it. Yet, when it was my turn, I had to become the legal representative, standing in the open to deal with all kinds of people, all under the guise of training. Chu Ge remained silent. Zhang Qiren spread his hands. I did not expect Lin Wang to be your classmate. He investigated me, so he naturally knows we were roommates. He likely told you something. I will not hide it from you. That nightclub is indeed not entirely clean. At the very least, they offer escort services. Chu Ge chuckled. So when you said if you did not become popular you would become an escort, did you mean you would be the boss of the escorts? Zhang Qiren laughed. It seems that was a prophecy in disguise. After a pause, he continued. In any case, since it is not clean, I do not know if they were actually training me, or if they simply thought my status made me a perfect scapegoat. If trouble arises, they can just say, look, I threw my son out for you to arrest, so can we just end it here? That is extreme, Chu Ge remarked. You are still father and son, after all. Heaven knows. Perhaps it was just a show for the woman in charge at home, or perhaps I am just being paranoid, and it really was training. There are many possibilities, and I cannot guess them, nor do I want to. No matter how much I want money, I do not want to be a scapegoat. Do you agree? Chu Ge nodded. He would not be happy with that either. That is right. It is not impossible to make a living on your own. Zhang Qiren slapped his thigh. That is exactly what I think. I love writing books, and as it happens, writing is a rare profession that requires no capital, yet it offers the possibility of soaring to success. They might look down on it no matter how successful I become, but it is enough for me. It is quite difficult, Chu Ge said. If I had known you back then, I might have advised you against it. Zhang Qiren laughed. Every newcomer is full of confidence, believing they can achieve godhood. Even if you had advised me then, I likely would not have listened, even though I now know that writing is truly a dead end. Chu Ge shook his head and smiled. Zhang Qiren continued. Brother Chu, do you know that when I first started writing, I was a complete novice. I knew nothing. After writing several tens of thousands of words, there was only one reader voting for me every day. I felt so encouraged at the time, thinking that even for the sake of that one reader, I had to finish the book properly. I had that same thought when I first started, Chu Ge noted. Please do not tell me that reader was just a voting bot. It was not a bot, Zhang Qiren said. A look of tenderness appeared in his eyes. Later, my mother mentioned my writing to me, and she let it slip. That was when I realized the only reader I had was my mother. Chu Ge sat in silence, at a loss for words. Inside the bedroom, Qiu Wuji put down her mouse and listened in silence. I told myself back then that I would definitely achieve something in this industry. I would, Zhang Qiren said, exhaling a long breath. 6 months ago, my brother incited a group of people to bully me, but my supernatural ability awakened. I ended up beating them all, and now they follow me. Do not look at me like that. I know you understand supernatural abilities. Chu Ge remained silent and continued to listen. After that awakening, my father wanted me to take on more responsibility, but I refused. We had a huge argument, and I moved out. You know the rest of the story. Zhang Qiren's expression shifted, looking somewhat strange. It is quite strange that I never noticed you possessed supernatural abilities. I should have been able to sense it. So, was it your family who reported you in the end? Chu Ge asked. Zhang Qiren shook his head slightly. No, they would not resort to such methods, and it was unnecessary. It is too low. My father wanted me to experience how difficult it is to earn money, and how hard it is to get things done. If I had discovered he was sabotaging me, I would only have resisted more. That report was likely the work of a genuine enemy. Chu Ge sighed. So you finally accepted the things you considered unclean, even if it meant being a scapegoat. There was already an agreement in place. Of course, I have woken up to reality, Zhang Qiren said. His smile faded, and a cold, underworld sharpness settled onto his face. If you do not harm others, they will harm you. Thinking that one can simply go about their own business honestly is naive. Chu Ge pressed his lips together, unable to find a way to argue against this logic that seemed so natural. Do not preach kindness to those who have not suffered. Chu Ge understood the despair and pain Zhang Qiren had felt better than anyone else. Zhang Qiren's smile returned. However, Brother Chu, much of your writing style in your later work resembles mine, and I am very happy about that. Although it is mostly due to your own ability, I truly cannot master those sharp, vivid ensemble scenes. But a part of me is woven into it, is it not? Watching you slowly move toward success feels as if that part of me has also received validation. You have always deserved to be validated, Chu Ge said earnestly. Zhang Qiren raised his teacup with delight and clinked it against Chu Ge's cup, using the tea as a substitute for wine. Good luck, Brother Chu. I feel you are close to becoming a god. Thinking that I played a part in this divinity makes me very happy. Chu Ge looked into his eyes. He felt a sharp disconnect between this innocent heart and the figure of a dark boxing boss from the Divine Miracle nightclub. He could not even tell how much of Zhang Qiren's behavior was an act. Yet, he chose to believe in the sincerity of Zhang Qiren's smile. He raised his cup and drank it all at once. Thanks, brother. I finally know who was helping me drive traffic when I first started my transition. Zhang Qiren laughed heartily. That was just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. The subsequent major promotions were the real key. The intention is what matters most, Chu Ge said with a smile. You did not even go so far as to intervene with the website to get me the featured promotion, did you? Hey, you really think of me as some kind of major boss? Where would I get that kind of influence? Zhang Qiren chuckled in disbelief. Although I know that in your eyes I am a boss, because you know the Divine Miracle nightclub is not just about escorts. A few days ago, you rescued someone from the black boxing elevator. I saw you, yet I did not pursue you. Chu Ge's pupils contracted slightly. No wonder no one pursued him at the time. In fact, this was the real topic of the day. Chapter 53. When Lin Weiang confirmed that Zhang Qiren was in charge of the Divine Miracle nightclub, Chu Ge grimaced. It was not just a matter of running an illicit business. The implications ran much deeper. Was Zhang Qiren the one trying to kill Yu Ying? Chu Ge could not fathom how the situation had devolved into such absurdity. He wanted to demand an explanation for the madness. Zhang Qiren glanced toward the room where Qiu Wuji was staying and lowered his voice. Why not go for a walk? Do not tell me you intend to keep balancing those durians all night. Chu Ge seized the chance to discard the fruit. Let us go. How about some skewers? A scoff echoed from within the room. Qiu Wuji did not interfere with his unauthorized removal of the durians. Did Zhang Qiren really think he could hide the truth from her? Even if he could perceive Chu Ge, he certainly could not detect her. To his eyes, she probably appeared to be nothing more than a female fan. Was this yet another layer to their relationship? The two men stepped outside. Zhang Qiren stared at the opposite apartment for a long moment, then silently pressed the elevator button. They stood in the elevator together, watching the floor numbers change. Both remained quiet, as if searching for the right words. Not until they left the residential complex and caught the scent of roasted meat did Zhang Qiren speak. Let us skip the skewers. It is too crowded, and I do not want our conversation to be overheard. Let us walk along the road instead. Chu Ge nodded. They walked together in silence along the deserted night street. The matter of the underground boxing matches was not my doing. You know I just took over. That business has existed for many years, Zhang Qiren said. Chu Ge nodded. My incompetent brother was in charge before. Not only did he run it poorly, causing the profits to decline, but he also created quite a mess. Zhang Qiren forced a smile. That is why I felt like I was being set up as a scapegoat. You are not the type to give up easily, Chu Ge replied. You wrote 3 novels while delivering food, and continued to write, completing every single one. That shows remarkable perseverance. You did not take over the business just to be a scapegoat for a few days. Naturally, since I accepted the role, I have my own plans. My brother is truly worthless. Regardless of whether my father intended to groom me or just use me as a shield, if I turn things around, surely there is a chance for me to rise. I am his son. If I can make his twilight years easier, he is neither blind nor stupid, Zhang Qiren said calmly. Chu Ge nodded. Since the old man had insisted on Zhang Qiren taking responsibility 2 years ago, the implication of grooming was likely real. Zhang Qiren spoke in a low voice. The underground boxing ring was losing money. Before I arrived, my brother must have felt threatened. He began planning a way to make a fortune in a short time. Yu Ying was on a winning streak, and the odds were skewed heavily against her. If she lost, they would make a killing. Chu Ge turned to look at him. Zhang Qiren continued. During those first few days, while I was still familiarizing myself with the work, and had not taken control, he had already attempted to bribe Yu Ying. She refused him flat out. Enraged, he contacted someone with the ability to walk through walls. He had them stalk Yu Ying, intending to use underhanded methods like drugging her. Chu Ge let out a dry laugh. Truly incompetent. Indeed, Zhang Qiren agreed. Failing to succeed on his own turf, where he had the home field advantage, only to resort to external measures made no sense. Perhaps he feared causing trouble inside his own establishment after previous mistakes. Zhang Qiren confirmed this intuition. He had been severely scolded by the old man before. He did not want to cause trouble at home, so he moved the operation outside. I felt uneasy about it. On the morning the wallwalker followed Yu Ying, I took a few men and followed him. I did not intend to do anything. I just felt that things were becoming uncontrollable outside the venue. I needed to have some idea of where the situation was heading. Chu Ge sighed. You tracked them to the business district, lost them, saw me shopping, and claimed you were catching thieves. That is correct. Zhang Qiren smiled. Was that your sister-in-law with you? I was too far away to see her face clearly. Chu Ge stomped his foot. I am not sleeping with my fans. Zhang Qiren did not respond. Were you still worried about that? Chu Ge coughed twice and asked. What happened later? Heaven knows what obstacle the wallwalker hit. He inexplicably fell into the hands of Lin Weiang. That caused trouble. Zhang Qiren spoke with resentment. It confirmed my earlier fears were correct. It also proved that my incompetent brother had made another mistake. The old man urgently changed the legal representative, handed the business to me, and recalled him. Zhang Qiren turned to look at Chu Ge and spoke. I later suspected that the obstacle he hit was you. Why did you suspect that? Because you went to support Yu Ying. There must be a story about how you and Yu Ying got connected. Dealing with the wallwalker together is a reasonable conjecture. That was also when I discovered you had supernatural abilities. It is strange. I still cannot see any signs of ability on you, let alone determine the type. What exactly is your ability? This was the second time Zhang Qiren had brought this up. It was clearly a source of great confusion for him. Chu Ge simply shook his head. You have guessed so much. Did you not guess a more direct reason why I am connected to Yu Ying? She lives across from me, brother. Perhaps Zhang Qiren was not unable to guess it, but rather unwilling. He sighed. You took over later and continued to target Yuying? Of course. It is the perfect entry point to show results upon taking office. I spoke with Yuying. It would have been best if she had been sensible. Unfortunately, that woman is truly stubborn. But my approach is different. It is easy to secretly make Yuying lose in my own ring. Why make it so complicated? That day was originally the last boxing match for the near future. If I was going to execute the plan, I had to do it quickly. Zhang Qiren said. Chu Ge stared at him and articulated every word. Your operation was not just about making her lose. It was more like you wanted her dead. Even that incompetent brother of yours did not think of killing her. Zhang Qiren could not meet Chu Ge's gaze. He looked down at the road. Given his plan to drug her, she might have died on the ring anyway. That has nothing to do with me. I am talking about you. Chu Ge gritted his teeth. Zhang Qiren, you are murdering someone. Zhang Qiren clenched his teeth and spoke slowly. In the underground boxing circuit, many people die like this. I am not the first to do it, nor will I be the last. You, Brother Chu, what did I tell you earlier? Zhang Qiren turned to look at him suddenly. When others destroyed years of my hard work with the flick of a finger, did they consider whether the innocent me should suffer it? If I had jumped to my death because I could not handle it, would they have been murdering me? Chu Ge stared fixedly into his eyes. They looked at each other in silence. The streetlight cast long shadows across the street. After a long while, Zhang Qiren exhaled softly and softened his tone. Brother Chu, this world is a cannibal. Why should we be the ones to honestly let ourselves be bullied, even considering whether self-defense is excessive? If you bully others, they fear you, respect you, drink the finest wine, and drive the best cars. Brother Chu, this world is unfair. Do not be naive. Chu Ge did not argue. So your bullying was a self-fulfilling prophecy? What kind of supernatural ability do you have? Is it a jinx ability? Seeing that Chu Ge's tone had eased, Zhang Qiren looked relieved. He smiled. My ability is a bit strange. I will not say more. Brother Chu, I treat you as a brother and speak from the heart. I just feel it is unfair. Why can some people be like trash, yet play with women, drive good cars, live in mansions, and do evil while finding others to take the blame, while we do the right thing, eat scraps, and still get destroyed? You say I do bad things. Yes. If I continue to be honest, I might not even have bones left. Chu Ge said in a low voice. Doing bad things will have consequences. Zhang Qiren replied calmly. At least for now, Lin Wuang can do nothing to me. Unless you report me. Even if you report me now, it is useless. It would only be an attempt, and it has nothing to do with me otherwise. Chu Ge sighed. But have you thought about the possibility that retribution might come from somewhere else? Zhang Qiren laughed. I have known you for so long. How did I not know you believed in this stuff? Chu Ge turned his head away, unable to bear looking at him. He spoke in a low voice. I do not believe you never thought about how Yuying and I met. Zhang Qiren's smile faded. His expression slowly shifted. Yuying always wears a mask. You do not know her appearance, right? That is true. You never spoke to her before, and you do not even know what her voice sounds like. Your ability is unrefined. You cannot see that I have abilities, and you cannot see that she has them either. Chu Ge lowered his voice. But Qiren, you really almost killed the girl you were secretly in love with. Zhang Qiren stood there, completely motionless. His muscles were tense, his body trembling slightly, and his throat moved uncontrollably, as if something were about to erupt from within. He spoke in a hoarse voice. I did not think of it that way before. When I saw you supporting her, my heart skipped a beat. But I did not want to guess that way. The deed was already done. It was too late. I could only force myself to believe it was just a coincidence, that it could not be her. I even deliberately had people look for her, hoping to find that it was not her. It could not be her. Chu Ge remained silent. Brother Chu, you are lying to me, right? Yuying is such a cold fighter, who does not touch alcohol, but the girl next door is often tipsy. They are not the same person, right? Chu Ge spoke slowly. What if she drinks only to dull the pain? Zhang Qiren fell silent. Chu Ge watched as the man slowly squatted down and curled into a ball. The elongated shadow retracted as he crouched, and from Chu Ge's perspective, it became almost invisible. Chapter 54. Chu Ge watched Zhang Qiren curled up on the ground. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him. He felt a deep revulsion toward the actions Zhang Qiren had taken, yet seeing the man in such a pathetic state made it impossible to voice a word of rebuke. He knew Zhang Qiren liked Yuying, but he had not expected the affection to run this deep. Zhang Qiren had previously insisted it was just a fleeting desire. The two had never even spoken to one another, yet a feeling had sprouted from within. That is the inexplicable nature of love. Perhaps Zhang Qiren was simply stubborn, incapable of changing his mind once a path was set. This tragic mess was agonizing to witness. Zhang Qiren had committed his first evil deed, and in doing so, he had destroyed his own chance at love. With the hatred Yuying now harbored for him, his future looked bleak. This was a rift that could never be repaired. Could it be that some sins simply cannot be undone? Chu Ge suddenly thought of his own book. He thought of the things Qiu Wuji and the others were facing, the mysterious influence of heaven. A long time passed before he heard Zhang Qiren speak, in a voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, Chu Ge. I am glad you saved her. Chu Ge shook his head. It is useless. There is no possibility for you to. Even if you turn over a new leaf and act as a hero to save a beauty, it will not matter. When Yuying was on the stage in despair, you did not give her a chance. Do not lecture me. I know it is useless. I am just grateful you kept her alive. As for me, Zhang Qiren leaned against a utility pole and slowly hauled himself back to his feet. I am afraid I cannot turn back on this path, and I do not want to go back. Anyway, he suddenly laughed. The sound carried no mirth, sounding more like a sob. Anyway, it seems there is nothing left for me to lose. Chu Ge could not help but try to persuade him. You have only just begun. Why cannot you turn back? Is it because it is hard to return to a simple life after getting used to luxury? You drive a high-end vehicle, surrounded by people, and now you cannot let it go? Zhang Qiren thought for a moment, lost in his own world. I do not deny that I enjoy this. I should say that a large part of my current behavior is for the sake of continuing to enjoy these things in the future. I want more, so I will not pretend to be humble. I will enjoy what I have earned. But Chu Ge, that is not the only reason. Chu Ge asked what else there was. There is still a breath left in me. Zhang Qiren spoke with a flat tone. Why should I be the one to suffer? Chu Ge remained silent. Zhang Qiren continued. In a sense, the awakening of supernatural abilities is a pie falling from the sky. Many people are trying to profit from it, and many places are in turmoil, causing the structure of the world to change quietly. You have the ability, and if you wanted to, you could live a life far more comfortable than mine. Why suffer through writing every day just to be criticized by others? Chu Ge interrupted before he could finish. I do not want that life. Zhang Qiren was not surprised by the answer. You will not be able to avoid it forever. You look indifferent and without desire, but your desire to stir up trouble is quite strong. Do you really think anyone else would dare to run into an underground boxing ring to save someone? What do you call that? A hero heart? Loyalty? As long as you possess those traits, you cannot avoid it. Chu Ge fell silent. Zhang Qiren spoke again. Anyway, if you ever need to understand the things happening within this world, you can come and ask me in the future. You will need to. Chu Ge hesitated for a moment, but he nodded. I understand. Zhang Qiren smiled. I know you find it hard to accept what I am doing now. If you want to cut ties with me, I have no complaints. Regardless, I will still treat you as a brother. Chu Ge was about to respond when a warning bell rang in his heart. It felt as if some dangerous energy was hurtling towards Zhang Qiren. He reacted instinctively, flashing forward to intercept. A faint golden light shimmered across his skin. A sharp clang echoed through the air. Chu Ge let out a muffled grunt as he stumbled back, slamming into Zhang Qiren with his shoulder. Zhang Qiren quickly reached out to steady him. Are you all right? Chu Ge gave a slight shake of his head. He only had a hole in his clothes and a slight bruise on his shoulder. It did not even hurt much. The golden bell cover was truly effective. Zhang Qiren inspected the area and confirmed there was no real injury. He could not help but sigh. That is impressive, Chu Ge. I never would have guessed you possessed that kind of attribute. Chu Ge retorted with annoyance. How would you know what kind of attribute I have? You are being assassinated, and you are busy asking me questions? Are you sick in the head? Zhang Qiren shook his head. There is nothing to worry about. I even know clearly who it is. But Chu Ge, do you understand now why I cannot leave this life? I have walked this far. Once I lose my influence, you would be collecting my corpse by tomorrow. Chu Ge spoke with a flat tone. This is your own path. You do not need to explain it to me. Zhang Qiren finally revealed a genuine smile. No matter how you view my actions, or how cold your tone may be, I am glad that your first instinct was to block the attack for me. Chu Ge said nothing. Within 2 sentences, the sound of clothes tearing through the air arrived. Qiu Wuji appeared, looking sour as she dragged a skinny man through the air. She tossed the man at Zhang Qiren's feet. Deal with him properly. If he brings any trouble to us, I will not recognize you as a brother. Zhang Qiren looked at Qiu Wuji in surprise and laughed in disbelief. So the supernatural expert with the old school demeanor from before was you. Qiu Wuji kept a dark expression and did not respond. Zhang Qiren stopped his analysis of who had supernatural powers. Since you cannot even tell one from another, there is no point in trying to guess. Zhang Qiren kicked the man on the ground. Do not worry. Chu Ge is living a normal life, and he should not be involved in these things. I will handle the aftermath. Chu Ge hesitated as he asked if Zhang Qiren was going to kill again. Zhang Qiren gave a bright smile. How could I? This is a good bargaining chip. Chu Ge did not say a word. He felt it was difficult for him to adopt the mindset of the underworld, and it was even harder to understand what Zhang Qiren was thinking. Since an assassination attempt had happened right in front of him, he knew he could not convince the man to turn over a new leaf. This relationship could never be the same as it was before. It was unlikely they would sit together to eat skewers in the future. They were no longer people from the same world. Chu Ge found it difficult to laugh and joke with a friend who killed and set fires. Zhang Qiren took a more detached view. He hoisted the man up from the ground and slowly turned to leave. I am going now, Chu Ge. Perhaps we will never meet again. I only hope that you will continue to work hard and write enough for both of us. Figures flickered in the distance, and it seemed his subordinates were surrounding them. The shadows faded and the conversation became a blur. Chu Ge watched from afar, feeling as though he were separated by a lifetime. The shadow that had been curled up under the street lamp was gone. He could only wonder if that shadow was still hidden somewhere deep within his heart. Qiu Wuji withdrew her gaze from the distance. She offered an assessment. If he were in our world, given his spirit and will, he would have great prospects. In this world, it feels a bit difficult for him. Chu Ge replied. It is not just a bit difficult. It feels like a dead end. especially with the police watching him. That department under Qiu Wuji seems even more terrifying. He is living under the watchful eyes of tigers. Even if he is not arrested now, it feels like they are just waiting to catch him. It feels like a dead end no matter how you look at it. Qiu Wuji smiled. He is probably more aware of that than you are. If he is truly the extraordinary person his name suggests, I look forward to seeing how he can find a way to survive when trapped in a hopeless situation. Chu Ge could not help but say. He said, I have a desire to stir up trouble, but I feel like you are the one who has that desire. Qiu Wuji spoke with natural confidence. You are the one writing this. I am not some recluse who ignores the affairs of the world. I still have to duel someone next month. Chu Ge asked with surprise. You have already accepted the idea that I am the one writing this so naturally? Are you not going to struggle anymore? I must first acknowledge your influence before I can struggle. You made me crash into a wall, and that was when I realized the influence you have on our world is practically a command. It shocked me even more than that sense of predestination I felt before. I have even thought that you could make me die at any moment if you chose to write it that way. Chu Ge nearly jumped out of his skin. Hey, what are you thinking? I am not insane. The reality is that you are the one who could crush me at any moment. Qiu Wuji said. That was just an example, and I know you would not do it. Chu Ge, I cannot even tell how much of my natural behavior toward you is due to the thought you implanted in me when you said that if I wanted to find someone, I should find the creation Father God. I cannot tell, and I wonder if you can. Chu Ge hesitated for a moment. Once you know it was me writing it, you should not really feel that way, right? I know my personality was written by you, but why do I still act this way? Once the setting takes effect, you and I cannot tell how great the influence really is. Chu Ge scratched his head. There is no need to make such a clear distinction. It is too much of a headache. Qiu Wuji spoke with a flat tone. That is true. Life goes on the same way, right? I explore my world, and you resolve your loneliness. But if we cannot even distinguish between these things, how can we talk about breaking free from the laws of heaven to achieve selfhood? Would that not be deceiving ourselves? Chu Ge, in terms of recognizing ourselves, neither you nor I are as good as Zhang Qiren. Let us not sigh for others. Chu Ge asked if she was comforting him instead of struggling. Why would I be struggling? Verifying my true self is not a one-time thing. I only need to know what I am doing. Qiu Wuji smiled slightly. In this instance, the Father God would never have thought that I would run out to pretend to be a fan. He might even think this action is unlike the persona you gave me. Yet this is truly what I want to do, and there is no forced intent. This is my progress. One day, I will truly be myself. But as the Father God, troubled by the trivialities of the world, do you still remember what you truly want? Chapter 55. Chu Ge almost blurted out that the only thing he wanted was her. The words caught in his throat, and he forced them back. Qiu Wuji possessed a thin skin, and if he actually spoke those words aloud, it would involve far more than just a few durians. He would be beaten to a pulp. Their relationship remained bizarre. On the surface, the two of them lived much like a couple, but in reality, a thick wall stood between them. They could not cross it, and as a result, he dared not utter such flirtatious remarks. Other than the brief moment he mustered the courage to wrap an arm around her waist to provoke Qiu Wuji, he hardly dared to touch her hand. What kind of couple lived like this? Chu Ge wondered if her ease in accepting this living arrangement stemmed from something beyond her own sense of propriety. Perhaps that comment about seeking the creator God held some influence. Yet, that remark was merely a suggestion for where to look. Not a requirement, and certainly not a command to fall in love. If she had no desire to seek anyone, the statement would be meaningless. Could its influence truly reach this point? She could not distinguish the source of her feelings, and perhaps, that was for the best. Chu Ge gazed up at the night sky and offered a soft laugh. The thing I want is what I said before, but perhaps I should add a half sentence to it. I want you to be an independent being, and I want you to remain by my side as vividly as you are now. Qiu Wuji seemed surprised by this answer. She tilted her head, watching him closely. Chu Ge turned his head and winked. Have we ever taken a walk at night? Now that Qiren has provided this background, why not take a stroll? Qiu Wuji let out a dry laugh. Would Zhang Qiren not be furious if he knew? He shared such serious matters with you, and he was nearly in tears from the pain, yet you are using it to woo. She cut herself off before finishing the sentence. She tilted her head slightly, avoiding his gaze. Indeed, Chu Ge replied. Woo might be a poor choice of word. Let us use another. The graceful lady is a good match for the gentleman, and Chu Ge wishes to pursue Qiu Wuji. She has known that for a long time. Qiu Wuji widened her eyes. I am just a deviant who fantasies about falling in love with a fictional character from my own book. Chu Ge strolled forward with a relaxed air. I have always been waiting to see if the character will give me a chance. Qiu Wuji followed him in indignation. I am not a fictional character. We should say that our goal is for you to no longer be one. Chu Ge laughed. Perhaps you are not quite one anymore. So, will you give me a chance? No, Qiu Wuji retorted angrily. You are a lecher and a deviant. Who is like you? Hush. Keep it down. It is deep in the night, and the people in the buildings on both sides can hear you. Qiu Wuji shouted at the top of her lungs. You deviant. She used her internal energy to wrap the sound, sending it directly into his ears. Chu Ge mumbled. You are quite the tsundere. Qiu Wuji glared at him. Chu Ge changed the subject. You say Qiren is in pain, but his experience reminds me of something. Qiu Wuji failed to follow his train of thought. What? I was wondering if the honest Qiren of the past had not been so shy, and if he had simply approached Yu Ying and confessed his feelings, would the story have taken a different turn? Chu Ge gazed at the moon and spoke in a low voice. That is why one should speak when they can, so as not to miss out. What is wrong with liking someone? Qiu Wuji truly did not know how to answer. If she said he was right, would that be an admission of his confession? Why was this so complicated? It was far more difficult than cultivation. Chu Ge fell silent for a moment, and Qiu Wuji followed beside him, looking sour. The night was silent, save for the sound of their footsteps clicking against the empty street. It seemed as though every step carried a sense of intimacy. A man and a woman alone together was always troublesome. No matter what they did, things inevitably became strange. Even walking felt strange. Qiu Wuji could not take it anymore. Let us go back. There is nothing to walk for. Just keep me company for a while, Chu Ge said softly. Watching Chiron change leaves me feeling blocked, and I do not know where to start. A walk might help. You say this is just the noise of the mundane world, and you are right. As I said before, I have not become an immortal, Qiu Wuji replied. You are all quite strange. In your book, someone like Zhang Chiron is normal, and perhaps he could even be a protagonist. You all seem to live in peace and comfort, yet you carry factors of violence and rebellion that manifest in your books. Chu Ge paused, then laughed. Perhaps. The level of anger on the internet grows every day, and fiction is a projection of reality. Qiu Wuji seized the chance to return to the serious topic. When I asked you what you wanted earlier, I did not mean for you to spout lecherous nonsense. I wanted to know what kind of world you are trying to create. Chu Ge stopped in his tracks. Qiu Wuji continued. Is it merely to satisfy your own fantasies, or is there something you truly want to express? Chu Ge fell deep into thought for a long time. He shook his head. If you are asking if I am trying to convey a philosophy, there is none. But to say it is merely for fantasy would be an exaggeration. As a writer, the initial impulse is to present the world within one heart, to have someone listen to an interesting story. Chiron also said that sharing one story with others is a wonderful thing. That impulse is what drove us to open our documents and bury ourselves in work until now. I think many writers share this sentiment. Qiu Wuji nodded. And now, the pressures of life have bent people out of shape, and what we want to present is simply the stories that others love to read. Chu Ge said. Are you trying to urge me to find my original intent? Qiu Wuji said. Is there anything wrong with writing stories that others enjoy? If you do not make money, how will you support yourself? Chu Ge blinked. Qiu Wuji let out a huff. I was the first one to ask you to change the plot, and there is nothing wrong with that. Chu Ge remained silent. I am only telling you that your true intent is to create your world within the book. The more full, detailed, and realistic your world is, the more qualified a creator god you become. As for the stories within that world, you are merely picking one experienced by a man named Chu Tianji to highlight. That is all. Chu Ge felt a stirring in his heart, as if something flashed by, but he could not capture it clearly. Qiu Wuji spoke in a flat tone. You once told me that characters come before the world, and that if Chu Tianji and I were gone, the world would collapse. I do not agree. Perhaps that is true for now, as you construct the world after deciding on the story. But I believe you should aim for a world that remains a world even if Chu Tianji and I were both dead. When you reach that point, you will be a god. And why would it be difficult for me to exist independently then? Chu Ge realized that the ensemble style he had started was moving in that direction. When there was only a single protagonist, everything relied on them. If the protagonist died, the book was doomed, and the world collapsed. But when an ensemble was built, everyone could be considered a protagonist, and he could kill off anyone, like in A Song of Ice and Fire. This was a massive challenge. His current ensemble attempt was nowhere near that level, and he still relied on clear protagonists. Setting aside his own skill, the nature of web fiction made that style difficult. Still, building a complete world that functioned without relying on a protagonist did not require that exact method. It could happen once the protagonist's story ended. Wait. Chu Ge realized what she said and spoke with annoyance. What is wrong with you today? You have mentioned death twice. I do not care what you mean. You are not allowed to think in that direction again. Qiu Wuji was taken aback by his commanding tone. She laughed in anger and amusement. You are ordering me, Chu Ge shouted. You know exactly what I mean. Qiu Wuji curled the corner of her lips and folded her arms. But you do not know what I mean. Chu Ge thought for a split second, then laughed. I know. You keep considering what would happen to that world without you, which essentially means you are considering the possibility of staying here forever after your original form emerges. Qiu Wuji lost her relaxed demeanor in an instant, shouting in a panic. Who said that is what I meant? Chu Ge turned and ran. That is exactly what you meant. Qiu Wuji chased after him. Who said I wanted to stay in this filthy place? Stop right there. Can you control how I think? You are not allowed to think that way. Are you ordering me? I am going to beat you to death. The two figures ran, one chasing the other. Their voices grew fainter in the night, and one could vaguely hear the sound of someone being caught and beaten, followed by the master's instruction. You think you can outrun me, with that level of movement technique? Chapter 56. The father god who showed disrespect to his master, and his fans spent the night enduring the pain of the durian fruit. He sat in meditation while balancing the durian, and even when he slept, he let the fruit roll across his stomach. Chu Ge, however, seemed to have grown accustomed to it. He felt almost nothing and slept soundly regardless. Before falling asleep, he attempted to eavesdrop on the room next door. He caught the sound of Qiu Wuji slipping quietly out of her room toward the bathroom, followed by the soft, steady sound of running water. Chu Ge felt a smile curl his lips. The sensation felt wonderful. In truth, it was only when the durian began to roll across his stomach again the next morning that Chu Ge realized their conversation from the day before had missed an important topic. Zhang Qiren had been assassinated, and he had blocked the attack on reflex. Should that not have been the focal point of their discussion? What kind of ability did the attacker possess? What was his own defensive level after blocking that strike? What was Zhang Qiren's true ability? It all seemed utterly insignificant now, for less important than teasing her with a few words. Indeed, it did not matter. Qiu Wuji, who had once quietly searched the mind of the wall walker, and tried to strike out on her own just to investigate the supernatural powers of this world, now declared that if anyone caused them trouble, she would not acknowledge that person as a brother. Living a stable life seemed to hold far more weight than those other concerns. Chu Ge listened to the sounds coming from the bathroom, and drifted off to sleep with the durian still perched on his belly. In his dreams, he saw Qiu Wuji. She appeared beside his bed with a shy smile, leaned down, and kissed him. "Good night, honey." Chu Ge reached out to embrace her, kissing her deeply. The sensations were beyond description. Then, a sharp spike from the durian jolted him awake. Chu Ge stared with wide eyes, his body curled into a ball as he hugged the fruit. The golden bell cover clearly had not reached the level of minor success yet. "Do you know, you look a bit wilted today," Qiu Wuji remarked the next morning, brushing her teeth while watching Chu Ge on the treadmill. "Did you not sleep well?" Chu Ge grunted as he kept his head down and ran. "No, I slept well, I slept very well." Qiu Wuji stood there with a mouthful of foam, the toothbrush moving in and out as she scanned him with suspicious eyes. She could not spot anything wrong. Finally, she let out a huff and returned to the bathroom. As she placed her toothbrush cup back on the vanity, a look of distraction crossed her face. The cup featured a cartoon chibi character of a cultivator that looked exactly like him. There were 2 cups, one blue for him, and one pink for her, a matching set. Even the toothbrushes and towels were identical. Yu Ying had called them a married couple, and Zhang Qiren had called her sister-in-law. In the mirror, her face flushed a deep crimson. Those mortals understand nothing. Who said this is what a married couple looks like? This is merely living under the same roof within a section. Having identical items is completely normal. Qiu Wuji huffed again, and left to prepare breakfast. Today she would fry eggs. "Breakfast is ready." With a soft rustle, Chu Ge moved with a blur of motion and arrived at the table instantly. A hint of amazement flickered in Qiu Wuji's eyes. "Your movement technique is practiced quite well, it is average." Chu Ge laughed. "I am thinking about those people with speed or strength-based powers. I wonder what they would look like if they joined the professional sports world. If supernatural beings become more common every day, will the structure of this world truly change, making traditional ways of thinking obsolete?" "What is the sports world?" Qiu Wuji asked. "Never mind," Chu Ge said, taking his seat to eat. As his eyes fell upon the fried egg, his cheeks twitched twice, and his body slumped forward unconsciously. "What is wrong with you again?" "Ah, nothing, nothing," Chu Ge said, changing the subject. "Are we still balancing the durian today?" "Do you think I am doing this to torture you?" Qiu Wuji asked. "The exercise has real value. Once you have mastered the balance, this thing can be removed." "Fine, but I cannot balance that thing while I am writing." "Why not?" "When you write, you sit perfectly still, even more stable than when you walk. If you can walk with it, why can you not write with it?" "Because writing requires absolute silence and intense concentration. I cannot be distracted by these things." Qiu Wuji accepted this explanation. She stroked her chin. "It is a pity, really. Your writing sessions are so long. If you could cultivate your internal energy while you write, it would be almost like training around the clock. That would be much better than just doing it twice a day." Chu Ge paused. "Is that possible?" "Perhaps it requires multitasking," Qiu Wuji said. "Most people cannot manage it, especially if there is even the slightest deviation in the energy flow. The consequences could be severe. But you can try. Because your soul ocean is so vast, if you use a special technique to facilitate this multitasking, you should be able to do it." "I have not written a technique like that in my book," Chu Ge noted. "Do I need to add a patch?" "You have written it." Qiu Wuji shook her head. "Multitasking is merely a prerequisite for the soul-splitting technique. Are you multitasking right now? Is your original body in seclusion, meditating?" "Yes," she replied. "That is like an idle cultivation game," Chu Ge said with a hint of envy. "I wish I could do that." "Do not even think about splitting your soul. It is impossible without centuries of practice. You can try multitasking now, but you must be careful. If you feel even the slightest irregularity, stop immediately." Chu Ge straightened his posture and gave a youth pioneer salute. "Understood, master." Qiu Wuji reached out and tapped him on the forehead, transmitting the method for multitasking. She then let her beautiful eyes wander and gave a light laugh. "As your fan, it is time for me to urge you to go right, great Chu Ge." The roleplay became increasingly interesting. Chu Ge felt a thrill of excitement, and a sudden thought occurred to him. He laughed. "Why do you not get a messaging account and join my fan group as an administrator, or become my operations officer?" He would have a female fan and a female assistant all rolled into one. He could imagine the jealousy of all the single writers he knew if they found out that his girlfriend was managing his fan base. Qiu Wuji had not considered his lecherous intentions. She seemed genuinely excited about the idea of being the operations officer for the main heroine of his book. "How do I do it?" "Usually, it involves managing the comment section, organizing fan voting events, things you have been watching recently. Occasionally, you would contact the platform, communicate special events, or handle character avatars and character cards. Character cards. Yes, we did not have those when I was struggling, but we do now. Look at the character star value. Once it reaches a certain level, you can create cards for the character, and when their birthday comes. Birthday? Qiu Wuji asked with a note of hesitation. Do the readers celebrate my birthday? Yes, for the character in the book. Oh, right, for you. Actually, if it is managed well, readers across the entire platform will see your birthday the moment they open the application. A radiant light shimmered in Qiu Wuji's beautiful eyes. How much star value do I need? We were talking about how to be an operations officer. How much star value do I need to have a birthday event? Chu Ge could not help but laugh at her eagerness. It is still too early. You do not even have an avatar yet, so let us not worry about your birthday. If you want to reach that point sooner, then do a good job as an operations officer. Can I use my photo as the avatar? Qiu Wuji asked. Chu Ge nearly choked. No, that is also created by the platform artists. You can follow the process, and if you are not satisfied with the art, you can ask for changes. Qiu Wuji looked full of spirit. I will take this job. I cannot let them draw me to look ugly. The group suddenly noticed that a new administrator had parachuted in. The avatar was extremely primitive, just a female penguin wearing a flower. That was the avatar Qiu Wuji planned to save until she could draw her own exclusive version. Chapter 57. With the lead character guarding the group, Chu Ge set his mind at ease and returned to writing. Although Qiu Wuji did not understand the craft of writing, her logic held weight. At least for their current exploratory goals, perfecting the world building mattered more than the plot. Of course, the story could not be abandoned, as readers sought stories rather than collections of settings. She simply reminded him to be more meticulous. He needed to showcase every landscape of this world, making it feel real. As a result, the world would naturally grow more authentic. Across the north and south, the scenery and customs would vary rather than repeating the same look everywhere. Through the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the views would remain distinct instead of appearing static regardless of the time. Based on this, the stories would surely improve and offer better immersion. Although the challenge grew increasingly difficult, it provided Chu Ge with the joy of his original intent. He felt the spirit of a writer looking to defy the gods and prove his path. Setting aside any ulterior motives, he purely wanted to do this well. The conditions had also improved. Cultivation brought not only mental clarity and sharp thinking, but more importantly, enhanced memory. He recovered many things he had long forgotten. Poems, famous quotes, landscape descriptions, and historical allusions he had memorized years ago now appeared before him, fresh and vivid. When is a person at the peak of their writing ability and imagination? It is during their high school years, when they truly immerse themselves in literature. Chu Ge had always held this belief. His own prose had been far better back then, much, much better. Now, he seemed to have returned to that period. His writing improved, his imagination roamed free, and he could effortlessly weave in poems and allusions. Tasks that once felt daunting now seemed less difficult than he had imagined. Furthermore, as he started attempting to multitask, practicing cultivation while writing, Chu Ge sensed a strange feeling. Looking at the text on the document, he experienced a hallucinatory visual effect. The words began to blur, transforming into faint, shimmering scenes. It felt similar to the moment he descended to respond to the heavenly contract with Qiu Wuji. He overlooked the entire human realm, perceiving every blade of grass, every human joy and sorrow, though it remained fuzzy and indistinct in detail. Inside the book world, Chu Tianji explored a dungeon. He casually remarked to his companion, "Have you noticed that the scenery around us is becoming more vibrant? Even the process of each cluster of flowers blooming seems moving, as if we can feel the life contained within them." His companion laughed. "That is normal. You are a foundation establishment cultivator after all. The microscopic perspective of an immortal is naturally different from before. Did you not feel that when you first broke through?" Chu Tianji gazed absent-mindedly at the small flowers in the wall corner and the texture of the stone wall. "Is this because of my cultivation growth?" Perhaps. When he first broke through, he did feel the world was more real, but he grew accustomed to it soon after. Now, the sensation returned. Surely he had not reached the golden core stage already. He felt the world was more vivid, as if a light veil had been pulled away. He felt lighter, as if a pair of eyes that had been fixed upon him were gradually fading. The destiny hanging over him, whether good or bad, shifted, and the path lay beneath his own feet. It must be an illusion. A mere foundation establishment cultivator could not comprehend matters that only primordial spirit experts experienced. He should just focus on his own tasks. Chu Tianji laughed at himself and swung his long sword, saying, "Let us go to the next floor and see." In the distant flame prison, Yan Qinli sat cross-legged among the raging fire and slowly opened his eyes. "I have also sensed it. The true existence of the heavenly way. It turns out Qiu Wuji discovered this earlier and walked further than I have. But it does not matter. Now, you and I are the same." Yan Qinli looked at his palm, where the fiery red flames gradually shifted into white fire. The intense heat caused even the underground rock walls to begin disintegrating silently. These events occurred outside the plot. Chu Ge would not write about their realization of the heavenly way, but as every texture of the world became more vibrant, the most outstanding people of the world would gradually move toward reality. Could they escape the will of heaven? At least for now, they remained like puppets on strings. Chu Ge focused with full attention, walking through the established plot. Chu Tianji stepped into the depths of the cave. Green poisonous miasma filled the space. In the air, the souls of the wrong seemed to scream, and bright red pupils flashed everywhere. Chu Tianji gripped his long sword, understanding flashing in his eyes. Just a defeated general driven away by our sect master, his primordial spirit lingering on. Why bother with such charades? Do you not agree, demon lord of the poisonous hand? The fated stepping stone appeared in the training ground right on schedule. The will of heaven drifted slowly, always remaining there. Although it was a routine plot, even a trope, Chu Ge wrote it with great ease. However, if Chu Ge had looked in a mirror, he would have noticed that his expression was not the usual thoughtfulness and focus of writing. It was cold. Every character fate bloomed and extinguished at his fingertips. The joy and sorrow, life and death of the people were for him to decide. He felt as if he could see the distant living beings beneath layers of mist, scattered like ants. Chu Ge finished the chapter and rubbed his somewhat swollen head. The state he had just been in felt strange. It was not quite multitasking, more like zoning out, yet the writing had flowed smoothly. That plot was simple enough. Merely Chu Tianji bullying the primordial spirit of the demon lord of the poisonous hand while he was recuperating, and then forcing him to sabotage one of Yan Qinli's plans before ending the chapter. With such a simple plot, he could have finished it even while distracted. He was truly a genius, he thought, putting his hands on his hips. He inspected his cultivation, and fortunately, his distraction had caused no mishaps. He was even more of a genius, he thought again. Chu Ge let out a sigh and leaned back in his chair to savor the feeling of his distraction. How to describe it? It was indescribable. Gazing at the ceiling, a thought drifted into his mind. If I wrote directly that Qiu Wuji fell madly in love with the creator god, it might even be self-consistent. The proud female sect master looks down on all men in the world, only wildly pursuing the heavenly way in her heart, paranoidly imagining a god of the heavenly way. If that could be consistent, she could take her clothes off tonight. As soon as the thought emerged, he ruthlessly extinguished it. I cannot do that. I want a real Qiu Wuji, not a marionette pulled by strings. He wondered how she was doing with the group chat and operations. Opening the group chat, Chu Ge was stunned. Someone was posting an image that said, "Feel free to drive, your father, will think of a way." Directly below it followed a string of lewd images and magnet links. Empty Fish was muted for 1 hour by Administrator Qiu Wuji. Down with the dog administrator. You all talk, I am going to sleep with the administrator, the image read. Half was muted for 1 hour by Administrator Qiu Wuji. Chu Ge could not imagine how many people Qiu Wuji had muted during his writing session. Logically, his private messages should have been exploding with complaints about this new administrator abusing power. Yet he checked, and not a single person had messaged him. Chu Ge quietly private messaged an old administrator. Hey, you have no objections to her banning people like this? No, everyone is too happy to object. Wait, her? Yes, she is truly a female administrator. Chu Ge felt speechless. What do you mean too happy? Are you all masochists? Damn, Chu Ge, you actually have female fans. Is this scientific? This is very scientific, Chu Ge replied with an emoji, then added, do not tell me the theory that a group dies because of a female administrator is about to come true. I did not consider this. No, this female administrator is very fun. At first, someone posted license plates, and she asked what they were. We said there are actually netizens left who do not know what a license plate is. It turns out she is a woman, ha ha ha. Although, there are not many women left who do not know what a license plate is. Could she be a student? Chu Ge asked, did you teach her to search for license plates? Yes, she ran back half an hour later, muted the person who posted the plates, and said indeed, like attracts like, you are all lechers. Chu Ge fell silent. Everyone was amused by such a cute administrator. Mushroom said, yes, like attracts like. Do you want to see the few cars Chu Ge liked the most? She said yes, and then she took the magnet links and only popped up just now to scold people. Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. Chu Ge felt a darkness before his eyes. You all are having a great time, huh? If there is no update this afternoon, it is because the cars you were driving crashed. Oh right, in the beginning, she asked why the group was named Comrade in Arms. Was it not ominous? Everyone was amused. Chapter 58. I am truly a fool, truly. In the living room, Chu Ge sat on the sofa with a durian balanced on his lap. He stared ahead with empty, listless eyes and muttered to himself. I knew they drove fast, but I did not know they could drive my own car. Qiu Wuji stood nearby with her arms crossed. She scanned him up and down with a look of pure disdain. She seemed particularly interested in gauging the size of the sunflower, but because he was sitting down, she could not get a good look. I knew long ago you were a masochist, so there is no need to explain, Qiu Wuji finally sighed. She spoke with a tone of profound pity. You created a group for thousands of people to trample all over you. That kind of courage is worthy of a creator god. Ordinary people could never pull this off. Chu Ge frantically replied. Thousands of people, is that right? It was just a joke. They cannot reach through the network cable to get to me. How do you know that such a supernatural ability does not exist? Chu Ge felt a chill run down his spine. That was surprisingly logical. However, I did not realize that our great writer Chu Ge had a taste for the abnormal. You even prefer the submissive role. Chu Ge replied with a weak, defeated tone. It is a popular internet term. It is not true. You have to believe me. Wait, you know quite a lot about this. Who uses that term casually? Qiu Wuji let out a cold snort. I have read many human stories. Most of them are about those in power, and there are many such tales among them. How does it sound like you really enjoy reading them? Qiu Wuji spoke in a relaxed, flowing tone. It is useless to try and shift the conversation to me. No matter how much I have read, it is still not as broad as the knowledge of the Father God. Chu Ge understood then. Qiu Wuji did not believe he was actually interested in men. She was simply displeased by the lewd implications of the group name, and was using this as an excuse to vent. There was much more making her truly angry. He saw the shame hidden in her eyes and wondered exactly which of those cars she had looked at. Chu Ge recalled that his own tastes were eclectic. He had posted everything in the group. There were beautiful things, dark ones, and even more intense content. He had dabbled in everything from the West to Japan and Korea. Heaven knows which ones she had seen. No matter which, he was done for. He had truly believed that the reason he did not let her use his computer before was because he needed it for work. He had been afraid that she would accidentally see those several terabytes of data. Countless predecessors had proven that hidden folders were useless. The best method was to never let anyone touch it. He was a fool. Truly a fool. He had not expected a group of idiots to sell him out. Seeing Qiu Wuji look at him with such utter contempt, Chu Ge could not hold it in any longer. He decided to just lie back and stop struggling. What is wrong? What are you looking at? Is this the first day you realized we are in the demon realm? Qiu Wuji raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you are feeling brave again. You have seen the dance at the nightclub, right? Is that not rare? Chu Ge said, feigning seriousness. People always have their needs. That nightclub was out in the open, which had a bad influence. But us, we hide at home and watch our own things. It is healthy, environmentally friendly, and green. Oh no, not green. Who is this hurting? Qiu Wuji twitched the corner of her mouth. Her expression clearly said, go ahead, let me see what other nonsense you can spout. We are not breaking the law either. Look, Chu Ge pulled out his phone to check the group. He remembered someone had posted a screenshot before he closed the application. He tapped on the group chat. A picture immediately appeared before him. The Supreme Court states that sharing obscene information between friends and family does not constitute a crime. Below that, a string of people repeated the same message. So, are we still not driving, family? Look, Chu Ge held out his phone to Qiu Wuji like he was presenting a treasure. I did not lie to you, did I? Qiu Wuji glanced at it with a stern face. She ignored the picture, but focused on the group name, Street Trash Driving Group. She could not help herself. You have a group specifically for driving. Just how lecherous are you? Chu Ge remained silent. Qiu Wuji sighed. Spend less time in these groups. Look at these other ones. Group for Defying Gods and Proving the Path, Future Platinum Group. Those show ambition. Chu Ge helplessly opened the Defying Gods group. Inside, they were repeating, the list of high-level gods for the annual meeting has been released. 0 people from this group are attending. Everyone, please reflect on yourselves. He opened the Future Platinum group. They were also repeating the same message. The list of high-level gods for the annual meeting has been released. 0 people from this group are attending. Everyone, please reflect on yourselves. Finally, he opened the Street Trash Driving group. The list of high-level gods for the annual meeting has been released. 18 people from this group are attending. Everyone, please reflect on yourselves. Is it not tiring to run so far? Qiu Wuji stared blankly. Chu Ge blankly closed the group chat. He felt heartbroken. Do you think I enjoy hanging out in this trash group? The irritation in Qiu Wuji's stomach was almost entirely dispelled by these ridiculous things. She did not know how to scold him anymore. She turned around and headed for the door with bitterness in her heart. I am going to buy rice paper. I am also going to the outskirts to see if I can bring back some flowers. You focus on your writing and stop hanging out in these trash groups. Chu Ge shouted from behind. Do not take the subway. You cannot take it right now. Qiu Wuji waved her hand without looking back. I have already researched it. Taking the bus is fine. I just need to get a mask. I have already picked out which bus to take. Oh, if it really does not work, I will just fly there myself. Before she finished speaking, the door had already closed. Looking at her retreating figure, Chu Ge felt that she was actually more flustered than him. Exactly which car had she looked at? Chu Ge sagged his shoulders and let out a breath. He opened the Street Trash Driving group and typed one sentence. Thank you all for saving my life. Hey, great Chu Ge, are you going to the annual meeting this time? Chu Ge replied. No, I have not even reached 10,000 subscribers, so there is no way I have the qualifications for the meeting. I hope there is a spot for me at the end of the year. Many people responded. With your momentum, 10,000 is guaranteed. There is no suspense. The suspense is just a question of how many tens of thousands you will reach. Chu Ge did not have as much confidence as they did. He took the opportunity to say, Greats, please give me a recommendation. The top writers were very casual about it. No problem. Chu Ge took the opportunity to send a magnet link. A small token of my appreciation. It is nothing special. Damn, great one is impressive. The chat instantly ignited. Are there any more? Keep it coming. Is anyone going to verify the car? Learn from great Chu Ge, everyone. Are you all just eating for free? So, in this group, only those who can drive are the real experts. Writing books is not. Chu Ge closed the group chat and aggressively returned to his own group. Comrade in arms. Did you have a good time driving today? Hey, great Chu Ge is here. That female administrator is so cute. I feel like she is really cosplaying Qiu Wuji tone and reactions, ha ha ha. Chu Ge paused. Thinking about it from that perspective, it was actually quite interesting. He thought for a long time before asking. Then, how is her cosplay? Not very similar. After all, the Sect Master power is not really visible. She could not possibly show off in front of us, right? But that is even better. The rest of it has that vibe. It really feels like Qiu Wuji ran out into the world. It is so much fun. The desire to cause trouble that had filled Chu Ge evaporated. He began to stare off into the distance, lost in thought. Qiu Wuji herself, not very similar to Qiu Wuji. Someone else asked, where is she? Drag her out so we can chat some more. Being muted by Qiu Wuji is nothing. I would be happy even if she wore high heels and stepped on me. The crowd in the group was surging. You are dreaming. If anyone gets stepped on, it should be me. How would I know where she is? Chu Ge said, feeling guilty. She does not live with me. TCH. You also want to have a female fan living with you. Do you want us to come over and fill your place with men? Chu Ge remained silent. The administrator whom Chu Ge had messaged privately earlier had finally caught onto the vibe. He sent a goofy smiling emoji. By the way, since there is a female administrator, should everyone be careful about driving from now on? There was a wave of sighs in the group. Sigh, that is the downside of having a female administrator. No, Chu Ge suddenly said. You all continue to drive. I, your father, will think of a way. The group members were shocked. Great Chu Ge, you are so brave. Chu Ge gritted his teeth. Drive until she is used to it, until she is numb to it, until she takes it for granted. Then I will release more chapters. Since he could not clean himself up, why bother trying? He should try a different approach. Perhaps it would be a good thing. On the bus, Qiu Wuji looked at Chu Ge words on her phone, gritting her teeth. She fiercely wanted to kick him out, but she realized with despair that she could not. She could not even mute him. Damn it, he is the group owner. His authority is higher than mine. Qiu Wuji realized this, and was so angry, she almost snapped the handrail of the bus seat. How is your authority higher than mine wherever you are? Is being a father god so amazing? Chapter 59. Qiu Wuji did not need to guess what was running through the mind of Chu Ge. The image of the lecherous father god was ruined beyond repair, so he simply chose to abandon any attempt at restoration. He decided to let her believe that this sort of behavior was perfectly normal in this world, and that would be the end of it. It was possible he even harbored a hidden agenda. By exposing her to such content, perhaps he hoped she would become accustomed to it, and find his casual advances equally normal. He was even willing to write extra chapters for the sake of this goal. He never had a good intention in his life. Qiu Wuji cursed in her heart. She felt a mix of anger toward Chu Ge and herself. Why had she not crushed his head the moment she first crossed over into this world? Recalling what she had seen earlier, Qiu Wuji still felt a massive jolt to her core values. The demon realm was truly the demon realm. How could such events be captured on film and shared for others to see? Not even the demonic cultivators of her own world would stoop to such depths. It was too exaggerated, yet the people in the group chat seemed to think it was normal. She could see that the group was not simply composed of perverts. Instead, the general consensus among the population appeared to be that such things were not worth a second thought. Conversely, she recalled the case of Zhang Qiren. Chu Ge had felt that the man had turned wicked, his heart weighed down by complex emotions as their friendship eroded. Yet, to Qiu Wuji, his actions had seemed perfectly normal. The values between the two worlds remained vastly different. Even as she attempted to understand this realm, appearing on the surface to be a modern person, her soul remained incompatible with this place. It was an interesting realization. The way Chu Ge thought was entirely different from the world of immortality he wrote about, yet that world was his own creation. Did this signify that a writer perspective did not necessarily align with the world they crafted? Or did it mean that, deep down, Chu Ge was truly a creature of the immortal path? He disliked constraints, he defied laws, he traveled with a sword in hand, roaming the world at will. Perhaps he had only been stifled by reality, his edges worn smooth, and he now poured those desires into his novels. Qiu Wuji recalled the question Chu Ge had asked her. Qiu Wuji, how much do you really know about me? She lost herself in thought for a moment, then let out a sharp scoff. Why should she care to understand this pervert with a head full of lewd thoughts? Miss, this young lady, the driver shouted as he turned back with a helpless expression. This is the last stop on the route. Qiu Wuji snapped back to reality. She noticed the bus was entirely empty, leaving her sitting there alone like a fool. A heat rose to her face, and she hurried off the bus. Even the word bus felt tainted now. This was all his fault. The driver watched her run away from the bus stop, his gaze lingering on her back. He thought it a pity that such a beautiful girl, even with a mask covering her face, seemed so flustered. The flush reaching her eyes suggested her head was full of thoughts about men. If Qiu Wuji ever discovered this misunderstanding about her thoughts on men, she might just pass away from sheer indignation. Despite this, Qiu Wuji felt a sense of relief. The terminal was near the edge of the city. After a short run, she finally laid eyes on green mountains, clear water, and vast fields of rice. The road remained paved with asphalt, a reminder that she was still in a foreign world, but at least she was no longer surrounded by towering skyscrapers, glass windows, overpasses, and metal vehicles. She finally found a sliver of familiar scenery, and the air felt significantly fresher. Her heart gradually aligned with the tranquility of nature. She scanned her surroundings. She failed to find the flowers she had hoped for in the wild, spotting only common weeds and foxtail grass. She did not feel disappointed. She plucked a stalk of foxtail grass to fiddle with as she walked, observing the rice paddies. The summer sun burned hot. A young man worked in the fields, his thin shirt soaked through with sweat. Qiu Wuji paused to watch for a moment, nodding slightly. People often claimed this world was restless, and the people lacked the endurance for hard work, but in reality, many remained diligent. The common folk in Chu Ge writing consistently displayed this quality, providing another link between their two worlds. The world within a book was, after all, merely a reflection of reality, molded by the creator understanding of it. This was one of the reasons Qiu Wuji wanted to act independently of Chu Ge. Only when she was not by his side could she explore and contemplate the world as a top-tier cultivator. If she stayed near him, she feared she would be led astray. As she watched, however, a sense of dissonance crept in. The youth working in the field appeared to possess an unusual power. This ability was bizarre, diverging entirely from the cultivation systems she understood, and she could not analyze it. Perhaps because she had stared too long, the youth turned his head as if he had sensed her gaze. An expression of awe consumed his features, and he nearly drooled. It was a fairy. The youth rolled his eyes, turned his back, and pulled a sign pen from his pocket. He quietly scribbled a single character on his face, handsome. He turned back and flashed a brilliant smile. Hi, is a beauty like you out for a stroll alone? Qiu Wuji blinked in surprise. She honestly thought he was incredibly handsome, perhaps the most attractive man she had encountered in thousands of years. However, the character on his face had not vanished. A bright, glaring handsome sat there, turning even his most handsome features into a joke. A man riding a motorcycle passed by. He took one look and spat on the ground. I admit you are handsome, but do you have to write it on your face? Showing off, you idiot. The motorcycle roared into the distance. The youth maintained an awkward but polite smile. They are always jealous of me. Qiu Wuji found the situation amusing. She said with intentional coldness, although you are handsome, I have no desire to speak with a man who writes on his own face. The youth felt awkward. He turned around, quietly wiped away the word, and replaced it with you like me. He turned back, and a high heel slammed directly into his chest. Do you dare to use a seduction technique on me? Even he would not dare to toy with my mind. With a thud, the youth spun 360 degrees in the air and landed face first in the field, groaning. It is not a seduction technique. Who uses a seduction technique that you write on your face? This useless, garbage power. Beauty, please do not tell anyone. I was wrong. Qiu Wuji felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. She could not be bothered to get involved further and walked away. Deep down, she was shocked. She had once thought these powers were mere variations of low-level spells, but it appeared they were something else entirely. They were fundamentally different. The youth's cell phone rang. Qiu Wuji heard him pick up the call. Hello, a party. I am weeding the field right now. Tonight. That works. Someone else wants to hire us for work. Which sucker is that stupid? Manager Zhang. There are so many managers named Zhang. Which one? Qiu Wuji had walked far away. The youth had not realized his words were being heard, though it seemed trivial. He tapped his phone away and looked in the direction she had departed, rubbing his face and sighing. If anyone says they would be happy to be kicked by a beauty in high heels, I will slap their face. Thinking of something, he opened his messaging app and joined a group. I take it back. Even if Qiu Wuji came in person, she is not allowed to kick me with high heels. No one in the group responded to him. They were all too busy expressing their indignation. This chapter is too much. Not only is it short, but it ends on a cliffhanger. Great Chu Ge, you are truly a dog. I am going to follow the internet cable and fight you. You just wait. Chu Ge hid behind his screen, lurking and watching. He felt a surge of secret pleasure. He loved the moments when people scolded him for his cliffhangers. Just as he thought this, a faint phantom of a fist appeared on his screen and slammed into his face with a thud. Chu Ge stared at the screen. The phantom fist lacked real power. Protected by the golden bell cover, he felt no pain. But what was going on? Was it a hallucination? An ordinary person might dismiss it as a hallucination, but cold sweat immediately broke out on Chu Ge's forehead. He instinctively clutched his lower abdomen. Damn it, does this ability actually exist? In a distant room, a fat man curled into a ball, clutching his hand. Damn it. Is this great Chu Ge riding with an iron mask on his face? His phone rang. He answered it. Hire us. Who has such a keen eye? No, which idiot is it? What is the point of our abilities? Oh, my hand hurts from punching that cliffhanger dog. Chapter 60. I am back. Qiu Wuji opened the door and stepped inside. She carried a bag of groceries in one hand and a roll of rice paper in the other. Her finger hooked a plastic bag containing a calligraphy brush and ink. Chu Ge rushed forward to take the items. You carried so much. You did not have to buy groceries. We could have just ordered takeout. I do not like food made by others. Qiu Wuji rummaged through the grocery bag and pulled out a stalk of foxtail grass. Chu Ge watched as she performed a magic trick, producing a small bag of soil. She grabbed a disposable plastic cup from the coffee table, poured the soil inside, stuck the foxtail grass into it, and placed it on the windowsill. Chu Ge stared, feeling the atmosphere shift, and remarked that it was far too ethereal for his apartment. Qiu Wuji cast a sideways glance at him. You are just a stalk of foxtail grass yourself, so this is all you are fit for. Did you not say you wanted to live comfortably? Why has this turned into arrangement for me? It is fine. I am already looking at one stalk of foxtail grass every day. One more does not make a difference. This one is more beautiful because it represents a return to true nature. Chu Ge felt torn between laughter and tears. You are hurting yourself to spite me. Am I not still earning 200 in value? Chu Ge swallowed the words he wanted to say. If you ever truly end up with me, that would be hurting yourself by 10,000, Sect Master Foxtail Grass. Qiu Wuji either did not catch the implication, or simply chose to ignore him. She cleared the dining table, and spread out the rice paper. Chu Ge stood nearby, watching with curiosity. He had never written that Qiu Wuji had cultivated the arts of calligraphy, or painting. Being too omnipotent would be a bug, and Qiu Wuji likely had not studied them outside of the plot. Regardless of cultivation, as an elder who had spent 10,000 years in an ancient world, her calligraphy level was certainly top tier. It was far superior to his own chicken scratch. Looking at it was a pleasure. She did not write the poem that shared her name. Instead, she wrote the famous passage about Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. Once, Zhuangzhou dreamt he was a butterfly flitting and fluttering about, happy with himself and doing as he pleased. He did not know he was Zhuangzhou. Suddenly, he awoke, and there he was, solid and unmistakable Zhuangzhou. He did not know if he was Zhuangzhou who had dreamt of being a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming that he was Zhuangzhou. Between Zhuangzhou and the butterfly, there must be a distinction. Chu Ge looked on in surprise. Have you read so many books without me noticing? You even read Zhuangzi? Yes, did I not say last time that I imprinted many books to read? Qiu Wuji continued writing as she spoke. I also told you before that I wanted to read the duist scriptures of this world. I searched for some online. Putting aside the scriptures, these two ancient sages, Laozi and Zhuangzi, are truly profound. Chu Ge felt a wave of shame. Everyone used the internet, but she searched for ancient philosophy, while he searched for license plates. It was natural that she would feel a special connection to the allegory of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. For her, did her current experiences not feel like a version of that dream? Do you think my experiences resemble the story of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly? Qiu Wuji asked in a calm tone. Actually, there is more to it. Chu Ge asked with curiosity. What do you mean? When I read this story, I even wondered if you created me, or if I had imagined a creator god, because I was pursuing the heavenly path. Chu Ge stared, his eyes widening in shock. Was that not what he had thought when he wrote that chapter earlier? Qiu Wuji finished the last stroke, inspected her work, and smiled. Not bad. The words of the sages possess their own spiritual essence. Even if I do not cultivate the way of books, hanging the scroll in the hall will provide its own protection. No, about what you said just now. Oh, that was just a passing thought. Qiu Wuji said casually. From my observations over these days, I know you can indeed conceive of our world through various forms of knowledge. However, my knowledge is definitely not enough to conceive of your world, so it is impossible that I created it. Still, the idea is quite interesting, is it not? Chu Ge sighed. It is. I just did not expect you to think of the exact same thing as me. But let me say this first, for us ordinary people, thinking about this is just for fun. For you immortal cultivators, it is hard to say. It is easy to go down a rabbit hole. Once you get too deep into this, it is easy to develop a split personality. You should not think about it too much in the future. Qiu Wuji let out a small laugh. Since I have already confirmed it, why would I think about it anymore? We immortal cultivators are actually more pure than you. Just like how you and I thought of the same thing. I did it to explore the truth. But what was your reason? Chu Ge felt awkward and hastily changed the subject. You said this writing has a defensive effect. Qiu Wuji did not want to push the issue and followed his lead. Although I do not cultivate the way of books, all laws of the world eventually return to one origin. My spiritual power is imbued within the strokes, so there is an effect. Hanging this in the living room will provide a sense of illusion to intruders. It counts as a defense. Chu Ge asked. You never considered building a defense system before. Why are you considering it now? I am decorating the house. The protection is just an added bonus. Also, Qiu Wuji frowned slightly. I discovered today that the abilities in this world are quite interesting. They really had an effect on me. I do not know the mechanism behind it. In any case, I should not underestimate them. It is better to have some protection. Chu Ge was startled. You just went out to pick a stalk of foxtail grass and encountered an ability attack. It was not an attack, just an encounter. Perhaps this is what you call protagonist luck. Qiu Wuji laughed. I am the female lead, am I not? Chu Ge remained silent. I also encountered someone with an ability today. But I was the one getting beaten up for leaving a cliffhanger. Does that count as karmic retribution, or protagonist luck? We actually encountered someone else's ability on the same day. That is fate, is it not? Chu Ge cheered up and laughed. As long as it was not an attack, that is fine. What kind of ability could actually have an effect on you? Qiu Wuji's eyes shimmered as she focused on his face for a moment. She decided not to say anything and walked into the kitchen with a calm demeanor. I am going to cook. You can go do whatever you need to do. This face was still the most pleasant to look at. Even without writing, it was quite handsome. Chu Ge did not go to write. He trotted after her. I finished 2 chapters this morning, even if I was scolded for being a cliffhanger dog. I need to rest. One must balance work and rest. Fine, I know you are a masochist. Since you insisted on resting instead of working, peel these rice grains. Chu Ge felt a pang of disbelief. You already know the term masochist. Qiu Wuji began washing vegetables and spoke offhandedly. It is better this way, so you do not hide in your room and watch goodness knows what. Chu Ge smiled obsequiously. If I told you I have not watched anything like that for a long time, would you believe me? What does that have to do with me? Besides, did you not give up on cleaning yourself up? Why are you explaining yourself again? I should explain whenever I get the chance. Chu Ge washed the rice and suddenly laughed. There is one piece of good news. You will definitely be happy when you hear it. Qiu Wuji asked with curiosity. What is it? They think you are just a reader who is mimicking the Qiu Wuji from the book. Is that not a very normal assumption? Who would actually think that was the real Qiu Wuji? The point is, they do not think you are very similar. Chu Ge happily poured the rice into the rice cooker. Tell me, is that good news? Qiu Wuji stopped washing the vegetables, lost in thought. Of course it was good news. Did it mean she was moving further and further away from a set label? The corners of her mouth curled into a smile involuntarily, though she said, what is there to be happy about? Is that not a matter of course for me? Chu Ge looked at her, thinking that she was a stubborn, prideful woman. Qiu Wuji began to chop the vegetables. Chu Ge paused. Are you not using your immortal magic? Qiu Wuji replied. I want to experience this more thoroughly. If it is too easy, the meaning is lost. Do you also think it is more interesting this way? I think so too. Chu Ge watched Qiu Wuji wearing an apron and preparing the food. He really wanted to hug her from behind, but he did not dare. He leaned his head away and asked, how much water should I put in this rice? Just slightly above the surface, yes. In the small kitchen, one person prepared the rice, the other prepared the vegetables. For a while, there was no sound other than the running water and the rhythm of the knife against the cutting board, weaving together the melody of a home. The foxtail grass on the windowsill swayed in the breeze, just like the feeling in Chu Ge's heart at this moment. I will finish the chapters this afternoon. Shall we go out to have fun tonight? He suddenly said. Qiu Wuji asked with curiosity. Why the sudden thought? Is there anything fun to do? I realized that after all this time, I have never really taken you out to have a good time. There are many things that modern girls should experience. Chapter 61. Chu Ge hammered at his keyboard for the entire afternoon. His fingers flew across the keys, fueled by the promise of romance that evening. He needed to finish the scheduled chapters before dinner. Qiu Wuji sat nearby, cradling a cup of hot tea. She turned on the air conditioning and leaned back in her chair to open her laptop. Her posture felt increasingly refined, mirroring the lifestyle of a modern urbanite. She started up the computer and slowly typed a query into the search engine. Where should I take a girl for a date? The answers were repetitive and predictable. Movie theaters, amusement parks, and public parks appeared in almost every result. She paused, then searched for a second query. What does it mean when a man takes you out for a day of fun? The results were consistent once again. He likes you. He wants to take your relationship to the next level. He wants to become your boyfriend. The idea of taking things to the next level felt suspicious when it came to Chu Ge. It lacked the innocence these search results implied, yet the conclusion did not exceed her expectations. She closed the web browser with a lazy flick of her wrist. All that talk about letting her experience what a modern girl should experience, it sounded flowery, but it was just a flimsy excuse. It was simply Chu Ge wanting to pursue Qiu Wuji. If he wanted to go out, that was fine. She was curious about what this world had to offer. As for taking things to the next level, he could forget about it. She would crush his skull if he tried anything. She was finally beginning to understand the unspoken rules of this modern world. With a surge of confidence, she opened the group chat titled Fighting Against Chu Ge to set up some roadblocks for the people who like to talk about lewd subjects. To her surprise, the chat was quiet. No one was posting anything inappropriate. The group members chatted about everything under the sun. At any given moment, different people discussed at least 3 unrelated topics. Qiu Wuji spent a long time reading the messages to distinguish who was talking about Afghan copper mines, who was discussing a League of Legends tournament, and who was talking about which university was gaining points. She searched for keywords for a long time before she understood what Afghanistan was, what League of Legends meant, and what gaining points implied. She was forced to admit that she still did not understand the ways of this modern world. The group members had such vast knowledge. They knew about astronomy, geography, politics, economics, entertainment, and games. They knew everything, except for the content of Chu Ge books. It appeared that talking about lewd topics was not the norm. It occupied only a tiny fraction of their daily entertainment. She was the only one, a 10,000-year-old woman, who was as tense as a coiled spring. She could not help but type a question into the box. Do you all not discuss Chu Ge books here? The reply came back with casual certainty. This is a League of Legends group. Qiu Wuji typed. I saw you all talking about his books before. The member replied. Oh, that was only when we were scolding that cliffhanger dog, or complaining about the short length of his chapters. Sect Master Qiu, let me tell you something. With Chu Ge writing such short chapters, there is no happiness to be found with him. Why not consider me instead? Lulu was muted for 1 hour by the administrator, Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji muted the user instinctively, only realizing what she had done after the deed was finished. Why had she muted him? Was she actually defending Chu Ge? Someone immediately commented, oh my, our administrator is sticking up for the author. Could it be that Chu Ge is actually not as short as we think? Qiu Wuji unmuted the user. Lulu typed. Oh, unmuted already. Did you have a change of heart? Do you want to be with me after all? Lulu was muted for 1 hour by the administrator, Qiu Wuji. Everyone in the group found it hilarious. The cycle of muting and unmuting revealed something interesting. Could this female fan actually be in love with Chu Ge? It was no wonder the author had been encouraging everyone to post their lewd stories. He had ulterior motives. However, now that everyone knew a woman was managing the group, they possessed enough decency to keep their behavior in check. It was unlikely anyone would post inappropriate content in front of her. Chu Ge's plan was doomed to fail. Instead, a veteran administrator added Qiu Wuji to a specialized operations group. Sect Master Qiu, your star value has unlocked the 3rd tier. You can create a cartoon avatar now. I was discussing this with the character manager, but would you like to handle it yourself? Everyone treated her like she was cosplaying as the Sect Master, and they called her that with genuine glee. Qiu Wuji felt a strange sensation as she read the messages, but she simply typed, "Thank you." The administrator laughed. "Why are you thanking me? I am just dumping the work on you." Sect Master Qiu, let me tell you that the character designer is efficient in other areas, but their speed is abysmal. If you do not curse them out every day, they will drag things out for half a year. You have to keep a close eye on them. Rest assured, I am most skilled at supervising my disciples. She was still acting the part. The administrator seemed to foresee the moment 3 months later, when Qiu Wuji would go into a fit of rage after seeing that no drafts had been finished. He went silent and retreated into the background. Qiu Wuji took out her phone, snapped a photo of herself, and prepared to send it to the designer. Her finger hovered over the mouse, ready to click. But she shook her head and abandoned the idea. She grabbed her brush and ink and painted a portrait of herself instead. As an experienced veteran of the cultivation world, she knew that letting a photograph circulate was a bad idea. A painting was different. It only needed to capture her spirit. It had to be beautiful, bold, and majestic. She painted a version of herself that felt truly authentic. She picked up her phone, took a picture of the portrait, and sent it to the designer. Use this to make the chibi avatar. The designer replied with great politeness. Received. We will find the best artist for the job. Qiu Wuji felt satisfied. She left the chat app and opened the PDF file of the taking scripture she had downloaded. The Duist scriptures of this world were quite interesting. Even though she felt there was a ridiculous disconnect between her recent actions and the path of cultivation, she was going to watch a movie and visit an amusement park later. She decided that experiencing the ways of the world was part of the process. The walk through the pedestrian street was bustling. Qiu Wuji looked at the sea of people surrounding them and let her thoughts slip out. Where is this? Is this not an amusement park? Chu Ge's face twitched slightly. You are quite an expert on dating procedures, are you not? What date? Who is dating you? Qiu Wuji said, her tone sharp. Did you not say you would let me experience what girls do for fun? There is a park just around the corner, but we have not eaten yet. We should have a candlelight dinner first. Qiu Wuji's eyes went blank. Her search results had not mentioned this. What is a candlelight dinner? Dinner is dinner. We have electricity. Why would we light candles? Does someone in your house have to be dead for you to do that? Chu Ge sighed. Forget it. It was just a figure of speech. He looked up at the sunset and smiled. We can eat later. There are many snacks here. It is a pity you have never tried them. Come, do you want to try a soft serve cone? They stood on the bustling commercial street. The 10,000-year-old woman wore a white shirt, blue jeans, and brand new white sneakers. Her hair was pulled into a high ponytail as she licked her ice cream cone, following the man beside her with her eyes squinting in delight. The treat was cold, sweet, and soft. It tasted like the jade snow nectar from the immortal realm, yet it was a simple creation of the mortal world. She found a taste of the immortal path in such a trivial object. She wondered why Chu Ge had kept this from her for an entire month. She also wondered how one would make this at home. Chu Ge spoke with a hint of regret. The last few times we went out, I only took you to the grocery store nearby. I did not venture further. It is largely due to my profession. I am too much of a recluse. How does one make this at home? There are machines for it. I have never paid much attention, but it seems like a hassle. It is not necessary. Why is it not necessary? If you saw every delicious thing you liked and wanted to make it at home, our apartment would not have enough space for all the equipment. Seeing that Qiu Wuji had finished her ice cream, Chu Ge bought 2 cotton candies and gave one to her. They stood together, biting into the sugar clouds in perfect unison. They looked at each other at the same time and saw the strands of sugar stuck to each other corners of their mouths. They looked like 2 curious kittens. A young girl holding a bouquet of roses tugged on Chu Ge's shirt. Older brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Would you like to buy a flower? Chu Ge blinked. Do people sell flowers here on a regular day? The girl looked stunned. Older brother, today is the Kixi festival. Qiu Wuji remained silent. Chu Ge broke into a cold sweat. Was it really such a coincidence? He had remained single for 28 years by his own lack of effort. He had never kept track of the lunar calendar, and no one in the group chat had mentioned it. It was no wonder the pedestrian street was busier than usual. He fumbled for an answer. Well, by 1. No, by 9. Suddenly, a series of bangs echoed in the night sky. Fireworks bloomed above them. The night had truly arrived. Chu Ge looked up. The brilliant fireworks illuminated the darkness, and he could almost imagine the distant Milky Way flickering between the gaps in the night. He turned his head to see Qiu Wuji also looking up at the sky. Her exquisite beauty shone brighter than the fireworks themselves. In the bustling crowd, the noise seemed to exist in a different dimension. Only her profile remained etched into his heart. When the golden wind and jade do meet, they surpass countless numbers in the mortal world. Chapter 62. I am out for the Kixi festival with a girl. Chu Ge felt his thoughts drifting. It felt sudden, yet it also felt inevitable. If he were to spend the Kixi festival with anyone, it could only be Qiu Wuji. You came out of the book. It is wonderful. What is the Qixi festival? Qiu Wuji asked. Chu Ge let his gaze wander. It is a festival for lovers. Wait, do not hit me. I truly did not know that today was the Qixi festival. Actually, even if it is, it does not matter. We are just out for some fun. Keep your heart calm, and you will stay cool. I only found out it was the Qixi festival because I came out to play. It was not because of the festival that I came out with you. Qiu Wuji waved the 9 roses in her hand and said with great seriousness, do not harbor any misunderstandings because of this. Chu Ge wore a wide smile. Yes, yes. I accepted these flowers because I could not let them go to waste after you already bought them. Qiu Wuji continued, even more serious. I can keep them alive when we bring them back. I have an art that can keep them blooming. Chu Ge kept his wide smile. Ah, yes, I understand. What is that strange tone you are using? Ah, how about we eat at this place? Italian steak, a taste of foreign flavor. Is it delicious? It should be decent. Why is there a line for dinner? Does that not prove that the food is good? That is the view of a vulgar person. Let us try another place. Qiu Wuji tugged on the collar of Chu Ge's shirt. Watching a long line of people waiting outside looks truly foolish. I suspect that if we do not wait in line today, we will not be able to eat anything. Then we will not eat. We can do other things during the dinner rush to avoid the crowds. We have been snacking the whole way anyway, so we are not hungry. We can just eat a late-night snack when we get hungry later. Chu Ge exclaimed in admiration. You are clever, Sect Master Qiu. That is easy to understand. Qiu Wuji tilted her head, her ponytail swaying. This kind of logic applies to every world. It is you who are stupid. Chu Ge thought for a moment and took out his phone to book movie tickets. With the way things were going, the specific film did not matter. Just finding available tickets was difficult. He searched for a long time before finding 2 corner seats left for a 9 o'clock show. He booked them with the speed of a 28-year-old man who had been single for his entire life and let out a long breath. Let us go. Amusement park first, then the movie. That works out perfectly. The two made their way to the amusement park, and Chu Ge bought the tickets at the gate. Qiu Wuji observed the crowd. There are more people here than on the subway. Why do they not require a health code? Chu Ge muttered. I do not know. Qiu Wuji asked the question casually and did not dwell on it. She looked up at the roller coaster, watching it ascend and plummet, and shook her head with a lack of interest. She could fly on her own, so why would she ride that? A group of people screaming on the ride looked truly foolish. Chu Ge had anticipated this reaction and smiled. Do you want to try that? Qiu Wuji turned to follow his gaze. Someone was throwing darts at balloons. The person could not hit a single one, but the pile of toys displayed beside the booth looked cute. What is this? Do you get a prize if you hit the balloon with a dart? Yes. That would be an easy win for you, would it not? Qiu Wuji hesitated. It would not be right to scam them, would it? Winning a prize with your own skill is not a scam. People who live in the shadows in other countries play this, and people who come from the cultivation world also play this. I am a cultivator. This is too unchallenging. Even a game should have some level of difficulty to be interesting. Chu Ge tilted his head and studied her for a long time. He realized she truly lacked interest and scratched his head in frustration. It seems you have lost your sense of childhood wonder. That was true. It was difficult to make a woman who had cultivated for 10,000 years feel interested in playing games. She had been on the computer for a long time, but she only watched videos and searched for information. Even with game advertisements everywhere, she showed no curiosity about diving into one. She lacked both curiosity and a playful spirit. She was too detached from worldly desires. Otherwise, they would not have waited this long for their first outing. With that thought, he realized his plan was doomed. The haunted house he had been looking forward to would be meaningless. What kind of ghost could scare her? She would likely turn them into ashes with a single wave of her fire magic. He sighed in distress, feeling the pain of his wasted tickets. Qiu Wuji smiled faintly. Let us go. Haunted house. Chu Ge was stunned. How did you know? I searched for it, Qiu Wuji said, walking forward with her hands behind her back. They say that when a man takes a woman to an amusement park, the most popular spots are the Ferris wheel and the haunted house. They say you can hide in a small cabin in the sky on the Ferris wheel, or hold each other, while watching someone turn pale with fright in the haunted house. Chu Ge countered. That is a lie. The seats are locked up tight. You cannot hold anyone. Qiu Wuji ignored him and continued. They say you go to a haunted house so the girl will be scared and throw herself into your arms. Chu Ge argued. That is a lie. Modern girls will just stab the ghost with a glass bottle. Qiu Wuji said in a leisurely tone. I would like to see how they play these tricks. Chu Ge suggested. I think we should skip it. I am worried about having to pay for damages. Qiu Wuji asked. Do I look like someone without self-control? They entered the haunted house. Thud. Chu Ge covered his face as he watched the staff member dressed as a ghost get slapped onto the floor by Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji stammered. They said this was all fake. Why did a real person jump out at me? She told herself that she had only acted because her senses detected a real person approaching. What if it was an assassination attempt? She silently pleaded for Chu Ge to believe her. The staff member on the floor was both angry and anxious. Everything is supposed to look realistic. Who would play if it were not? Qiu Wuji said in an embarrassed tone. Do you not get hit often acting like this? The staff member held his numb cheek. When others see a ghost, their first reaction is to hide behind their boyfriend. I have been playing a ghost for many years, and I have never seen anyone dare to slap a ghost in the face. Not even the men. Chu Ge offered continuous apologies. My apologies, brother. My girlfriend is a bit violent. Is that just a bit violent? The staff member wondered, nursing his face. He stopped feeling the pain and instead looked at Chu Ge, his gaze filled with deep sympathy. This young man must have a miserable time at home. He probably has to kneel on durians. Chu Ge pulled the equally blushing Qiu Wuji away and dragged her into another corridor, putting distance between them and the staff member. I did not do it on purpose, Qiu Wuji said, her voice weak as she forgot that he was still holding her hand. Yes, yes, Chu Ge replied. He stole a glance at their joined hands, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Others reached their goal by getting scared by ghosts. He reached his goal after his girlfriend beat the ghost up. The whole situation felt wrong. He decided to ignore it. As long as he achieved the goal, it was fine. He would send a digital red envelope to the staff member later. Roar. Another demon lunged at them, clearly unaware of the warning from his colleague. Chu Ge did not dare let Qiu Wuji act again. He pulled her into his arms, turned around, and shielded her with his back. Qiu Wuji forward touched his chest. A subtle shift occurred within her, and an indescribable feeling surged and spread through her heart. She knew the ghost was fake. She knew that even if it were a real demon, she could turn it into ash with a flick of her hand. But the feeling of having someone shield you in their arms and block the danger with their back. Had she really not experienced this in 10,000 years? Chu Ge pulled her into his embrace and felt her silence. Not knowing what she was thinking, he let go with a sense of guilt. I was afraid you would not be able to resist, and we would have to pay for the medical bills. The atmosphere was shattered instantly. Then you should pay for the medical bills, Chu Ge. Qiu Wuji stomped hard on his foot and ran ahead. Chu Ge hopped on one foot, clutching his injured limb. Wait for me. What happened? He truly was a man who had remained single for 28 years by his own lack of effort. Chapter 63. Cola, popcorn, and a portion of egg waffles, because I am feeling a bit hungry. Chu Ge stood on one leg like a stork, leaning against the cinema counter to order, while Qiu Wuji stood to one side, wearing a sour expression. She only stayed because the things he bought usually tasted good. She thought to herself, pretending to stand on one leg. Your iron skin technique is so advanced that it cannot possibly hurt that much. Chu Ge was not hurting in his leg, but in his heart. He felt as though he could cry. After leaving the haunted house and reflecting on his behavior, he wanted to slap himself 10 times over. He was a veteran writer of harem novels, and his male leads always knew exactly how to act. Why was he so dense when it actually mattered? If he were writing this in a book, how would the male lead behave? The protagonist would look deep into her eyes with affection and say, whether the danger is real or fake, I will always protect you. Or perhaps he could use the cold corporate president template, saying, this is a matter for men. That was the kind of eye contact that could be paired with a cinematic musical score, and he had missed his chance. One should not learn from novels to build their own life, because even the one who writes the books only knows how to write the words. When the moment comes to act, he is helpless, and waking up to the reality afterward is completely useless. The fat penguin wept silently. Chu Ge pushed through the crowd and found Qiu Wuji. He trotted over and handed the snacks to her, asking, are you hungry, want to eat something? Qiu Wuji looked at his subservient attitude, and felt both angry and amused. It was actually a good thing. He was not an old hand at courting women. If he acted like the male leads in his books, she would not be stepping on his foot, she would be slapping him across the face. She looked around and saw many people eating popcorn. Qiu Wuji was quite expectant, thinking this must be a delicacy of the mortal world. She tried eating one piece, but it was just average. This is nothing special. It is not as good as the snacks you picked earlier. Why do so many people eat it? Well, popcorn is the standard accessory for watching a movie. I do not know why either. Some movies have even birthed a specific term called popcorn movies. Is that so? Qiu Wuji decided to do as the locals do. She held the bag of popcorn with the hand that held the roses and used her other hand to fish out popcorn to eat. The movie was about to begin, and the crowd surged in behind them. Qiu Wuji did not use her magic to protect herself, and she was bumped so hard she stumbled. She reflexively used her power to protect the roses, and quickly realized she had bumped into a warm chest. She looked up. Chu Ge had wrapped his arms around her. Even using his iron skin technique, his stance as sturdy as a pine tree. He looked down at her and said softly, no matter. Shut your mouth. Qiu Wuji snapped. If you dare to use those lines from your previous books, I will slap you. Chu Ge fell silent. He suddenly felt a spark of inspiration, and quickly grabbed Qiu Wuji's free hand, saying, the crowd is too dense. Be careful not to get separated. Qiu Wuji looked down at their joined hands and said nothing. Amidst the surging crowd, the two stood tightly pressed together, walking hand in hand with the flow. The immortal Sect Master did not use a shred of magic to protect herself, and the only thing she protected was the rose in her hand. What are these glasses? I do not need to wear glasses. They are for watching the three-dimensional effect. It makes things feel more real. That is the biggest reason for coming to the cinema. Computers and televisions do not have this effect, though I suppose you could buy the equipment to do it. Is that so? Qiu Wuji did not find that to be much of a reason. This included the answers people gave online about why one should go to the cinema, mentioning sound quality, image quality, atmosphere, and feeling. None of it meant much. The true meaning was in the dim light, at the edge of the corner in the last row. There was an obscure sensation of being in a secret room, as if something was growing in her heart, and her heart was beating very fast. His hand was still holding hers, and he refused to let go even now. She could feel the slight sweat in his palm, and could sense that he was just as nervous as she was. His heart was beating even faster. What was he thinking about? Whatever it was not the movie. The images on the screen probably did not enter their minds for even a single frame. It felt more like that day in the extravagant atmosphere of the nightclub, huddled in the couple seat in the corner, that moment of charm. It was actually a low-level version of that time. No wonder men loved taking girls to the movies. Thinking of this, Qiu Wuji felt calm. What kind of storms had she not weathered before? She stole a glance at him. The popcorn and egg waffles were placed between them, making it awkward to hold hands. She thought for a moment, placed the flowers on her lap, and quietly reached out with her other hand, stealing an egg waffle and tossing it into her mouth. She had not tasted this yet. It was actually quite good, better than the popcorn. She quietly picked up the cola and took a sip. Chu Ge caught all of this in the corner of his eye and felt both amused and frustrated. He was nervous as could be, sitting stiffly, while she was so relaxed, eating and drinking away. The romantic films of the Kixi Festival were the majority of the showings. As expected, a kissing scene appeared on the screen. The atmosphere in the cinema became a bit strange. In truth, this kiss was not as intense as what one saw on television, but the young couple sitting beside Chu Ge leaned against each other. The girl buried her head in the boy's chest, and the boy leaned down to find her lips. It was not a case of being unable to help themselves after seeing inappropriate content. They were clearly waiting for this scene to appear, using it as an excuse. She stole a look at Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji was wearing the three-dimensional glasses, watching the screen while sipping her cola. This scene had no impact on her whatsoever. Chu Ge thought, do you need an excuse like that too? His courage grew, and the pinky finger of the hand he was holding moved, secretly hooking Qiu Wuji's palm. Qiu Wuji stopped sipping her cola for a split second, and her slender hand responded. Ow! The suppressed cry of pain startled the young couple beside them, making them sit up straight. They slanted their eyes toward Chu Ge, and saw him hunched over like a shrimp, clutching his own hand. Perhaps the only battle result of this failed probing attack was that he had disturbed the other pair of lovers from making out. Chu Ge wept in his heart. The movie today was not bad. The 2-hour film ended, and as the crowd dispersed, the street slowly began to grow quiet. There were only couples walking hand in hand, reluctant to part. Qiu Wuji watched a girl sitting on the back of a boy bicycle, hugging his waist and leaning against his back. The night breeze blew the long hair of the girl, and her smile was very sweet. She did not know if the movie she referred to as not bad was the content of the film, or the scene before her eyes. Chu Ge did not know what the movie was about at all. He had not even paid attention to what the male and female leads looked like. At this moment, he only felt like he had been abused as a single person. They were all out on a date for the Kixi Festival watching a movie. Others were being sweet, perhaps heading to a hotel, while his own hand bones were still aching. Just as he was wearing a constipated expression, he heard Qiu Wuji ask in a low voice, "This bicycle, do you know how to ride it?" Chu Ge was stunned, and his eyes lit up instantly. "I do. I definitely do." Shared bicycles could not carry passengers, but he had to admit the merchants were very smart. Not far from the cinema exit, there was a bicycle rental service. They even offered overnight rentals, allowing you to return them tomorrow. The shop owner blinked as he looked at the man and woman before him, revealing an ambiguous smile. 99 for the night. I wish the two of you a lasting bond. Chu Ge looked at the broken bicycle, that would not be worth 99 even if it were sold as second-hand, but he still accepted the blessing. Because Qiu Wuji did not refute it. He thought back to the time the little girl sold roses, and she did not refute that either. Perhaps she was used to being misunderstood by others, and could not be bothered to deny it. In any case, Chu Ge felt his hand no longer hurt. He jumped onto the bicycle happily. "Let us go. Father God will take you to see the night scenery by the river. It is very beautiful." Qiu Wuji did not answer that either. She imitated the way other girls sat sideways on the back seat. The bicycle sped along the riverbank. The river wind blew fiercely, blowing the loose hair of Qiu Wuji across her cheeks. She did not brush it away, instead looking up at the galaxy in the sky and lowering her head to lightly sniff the roses in her hand. Is this what a girl of this world should experience? If Chu Ge had eyes on his back, he would have been able to see the smile that remained on the corners of Qiu Wuji's mouth. She was so beautiful that she did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Chapter 64. By the riverside, the night was deep and dark. A light drizzle began to fall, brushing gently against their faces. It was refreshing and pleasant in the late summer heat. Chu Ge pedaled the bicycle slowly along the riverside road. Faint sounds of people drifted through the air as he recounted the legend of the Kixi Festival, at Qiu Wuji's request. A girl of this world must know these stories, right? You want to hear the story of Kixi, do you? It goes like this. Once, in ancient times, there lived a kind and honest cowherd. Qiu Wuji listened, expecting a beautiful story. The opening of the legend made her feel as though it was slightly similar to her own situation with Chu Ge, an immortal. However, as he continued, her sense of longing soured. Wait. The cowherd steals a woman's clothes. You call that kind and honest? The story is just like that. Did you make that up? I have written many books, but I have never written a protagonist like that. I really did not make it up. People in different eras have different values. As for the world you come from, the relative respect for women there is based on my own values. If we followed ancient standards, things would not be quite so pleasant. Qiu Wuji's face darkened as she thought it over. It seems about the same. The cowherd steals clothes, and you steal stockings. Chu Ge stared at her, utterly confused by the logic. Thinking the comparison flawed, he noted that he was actually quite respectful toward her. He was nothing like that cowherd. Qiu Wuji hummed, noting that if it were her, she would have slapped the cowherd's head off. So you would have crushed his skull. Chu Ge sounded heartbroken. I wrote you as a female sword immortal, so how did you turn out like this? You would not let me use a sword. In this world, I have not seen anyone carrying a sword. I will change my attack mode. Later, I will create a technique specifically for slapping heads, so it will be easy to use here. Are we going to keep listening to the story or not? Qiu Wuji felt the origin of this romance was too difficult for her to relate to. It was better to stop listening. Although the opening has plenty of flaws, the rest is actually quite moving. That is why it has been passed down and become a traditional festival. He paused to finish the story. No matter how many issues the beginning has, the cowherd and the weaver girl are set as a devoted couple. Every year on the Kixi festival, the magpies form a bridge. It is a wish from the people that lovers will be reunited. It carries the expectation that love will last forever. That is why on this day, lovers make arrangements to meet. He had been subtly hinting that he and Qiu Wuji were lovers who should be together, but Qiu Wuji did not pick up on it. Instead, she fell silent for a long time. Finally, she asked, a meeting between the heavens and the earth, separated by two worlds, is it really that hard to see each other? Screech. Chu Ge slammed on the brakes so hard he almost tipped over. He shouted in protest, what are you talking about? The momentum of the sudden stop forced Qiu Wuji to bump into his back, and she reflexively wrapped her arms around his waist. Chu Ge felt her soft warmth against his back, but he had no heart to enjoy it. He remained angry, demanding she stop spouting such ominous predictions. She did not know why, but while she usually beat him up, his current anger gave her a small fright. She pursed her lips, released his waist, and sat up straight. She did not dare continue the topic and said in a weaker tone, even if that is the case, they can still meet in the end. Why are you in such a hurry? Is seeing each other once a year supposed to be a good thing? Chu Ge retorted. The story has been passed down for thousands of years, not because it is beautiful, but because it is tragic. Stories can be tragic, but reality should not be. All right, why are you so anxious? Qiu Wuji said gently. You are not the cowherd. You are our heavenly emperor. The only thing that can separate the cowherd and the weaver girl is you yourself. Chu Ge froze and fell silent. He had been stung by her accidental words, precisely because he already harbored a hidden worry in his heart. It was a classic case of getting flustered. To this day, no one had figured out how Qiu Wuji had managed to cross over. What if one day she could not get back out? A casual comment could easily become a reality, hitting the very point Chu Ge feared and avoided the most. Yet, Qiu Wuji was not wrong. You are the father god, not a cowherd. The world is in your hands. Whether you can see each other depends on you, not on the mercy of others, and not on magpies. Moreover, what Qiu Wuji said was interesting. Was she defaulting to the idea that they were a couple like the cowherd and the weaver girl? Chu Ge looked up at the sky and let the drizzle fall onto his face. He let out a long breath and suddenly laughed. Tell me, they only see each other once a year. What should they do when they are together? Qiu Wuji spat and said, just ride your bike. Chu Ge suddenly changed expression, wiping his face frantically, and even let go of the handlebars. Qiu Wuji snapped, what kind of nonsense are you pulling now? They are doing that in the sky, so what is this rain? Qiu Wuji stared at him, dumbfounded. Chu Ge pedaled frantically, zipping away. Let us go. We will go find a late-night snack and consider it a way to avoid the rain. Qiu Wuji remained silent. Beside them was a block belonging to the old city district. The streetlights were dim, and the houses looked like they had been built 20 or 30 years ago. There was a shop on the corner that was still lit. It looked like a small restaurant that also served late-night snacks. It looked as if someone had just walked out of a private room to pay the bill. Chu Ge parked the bike and pulled Qiu Wuji inside. Qiu Wuji felt that the guy was doing it on purpose now, since entering the door was completely unnecessary, and they would not be separated by a crowd. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, her gaze accidentally swept over the group paying the bill, and her heart skipped a beat. She forgot to pull her hand away. She recognized one of the young men. He was the very same supernatural person who had been writing on his face earlier that morning. Damn it, I just remembered it is Kixi today. Someone saw Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji holding hands as they entered and spoke to his companion with bitter regret. Others are walking hand in hand as a couple, while I am just here talking nonsense with a group of dudes. Everyone laughed, and their gazes swept over Chu Ge and his companion. The young man saw Qiu Wuji, and his eyes widened. Is this not the beauty I met this morning? What a coincidence. He sobbed internally, realizing she already had a man. A fat man laughed and said, that is nothing. We are still better off, at least we have friends to hang out with. That book that Ajun and I are reading lately, the author is the real tragedy. It is the Kixi festival, and he is still updating 10,000 words a day. Ha ha ha, the thought of it smells like a lonely bachelor. The more I think about it, the more refreshed I feel. Someone asked, the author is single, what does that have to do with you? Why are you so refreshed? Because he writes such short chapters and leaves such annoying cliffhangers. He deserves it. The fat man turned to the young man and said, by the way Ajun, let me tell you, I accidentally discovered today that the author Chu should be from our Nanjiang city. Chu Ge looked perplexed. The young man looked away from Qiu Wuji and asked with curiosity, "Do not tell me you are actually going to track his IP address and beat him up." The fat man put his hands on his hips. "Of course. I will beat him until he cannot move. That is why I honestly wrote out the plot this afternoon, is it not? Sigh, I was too impulsive. Good job beating him. For the past 2 days he has just been writing about Chu Tianji. I want to read about Qiu Wuji." Qiu Wuji remained silent. Chu Ge looked shocked. Chapter 65. The group finished their idle chatter and paid the bill, disappearing into the night. The shop owners, a middle-aged couple, approached the table with warm smiles and asked what the two would like to order. Chu Ge watched the fat man walk away, his mouth hanging slightly open. He toyed with the idea of confronting this reader, who had virtually attacked him, but no words came to mind. To identify himself as Chu Ge right now felt far too awkward. Should he call out that the man could try hitting him in person, since the virtual punch was not enough? His hesitation cost him the moment, and the group vanished. Pursuing them felt even more ridiculous. He let them leave, his response to the shop owner lost in the shuffle. Qiu Wuji, once content to sit like a statue while Chu Ge navigated the human world, had matured. She took the lead. She ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, both with an egg. The shop owner nodded and headed for the kitchen. She leaned in, her voice low enough that only Chu Ge could hear. The group was meeting to discuss something. Her divine sense trailed them to see what they were planning. Preserving her energy was difficult, and she rarely used her magic or spiritual senses, but these superpowered individuals piqued her interest. The serendipity of the situation amused her. They were Chu Ge's readers, and they were fans of Qiu Wuji herself. Chu Ge regained his focus. He kept his voice down. That fat man could strike him through the internet. That power was truly problematic. The raw strength was weak, but the ability to pursue information across the network was beyond any hacker. He wondered if the man was limited to using his fist, or if he could manifest weapons. A phantom fist was one thing, but a blade would be lethal. Qiu Wuji nodded slightly. Their abilities were intriguing. The youth who wanted to see Qiu Wuji possessed a charm technique that could actually influence her. Its flaws were glaring, however, making its practical value difficult to judge. Chu Ge frowned. The fact that a charm technique could work on her carried immense weight. She was not just a beautiful young girl with a ponytail, but the avatar of a tribulation transcendence cultivator. For a mortal's special ability to affect such an entity was staggering. The shop owner brought the noodles. They ate in silence. Once they were finished, Qiu Wuji spoke again. They were heading to a nightclub nearby. She had sensed their intent to hit the midnight show. Chu Ge checked the time. Midnight was approaching. They exchanged a look and quickly turned away. They both knew what a midnight show entailed. Qiu Wuji narrowed her eyes. She asked if he wanted to go. Chu Ge rushed to pledge his loyalty, claiming there was nothing worth seeing there that compared to her. He stumbled over his words. Qiu Wuji glared at him, demanding to know what exactly he wanted to see. He tried to correct himself, insisting that even fully clothed, she was better than they were, which only made things worse. She held back her frustration. The interesting part was about to begin. She told him to lean in. Chu Ge scooted his chair back. She commanded him not to fear a blow, but to share her spiritual vision. Chu Ge leaned forward. Qiu Wuji glanced at the shop owner, then pretended to reach for a napkin to wipe Chu Ge's forehead. She pressed her hand against his brow. A boom echoed in his mind, and the image of a street 2 blocks away materialized clearly. He could even hear the sounds. 4 people, including the fat man and the youth who had written on his face, sauntered up to the nightclub entrance. The building was closed and dark, but guards stood at the door, suggesting it was not entirely shuttered. A burly guard blocked their path. The youth turned around, took a marker from his pocket, and wrote 2 words on his own face. When he looked at the guard again, the man's expression shifted. The guard asked, with sudden familiarity, why his father had come and why he was writing on his face. The youth replied, asking if he could not bring his friends to play. The guard hesitated, uncomfortable, but let them pass. Chu Ge stared at the scene, awestruck. What kind of bizarre superpower was this? It was a forced recognition, based on the words written on the face. The effect varied depending on the target's ability. It could make the youth seem handsome, but not likable, and certainly not an actual father. It required practice, but the potential was immense. Qiu Wuji noted that the target had to see the words for it to work. Chu Ge struggled with the idea of wanting such an ability, while simultaneously finding it ridiculous. The group sat at a table, and waitstaff approached to take their order. Once done, the pole dancing began. The fat man pulled out his phone, recorded a video, and transmitted it. Chu Ge could not see the recipient, but he guessed it went to the police. He managed to send it directly to the monitors at the police station, complete with the address. They left the restaurant. The shop owners watched them leave. Outside the nightclub, police officers arrived. Chu Ge was surprised to see Lin Wang among them. The police broke down the door. Sounds of chaos and feminine screams erupted inside. Chu Ge frowned. Lin Wang worked for the municipal bureau, not a local precinct, and his department handled serious cases. A standard raid seemed unlikely to involve him. Qiu Wuji whispered that the individuals inside had mentioned a manager Zhang had hired them. Chu Ge wondered if this was Zhang Kairan's property. Was his brother sabotaging him, or vice versa? Lin Wang's raid proceeded more smoothly than the last time, as they had caught the act in progress. They found guests using hallucinogenic drugs. Lin Wang's expression darkened. He stared at the young scion emerging from the club and sneered. He told Wang Jingqin that no matter how many fathers he found to write on faces, he was going to jail. Chu Ge froze. The name was Wang, not Zhang. The power struggle was not with the Zhang family. Chapter 66. Section Chief Lin, you are joking. Wang Jingqin's expression stiffened, though he managed a forced smile. The guests brought it themselves. What does that have to do with me? A man who appeared to be an assistant blocked the police officers attempting to enter the inner room. Wait. This is our confidential room. Do you have a search warrant? I will file a complaint against you. Lin Wuyang's phone rang. It appeared someone wanted to interfere. Hearing the ringtone, Wang Jingqin exhaled and began to sneer. Lin Wuyang ignored the call and asked abruptly, that assistant of yours is impressive. He has great ability and is loyal. You must trust him. A strange power washed over Wang Jingqin's mind. Thinking he was in the clear, he was caught off guard and could not suppress his words. He has no ability whatsoever. If I were not watching his wife, I would have fired him long ago. We had planned to have her join us for drinks tonight. It is all your fault for coming here and causing trouble, you lousy cop. The air grew silent. Wang Jingqin's face turned the color of a liver. The assistant stared at him, his eyes turning cold. The other subordinates nearby instinctively backed away. Qiu Wuji kept Chu Ge invisible as they watched the chaos unfold. Chu Ge nearly collapsed with laughter. Lin Wuyang's ability was highly entertaining when used correctly. The assistant shouted, there is not only the sale of contraband drugs here, but also an organized gambling ring. Any remaining doubt vanished. Lin Wuyang let out a long sigh. Other people's Kixi Festival, and our Kixi Festival. The assistant turned informant and led Lin Wuyang toward the casino. Qiu Wuji sent a mental message to Chu Ge. There is a secret door in the casino below. Someone is escaping with documents. Oh, they are also carrying a crate of what they claim are contraband drugs. A crate. Chu Ge's expression darkened. This was not a laughing matter. Lin Wuyang led his team below. Their efficiency was high, but with a secret exit, they would not be able to catch the suspects if they were not already positioned outside. How could they recover the drugs and the critical evidence? As he hesitated, Qiu Wuji asked, what are contraband drugs? Chu Ge lowered his voice. Harmful things. They are similar to the addictive pills used by demonic sects to control and enslave others in the books I write. The nation has paid for the prohibition of these substances with the blood of many soldiers. Qiu Wuji observed his tone and understood his thoughts. She nodded slightly. It is no wonder your colleague's tone was so stern and cold. Let us assist him. Seeing her take it for granted, Chu Ge's inner hesitation vanished. He laughed. Sect Master Qiu is truly the light of righteousness. Qiu Wuji smiled. You wrote that. She placed a hand on Chu Ge's shoulder, and the two figures vanished. A door opened in the alley behind the nightclub, and several burly men carrying crates and bags fled in a panic. If these items were not seized by the police, the situation could still be managed. Even if they were caught for drug trafficking, the severity of the charge depended entirely on the quantity involved. In theory, burning these things was the simplest solution, but who could bear to do that? That was money. On a wall in the distance, Zhang Qiren and several others hid in the shadows, watching the commotion in the alley. Seeing the men emerge, Zhang Qiren patted a thin man standing beside him. It is time for you to redeem your sins. The man was the very person who had attempted to assassinate him earlier. He could only offer a bitter smile. I would be willing to do this even if you did not command it, second young master. Zhang Qiren sneered. Is that so? I have not seen you do that for all these years. You were fast and ruthless when attempting to assassinate me though. The man remained silent. He stepped forward, preparing to act, but he suddenly paused and let out a sound of surprise. Zhang Qiren also sounded surprised as he watched the figure suddenly appear in the alley. His expression twitched. Why has he come as well? Has my fate with him reached this point? I could not tell when we were living together. It is a pity he is a man. The men standing beside him remained silent, exchanging awkward glances. He was not only a man, but he also had a girlfriend. That terrifying girlfriend could lift the thin man with one hand. Second young master, please wake up. Perhaps you should try dressing as a woman. Wait, where was that woman? Chu Ge kept Qiu Wuji out of sight, letting her maintain control from the shadows. Both agreed that Qiu Wuji should avoid displaying her abilities too much in front of strangers. If she had to display them, it should be Chu Ge, as Qiu Wuji did not even have an identity in this world. As for blocking the opponent for a while, Chu Ge, who had been practicing movement techniques and the iron skin technique, should have no trouble holding the alley entrance for a minute or two. The burly men in the alley saw someone blocking the entrance. They were anxious and furious. Get lost. They slammed directly into Chu Ge. A faint golden light emanated from Chu Ge's body. Despite the impact, Chu Ge remained perfectly still. The man who had collided with him felt as if he had hit a stone wall. He groaned in pain and staggered back several steps before finding his balance. Chu Ge stared, unable to process his own strength. His footing was becoming more stable. Was training by balancing a durian really working? He contemplated returning to resume his training when he saw two large men pounce toward him. Their expressions were ferocious. So you are here to cause trouble. You are courting death. They had savage expressions, fists the size of vinegar pots, and the wild intensity of underworld thugs. Chu Ge had never imagined he would face such a scene in his life. Yet, in the moment he faced it, he felt no tension at all. His footsteps shifted naturally. Despite the narrow alley and the close quarters, he moved as if he were strolling through a garden. The two men missed him entirely, failing to even touch his clothing. Instead, they miscalculated their own force and stumbled forward. Zhang Qiren and his group in the distance widened their eyes in astonishment. The roommate living with the second young master was incredibly cool. Was this the legendary movement technique from the novels? The next moment, the cool facade of Chu Ge shattered. He had never practiced any offensive techniques. Since the opponents had left themselves wide open, he took the opportunity to punch the man on the left in the face. He was enjoying the sensation of fist meeting flesh when he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. The other man had drawn a dagger without him noticing. As the man staggered, he had thrust the blade toward Chu Ge's ribs. Chu Ge had failed to notice it entirely. Clang! Golden light flared. The dagger penetrated the flesh by half an inch, but could not go any deeper. The thug's eyes nearly popped out of his head in astonishment. What was happening? Chu Ge let out a roar of pain and anger. He smashed his fist into the man's face once more. His glowing fist distorted the man's features, sending him spraying blood as he crashed heavily against the wall. Chu Ge clutched his ribs in pain and hunched over. When he looked up, the other opponents had dropped their crates and drawn daggers. Chu Ge sighed, struggling to comprehend the situation. The opponents, clearly driven into a frenzy by the sight of blood, shouted, "Where did this naive kid come from? If you want to be a righteous hero, go do it somewhere else." The daggers lunged toward him. Chu Ge started to retreat. In the next instant, a blur crossed his vision. Qiu Wuji stood before him, her jade-like fingers gently pinching the daggers. The thug blinked, his mind struggling to process the sight. With a flick of her slender hands, she disarmed every one of their daggers. Before their eyes, the weapons were crushed into a scrap of iron. Qiu Wuji, who had maintained a gentle smile throughout the day, now wore a face as cold as ice. "How dare you hurt him?" A muffled thud echoed, sounding like a single heartbeat. A formless, immense force swept over the thugs. They were sent flying backward for more than 10 meters, crashing directly into the doorway they had just exited. The police broke through the door at that exact moment. Qiu Wuji had already disappeared, taking Chu Ge with her. The thin man leaped down from the distant wall, letting out a strange, shrill laugh. "Tell young Master Wang that young Master Zhang sends his regards." Lin Wing looked down at the credit he had just received, then looked up at the night sky where the thin man had vanished. He furrowed his brows. Has Zhang Ziren changed his nature? Does doing this count as violating the taboos of their world? Chapter 67. A sharp hiss broke the silence. Inside the rented apartment, Qiu Wuji was applying medicine to Chu Ge's wound. Chu Ge winced, his face twisting in pain as he looked at her. "Where are the healing arts? It feels like we should not need to use these crude methods. The tip of the blade only entered your skin slightly. The wound is neither deep nor wide. In our world, a scratch like this would not even require treatment, and this is all because of what you wrote." Chu Ge stared at the floor, feeling foolish. "I am an idiot." He realized that without having been stabbed himself, he had easily written about his characters treating minor wounds as if they were nothing. It was only after actually being stabbed that he understood the true meaning of pain. "I am stopping the bleeding and cleaning the area. I searched the internet for medicine used in this world, so we will apply some antiseptic and put on a large bandage. With your current physique, you will heal quickly." Qiu Wuji kept her face impassive. "I am not using the healing arts to cure you completely so that this serves as a lesson for you." "You want me to remember not to play the hero?" Chu Ge asked. "But we agreed that you would not appear at first. I could not just let you face everything alone. Do not think I am showing off, but even if your identity was not a concern, this was a matter for a man to handle. I could not stand by and cheer you on while you did all the fighting." Qiu Wuji grumbled, her frustration evident. "Why are you rambling? I am telling you to remember how to fight in the future." Chu Ge looked at her, his eyes full of questions. "Even if you have never learned formal combat techniques, you did not need to take this hit." Qiu Wuji shook her head, clearly disappointed. "When both of you lost your balance, you attacked one person. But what about the other? Was he just standing there like a corpse? Furthermore, your fist contains the power of the Golden Bell Shield, which is significant to a mortal. A single punch should have knocked him unconscious or at least stunned him, yet look at what you did. Why were you holding back your strength? Do you think you are me?" Chu Ge made a noncommittal sound, struggling to find a response. Her tone suggested that she still felt his attempt at heroism was justified, but the execution had been poor. "We discussed this before," Chu Ge said with a sheepish smile. "We lack real combat practice, which is why we focused on defense and evasion first." Qiu Wuji let out a sharp hum and remained silent. Chu Ge was not someone who sought out fights. On the contrary, he was a homebody who sat in front of a computer writing code all day. He barely remembered if he had ever fought with other children. For a beginner to face a group of vicious men armed with daggers and perform as well as he had was actually quite impressive. Qiu Wuji thought to herself that there was a hint of violent instinct in him, which was far removed from the bookish exterior he presented. It was good that he possessed that instinct. As a female sect master from a cultivation world, who had survived countless life and death struggles, she could hardly admire a scholar who was all talk and no action. Qiu Wuji kept her complaints to herself, though she felt pleased. It seemed the sense of disconnect between their worlds had lessened significantly. They fell into a brief silence. Chu Ge looked down at Qiu Wuji as she leaned over his side to treat the wound. She looked focused and serious, and her fragrance lingered in the air around him. She was intelligent, beautiful, and gentle. He remembered her voice earlier, cold and furious as she had declared that no one dared to hurt him. Chu Ge felt a warmth spread through him, and suddenly, the pain in his side vanished. He realized that perhaps minor wounds did not need much treatment after all. Qiu Wuji finished applying the medicine and looked up to speak, but seeing Chu Ge's soft gaze, she forgot what she wanted to say. She huffed, covering her embarrassment with irritation. "Stop looking at me. It serves you right if it hurts." Chu Ge quickly looked away, using a clumsy tactic to change the subject. "I feel like I need to ask Lin Weiyang to cover the cost of the medicine." "You should ask Zhang Kairen for that money instead," Qiu Wuji said. "It is not just about the medicine, but the cost of the clothes. Last time you blocked a blow for him, your clothes were ruined, and today you took another hit and tore them again. Do you think it is easy to earn money? It is all typed out one word at a time." She was truly thrifty. Chu Ge felt a pang of curiosity. "Are you certain that he had something to do with today's events?" Qiu Wuji gave a cold smile. "He was waiting outside to intercept them, and you just happened to beat him to the punch by acting the hero. After we left, he had someone go out and put on a show." That action not only concealed our presence, but also shifted the blame for the entire incident onto his brother. By the way, the person he used was the same one who attempted to assassinate him previously, so it is safe to assume he was one of his brother's men. Chu Ge connected the pieces in his mind, feeling a sense of awe. Zhang Kairen's maneuver was clever. He agreed. The interesting supernatural individuals were likely hired by him to cause trouble. Setting aside their motives, the act itself involved rooting out evil, so those who seemed to be on the side of good were willing to accept the task. Since they were hired help, it was easy for him to distance himself from them. Chu Ge continued his thought. In reality, his strike against the nightclubs and illegal casinos owned by others was likely driven by business competition. We all assumed he would target his own brother, especially since his brother had tried to assassinate him, but he behaved with great restraint. He did not attack his own family, but instead struck at his rivals. I wonder what his father thinks of this. Qiu Wuji stated that using the authorities to suppress rivals in the underworld was considered a major taboo in the martial arts world, though she was unsure of the rules in this world. It is likely the same here, Chu Ge replied. So he used his brother's men to lead the charge, effectively turning the wrath of the underworld toward his brother. It all comes back to the struggle for the succession. Qiu Wuji remained silent for a moment. How many birds did he kill with one stone? Regardless of his motives, helping the police eradicate drugs is an undeniable act of justice. Even if Lin Weiyang found out, he would likely offer him some praise. Chu Ge winced as if he had a toothache. After thinking for a while, he sent a text message to Zhang Kairen. "Pay me for my clothes. 2 sets. Zhang Kairen replied quickly. "You really knew I was the one pulling the strings behind this. It is strange, but I cannot seem to read you anymore. How did you become so capable? If you had been this capable earlier, we would not have ended up in that pathetic state." Chu Ge replied, "I think it is a waste of talent for you to be writing novels. If you had been this capable earlier, would you have ended up in that pathetic state? I learned it from writing novels. I have designed plenty of protagonists who know how to stab people in the back. Well, I write about protagonists who are great with women, so why am I not capable of that myself?" Zhang Kairen did not know how to respond to that. He went silent for a few seconds before popping up again. "Fine, I will pay you back. Check your book app." Chu Ge opened the novel application, feeling confused. A brilliant golden banner flashed across the screen, nearly blinding him. Zhang Kairen had tipped 10 million points to the book Chu Tianwuji, becoming the book's golden patron. Chu Ge sent a silent emoticon, not knowing how to respond. After the platform took its cut, he had earned 50,000, but after taxes, it was even less. He felt a sudden ache in his heart. "You were supposed to pay me for my clothes, not give it to the platform. Did you take the clothes off the platform workers?" Zhang Kairen sent a grinning face. "Why do you feel like you are helping me launder money?" Chu Ge replied, "Why are you talking so much? My clothes were cheap, so just pay me what they cost." "What are you doing?" Zhang Kairen answered, "Am I not your reader? You have no right to control how your readers choose to support you. It is not just you. Over the past few days, I have become a patron for more than 10 books, including some silver tier ones. It is late for you, but I was worried you would overthink it." Chu Ge did not know what to say. Zhang Kairen added, "Brother Chu, no matter how you look at it, my turning to the dark side has not resulted in complete corruption. At the very least, I can promise you one thing. In my territory, there will never be any drugs." Chu Ge replied, "I believe you. Let us leave it at that. If you need to contact me, it is best to call directly, rather than leaving text records. I am afraid of getting you involved if something goes wrong." Zhang Kairen went silent after that message. Chu Ge stared at his phone for a long time, before putting it away and looking at Qiu Wuji. She seemed to be just realizing what had happened and whispered to herself, "Why did he not tip the character? My star rating points." Chu Ge stared at her in silence. Qiu Wuji sniffed and stood up, having lost interest in the matter. She suddenly remembered something she had neglected to do, so she put the star rating points out of her mind and hurried to the cabinet to find a glass bottle. The bouquet of roses, which had survived countless trials and remained well preserved, was still vibrant and fresh. Qiu Wuji filled the bottle with water and carefully placed the roses inside. She touched the petals with her fingertips, watching as they released the fragrance of life. The roses sat on the coffee table, and the dim living room suddenly felt bright and cheerful. The dogtail grass on the windowsill continued to sway, reflecting the beauty of the roses. Qiu Wuji blinked, her eyes widening, and she felt that the scene looked exactly like her and Chu Ge. Her mood improved, and she said with a smile, "After I go back, You must take good care of it and change the water every day. Chu Ge was caught off guard. Oh, you are not staying for long this time. Was the operation tonight too exhausting? How much could that little operation tonight drain me? Qiu Wuji said as if it were obvious. It is because the life energy technique required to make these roses survive is extremely consuming. You were the one who set those rules. Chu Ge swallowed a mouthful of frustration. Was it just for this? Women. Qiu Wuji walked into the room, planning to return to bed and cross back to her world. Before entering, she paused and looked back with a smile. I had a very happy time tonight. Chapter 68. Qiu Wuji felt happy, but Chu Ge felt nothing of the sort. Other people took their dates home to share intimate moments. He had spent his time fighting, taking a knife to the ribs, and now the girl he was with had vanished into thin air. Chu Ge sat on the floor, balancing a durian on his head with his arms tucked against his chest. He stared at the rose on the coffee table. The wound throbbed. He wondered if he could even shower with the injury in this heat. He looked at the rose again. The flower that forced Qiu Wuji to leave early seemed oddly beautiful, after staring at it for a while. A scroll hung on the wall, inscribed with calligraphy that moved like a dragon and a snake. The brushwork felt light and elegant, filled with the spirit of an intellectual. The windows sparkled. The room smelled of flowers and greenery. His bachelor pad had undergone a complete transformation. Every corner of the room now bore proof of her presence. The phone rang, playing music that filled the quiet space. Chu Ge usually ended the call after the first note, but tonight, he let the song play through to the end. He picked up the receiver and spoke with a slow, relaxed tone. Hello, Mom. Are you not sleeping yet? How was the Kixie festival? The voice on the other end cracked with age. You are an old man now. Why worry about the Kixie festival? Your evening is the only one that matters. Chu Ge smiled. My evening went well. His mother sounded skeptical. You had a good time writing, did you? Chu Ge chuckled. I saw little Gu today, his mother continued. She said you are a good person, but not a match. Why does that sound like a rejection? It is a rejection, Chu Ge admitted. I wanted to reject her too. We are not a match. Your department requires people to be apart for too long. I do not even have time to take care of myself, so I certainly do not want a partner like that. His mother countered. So you are saying your father chose wrong when he chose me? Chu Ge scrambled to apologize. No. Dad is not good at much, but he has an excellent eye for people. His mother dismissed the flattery. What about your eye for people? When will you bring a girlfriend for me to see? I will bring someone soon. Did Gu Ruian not tell you that I have someone I like? She did not. Little Gu is very discreet. She does not gossip about others. His mother hesitated. Do you have a girlfriend? You are not just finding someone to pretend, are you? I remember you write about that in your books. Though, if you could actually pull that off, it would be fine. Usually, the protagonist ends up with the person pretending to be their partner anyway. Chu Ge laughed. Stop reading web novels, especially the low-quality ones written by an author named Chu Ge. I did not say I have a girlfriend. I just like a woman. She is not my girlfriend. Do I need to hire an actor for that? Qiu Wuji was not his girlfriend. She had not admitted it, and he could not announce it. He had other reasons for speaking to his mother this way. He worried she would ask to meet the daughter-in-law, yet he had no way of showing her where she was. Perhaps she would never know. Since he had mentioned the myth of the cowherd and the weaver girl, that anxiety had taken root in his heart. Once everything settled, he would tell her. His mother expressed interest. Does she exist? What does she look like? Send me a photo. Do you have any skill in chasing women? Do you want your mother to give you some advice? Chu Ge shook his head. Forget it. The methods from your generation do not apply to this world anymore. At least dress neatly, look energetic, and keep the room clean. Those rules apply to every generation. Dare you open a video call and show me your pigsty? This was the moment Chu Ge had been waiting for. He hung up and started a video chat. The room appeared clean and tidy on the screen, with the rose looking vibrant. His mother stared. Did you hire a cleaning lady? How much do you pay her per month? Chu Ge retorted. Do you know any cleaning lady who would arrange roses for you? Turn the camera, his mother commanded. Let me see your face. How long has it been since you shaved? Chu Ge turned the camera with pride. He had shaved before leaving today. His mother glanced at the screen and immediately cut the video. This child is beyond saving. He is balancing a durian before he is even married. Chu Ge froze. He had forgotten that detail. A message popped up on his screen. It was an image of someone punching the air with a caption expressing disbelief. Chu Ge covered his face with his hands. Stop looking at those strange pictures on the internet. That is not what it means. You still want to argue about the meaning of the picture. Do you want any status in your future family? This is not what the durian means. Is it performance art? Believe it or not, I am practicing martial arts. Silence followed on the other end. After a long wait, a message appeared. Little Gu said a friend of yours got involved in some dirty business. It has nothing to do with you, but you are a simple child. You are all alone in Nanjiang. Your mother worries you will get hurt. Chu Ge felt a surge of warmth in his chest. I am fine, Mom. You know our department is special. We have some influence. It is not appropriate for you to touch official business right now, but you can contact our external liaison. I will send you a business card. Just mention my name, and he will know who you are. However, it is best to avoid these things. Chu Ge suspected Gu Ruian worked for national security, and that his mother held a similar position. Gu Ruian had once described herself as a colleague, but the term was vague. It seemed reasonable that national security agents might avoid discussing their work with their own children, but perhaps there was something else special at play. Thinking about it, perhaps it was not he, the simple child, who needed to worry about safety, but his parents. Their need for secrecy was largely to avoid dragging their family into trouble. They did not want their child involved in these matters. They only wanted him to live a peaceful life. But the world was changing. One could not simply avoid the conflict by refusing to look at it. The business card his mother sent suggested his parents had made new decisions. Chu Ge looked at the identification name on the card, Zhong Buli. Was she a player of the game Genshin Impact? He hesitated and decided not to add the contact yet. He said goodnight to his mother. It is very late. Rest well, Mom. I am going to sleep too. His mother expressed shock. It is only 1 o'clock. Chu Ge stood up with his hands on his hips. For me, this is the latest I have stayed up in a long time. His mother sounded pleased. You are finally acting like a normal human being. Good. Go to sleep. Chu Ge did not know how to respond. Had he not been a normal human before? Chu Ge slept soundly that night. He found himself dreaming more often these days. Following the tragic, romantic dream after the incident with the durian, this dream felt like a replay of the day's events. He saw Qiu Wuji eating ice cream and cotton candy, walking beside him with a smile. He saw her perfect profile illuminated by the fireworks. He relived stepping on her foot in the haunted house, holding hands in the cinema, and her long hair blowing in the wind on the back of his bicycle. He remembered the rose, protected through 1,000 trials. He saw her standing before him, twisting daggers into scrap metal with her bare hands, asking how they dared to hurt him. I have truly fallen in love, Mom, Chu Ge muttered in his sleep, his subconscious voice barely audible. She is the most perfect person I could have ever created with my own imagination and hope. Chapter 69. Sleeping late did not prevent an early start. The sky was barely beginning to brighten when Chu Ge woke up, feeling refreshed. He went through his usual morning routine, balancing the durian while meditating, running, and practicing his movement techniques. When he finished his run and realized the durian remained firmly in place, he knew the durian training phase had reached its natural conclusion. Yesterday, the intense combat and subsequent injury seemed to have catalyzed a breakthrough in his cultivation. The most evident sign was his footwork, which had successfully transitioned from navigating static household furniture to evading a dynamic, living opponent. The goal of the durian training, to master balance, was accomplished. Chu Ge paced through the living room, moving with effortless ease. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit, yet he felt no risk of bumping into furniture or losing his footing. The mind had imprinted a memory of physical equilibrium. If he wanted to continue training, he would need to find a new method. Indoor static obstacles were no longer useful. Chu Ge cracked the durian open and ate it for breakfast. He muttered to himself, wondering if his current living situation had become obsolete. He considered moving further into the suburbs, where he could practice outdoors without interruption. He recalled Qiu Wuji's mention that the young man who could write on his face had been encountered in the suburbs. Chu Ge pondered this. Someone else had already hit on the same idea. If those people belonged to a secret organization, perhaps they had their own private facility. If so, he could avoid moving and simply treat it like a gym. However, that would mean exposing his abilities to others. Unless he fully trusted them, it was better to avoid it. He thought of Zhong Buli, the person his mother had recommended. His mother's judgment was impeccable. If he needed guidance, that might be the person to reach out to. Regardless, his priority was writing. Chu Ge finished breakfast, engaged his dual focus technique, and began to write. Everyone wants to see Qiu Wuji write. I want to see her too. I will write about Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji opened her eyes within the quiet chamber. A phantom hand formed in the void 1,000 miles away. As she flipped her palm, the mountaintop below crumbled into dust. The power of that single strike was terrifying. This was a new technique Qiu Wuji had created during her period of isolation. It combined the art of the 1,000-mile flying sword with the essence of a heaven-suppressing seal. She could strike an enemy down from thousands of miles away, crushing skulls as easily as one might crush a melon. Chu Ge added a justification for the plot. To prepare for the battle against Yan Qinli, Qiu Wuji had to research new techniques to prevent her opponents from uncovering her true capabilities. Such techniques would be uniquely effective against Yan Qianli's fire-based magic. Within her chamber, Qiu Wuji truly did open her eyes, her lips pursed in a slight pout. Father God is quite thoughtful, creating a skull-crushing technique just for me, she whispered. I said I would create my own. Why did you have to give me one? She complained, standing up. I am not practicing this. It is boring. She stretched and stepped outside. When she saw the disciples guarding the perimeter, her expression shifted to one of cold, detached authority. Have you received any news regarding the shadow-based arts I asked you to monitor? Greetings, Sect Master, the disciples bowed. A few days ago, Department Head Ye of the Qiushui Hall went to retrieve a nether water blue lotus. They encountered a demonic practitioner. After killing him, they recovered a high-level shadow technique and the necessary tools for cultivation. Everything has been placed on the 4th floor of the scripture library. Qiu Wuji nodded slightly. Extend my gratitude to Department Head Ye. I helped plan that plot twist, Chu Ge thought to himself. He wondered how he would incorporate those individuals who could write on their faces. It was difficult to force the narrative to give him exactly what he wanted. Regardless, the shadow technique was not for him, but for her to enjoy. Qiu Wuji summoned a cloud of auspicious mist and set off toward the scripture library. This cloud looks just like the cotton candy I ate yesterday, she mused. What should I do if I want to go out again? The world remained stagnant for thousands of years, which was truly uninteresting. There were so many experiences she had yet to have in the other world. She remembered she had forgotten to remind that idiot to return the bicycle. The extra rental fees for every day of delay were a waste of money. Sect Master, Sect Master. Elder Zhou called out from behind her. City Lord Xia of Cloudview City and Sect Master Lu of the Tianyuan sect have arrived together to discuss forming an alliance. Qiu Wuji halted her cloud and tapped her forehead. Right. That plotline. They were forming an alliance to deal with the power struggle within the Fire Prison sect. The formation of the alliance was itself a process of deception and strength. It was a proxy struggle for dominance. Chu Ge had already written the previous scenes leading up to this point, bringing them to the current moment of negotiation. There were spies among the allies, and she knew exactly who they were. She remembered that City Lord Xia's daughter had originally been intended as a love interest, but now her role had been minimized. City Lord Xia himself had been shaped into a character with depth, decisiveness, and his own unique plot arcs. He belonged to the ensemble cast. So, the difference between a harem story and a story without a main love interest was that the scenes originally intended for the heroine were given to her father. Qiu Wuji suppressed the absurdity of the situation and spoke coldly. Invite them to the main hall to discuss the matter. If he were writing this, he would probably end the chapter right here, she thought. I wonder if he is going to get hit by his readers. Chu Ge was currently typing. Invite them to the main hall to discuss the matter. He broke the chapter, saved the file, and uploaded it. He watched the group chat with vigilance, striking a defensive pose, feeling like he was about to be attacked. Wait, what was the ID of that reader who had threatened to beat him up yesterday? It was probably that fat guy. Chu Ge carefully searched the chat history. He found the ID of the person who had posted the threat Blue Little Pill. That ID was definitely him. The group chat was discussing other topics. Blue Little Pill did not appear to be online. Chu Ge hesitated, wondering if he should send a private message, but ultimately decided it was inappropriate. Forget it. I will just write the next chapter. This chapter determines how my QQ shows off her majesty. I cannot afford to be sloppy. The more dignified, powerful, and overbearing she was, the more moving it would be when she sat in the back of that bicycle seat later on. Yes, if she encountered a spy trying to stir up trouble, she should look them in the eye and say, "Do you really think you are qualified to provoke me?" Yes, I will write it like that. In the world of the novel, someone in the main hall sneered. Everyone knows the sect master's intentions. You call it a grand plan to resist the demons, but in reality, you intend to unify the sects in secret. How is your hypocrisy any different from the demons? Qiu Wuji leaned back lazily on her main seat, her expression amused. The alliance is not forced. If you do not wish to participate, you are free to leave. You came here only to say this. What is your intention? I have no intention other than to let everyone know that some people are not as noble and detached from the world as they appear to be. I have never been someone who stands detached from the world. You seem to have some misunderstandings about me. Qiu Wuji's smile vanished, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. You think you are qualified to challenge me? Get out. If you disturb me with your babbling again, I will crush your head. The room fell into stunned silence. The spy was rendered speechless. Where did Qiu Wuji learn such vulgar words? What about her refined demeanor? Qiu Wuji's beautiful eyes swept over the shocked expressions of those in the hall. She spoke softly. You cling to your status and your sense of style, speaking words others expect you to say, and doing things others expect you to do. You spend your entire life seeking truth and understanding, yet you end up being less authentic than you were at the beginning. Qiu Wuji says what she wants to say. She remains Qiu Wuji. But who are you? A phantom hand made of jade gripped the provoker's throat. You wish to disrupt my alliance. Do you even think you are worthy? Chu Ge, who was multitasking between cultivation and writing, felt the same sense of looking down from above that he had experienced before. It was as if someone were challenging the laws defined by the heavens. His gaze passed through layers of mist and fell upon the blue mountains in the clouds. In the hall, Qiu Wuji stood before her seat, her white robes resembling snow. It is you, he whispered to himself. That settles it then. Chapter 70. The sensation of the rule being provoked felt like a serious matter to Chu Ge. When Qiu Wuji uttered the phrase about crushing heads in front of a crowd, it violated her established character. It felt wrong to the author. Yet, the content of the book had not changed. What had changed was the real world, manifesting as the intervention of the heavenly path. It was much like the battle against the Poison Hand Demon Lord, where the narrative self-corrected after spinning out of control. While Chu Ge stared into the void, Qiu Wuji sensed the shift as well. The laws of the heavenly path descended around her. They seemed poised to suppress her irreverence and her sense of self. The bystanders lacked that direct experience, but they sensed a pressure like gathering clouds, a precursor to a heavenly tribulation. Someone let out a cry of frantic joy. They shouted at her, demanding to know what dark deed she had committed to invite such heavenly punishment. The crowd erupted into murmurs. It certainly resembled a divine punishment, or at least the warning signs of one. Qiu Wuji let her long hair drift in the breeze and gazed upward. She felt a pair of indifferent eyes watching her from the clouds. She glared back at the sky with a defiant expression. The cold indifference in the air shifted into astonishment, then transformed into a pampering smile before vanishing instantly. The clouds dispersed, leaving the sky clear and blue. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks. Did the heavens themselves fear her? City Lord Xia of Cloudview City stood up abruptly, laughing aloud. He declared that he spoke his own mind and asked why Qiu Wuji should be restricted in how she spoke. He found the idea ridiculous and stated that the sect master's words aligned perfectly with his own heart. Qiu Wuji held her sword, cupped her hands, and offered a slight bow without speaking further. Her gaze remained fixed on the horizon, on the specific patch of clouds where the smile had vanished. It looks just like cotton candy, she thought. Chu Ge pulled his mind back. His computer screen sat before him. The misty mountains and the sight of Qiu Wuji were gone. The physical sensation felt truly bizarre. It was blatant favoritism, but he did not care. Other characters faced consequences for departing from their set roles, but she could do as she pleased. That was her persistence, and it was Chu Ge's wish. He hoped they would work together until the day they could break free from the heavenly path. He wondered if that counted as seeing her. Since they had not spoken, it was not exactly a meeting. Perhaps it was just looking at her from afar. A headache for Chu Ge was that this plot arc focused entirely on Qiu Wuji. The timeline within the next few chapters would barely cover an hour, making it impossible to skip ahead 7 days as he had before. It meant that until this arc concluded, seeing her in person seemed unlikely. She had only been gone for one night, and part of a morning, yet the longing in Chu Ge's heart became impossible to ignore. The more he caught a glimpse of her, the more he missed her presence. He wanted her scent and her warmth beside him. Should he speed up the plot with an update? He feared that updating too quickly would compromise the quality. He had been writing all morning, and his brain felt stiff. If he wrote her character poorly, it would be a major loss. He needed to move around and take a break. He tried to recall if he had forgotten something. Chu Ge scratched his head for a long time before he finally remembered that he had forgotten to return the bicycle. If he did not return it, he would lose the deposit. One night for 99 was already expensive enough. He certainly did not want to pay 299 to buy a broken bike. He considered buying a new one himself. When Qiu Wuji arrived, he would ask for her opinion on whether they should get a bicycle or a small electric scooter. That would expand their range of movement. He rode the bike to the place he had visited yesterday and returned it. Chu Ge checked his phone. It was not yet lunchtime, so he subconsciously followed the path he had taken yesterday toward the old city district to look at the site of the battle. The nightclub door remained open, and police officers walked in and out, seemingly searching and sealing various items. A passerby chatted with another person nearby. They asked if the other person had heard that the place was involved with drugs. The second person nodded. They said a whole group of people was taken away last night. The first person added that he heard some people were very unhappy with the municipal bureau's raid, claiming it was unauthorized. The second person cleared his throat and told him not to talk about it, noting that the reason for the dissatisfaction was difficult to discuss. Chu Ge paused, a sigh escaping his lips. Lin Weiyang's remark about their version of the Kixi festival echoed in his mind. Zhang Qiren's words, about Lin Weiyang being just a section chief who could not do anything, rose to the surface of his memory as well. If Zhang Qiren had not violated the taboos of the underworld and abruptly handed Lin Weiyang a blade, Lin Weiyang might not have succeeded in the raid. Even if he had succeeded, a reward was not guaranteed. His phone rang, and Chu Ge answered it casually. He asked who was calling. Lin Weiyang's voice sounded fatigued over the line. He asked if Chu Ge was the person who had blocked the alley entrance last night. Chu Ge hesitated. Lin Weiyang explained that based on their descriptions and a sketch, the person looked like Chu Ge. Linking that to Chu Ge's relationship with Zhang Qiren, he felt certain it was him. He asked if Chu Ge was working for Zhang Qiren. Chu Ge told him the truth. He admitted it was him. He explained that he only acted for the right reasons, not for Zhang Qiren's sake. He asked why Lin Weiyang could not view it as a good deed that helped him. Lin Weiyang remained quiet for a moment, then laughed. He admitted that was true, which was why he was calling to ask instead of making a formal record. He asked if Chu Ge wanted a commendation for a brave act. Chu Ge refused. He asked if Lin Weiyang could cover up his involvement. Lin Weiyang smiled. He said he had already provided some misleading information, so no one would be able to identify the person in the sketch. Chu Ge thanked him. Lin Weiyang mentioned that the woman with him was impossible to describe. They only said she was beautiful and cold, which was effectively useless information. He told Chu Ge that he seemed to be hiding a lot, and suggested they chat another day. Chu Ge asked if Lin Weiyang was radiating a holy light lately. Lin Weiyang offered a bitter laugh and told him to stop. Chu Ge asked if he had been reprimanded. Lin Weiyang sighed. He admitted he had been a bit impulsive. The problem was not just the venue itself, but the fact that many of the gamblers that day were prominent figures. The aftermath was troublesome, the pressure on his bureau was intense, and he felt a bit of regret. He explained that covering for Chu Ge was also done out of consideration for that situation. Regardless of why Chu Ge was there, he had done a good deed, and should not carry the burden of the trouble. Chu Ge thought to himself that the well-dressed capitalists in the black market boxing ring were even more powerful. If Lin Weiyang had broken in there, the trouble would have been far worse. Some things were difficult to do, which was why some people acted with such impunity. Lin Weiyang was actually a decent person. Lin Weiyang continued. Criticism aside, the bureau was supporting him, and the situation was not as bleak as Chu Ge might imagine. He was still handling the case, and his director had shouldered much of the pressure. Chu Ge acknowledged this with a hum. Lin Weiyang sighed. The problem now was that they had too few people with special abilities. He noted that even someone with his mediocre ability could become a section chief. His tone suggested he wanted Chu Ge to help. Chu Ge remained silent for a moment, choosing not to take the bait. He laughed and told him he should be more than a section chief, he should be the director. Lin Wang protested. Chu Ge suggested they have a drink when Lin Wang was free. Lin Wang seemed to have more to say but stopped himself. He agreed to the drink. Chu Ge hung up. He considered the matter. The chance of accidentally encountering someone with special abilities through normal police recruitment was incredibly small. Encountering one Lin Wang was rare enough. Most people with special abilities were likely scattered across various professions. This was why the authorities spent years searching for such individuals. Gu Ruian taking Yu Ying away was a classic example, as was the external contact Zhong Buli whom his mother had mentioned. The search was not easy. People with special abilities rarely revealed them to outsiders. Even if they did, most prioritized their own interests or freedom over following orders. Chu Ge himself was no different. That was likely why they created the external contact program as a compromise, which also served as a trial period for observation. Lost in thought, his feet carried him to the area near the restaurant, where he had eaten dinner last night. Chu Ge felt hungry. He wandered around and was surprised to find that this was the only restaurant within a 2-block radius. Even with no other competition, the business was poor. He and Qiu Wuji had eaten beef noodles there last night, and the taste was mediocre, so the lack of customers was not a surprise. He decided that mediocre was good enough for the moment. He just wanted to fill his stomach. Chu Ge walked through the door. Before he could speak, he saw the landlady gripping the collar of a young man. She demanded to know if he really thought he was Zhongli, asking if he was trying to dine and dash. The man looked helpless. He explained he had only missed 3 cents, which did not qualify as dining and dash. He claimed he had just pressed the wrong key on the keypad. He also added that he did not play mobile games and did not know what she was talking about. The landlady asked how he knew it was a mobile game if he did not know what she was talking about. The man sighed. He said every person who saw his name asked that question, so he naturally knew. He lamented that children nowadays thought everything came from a specific popular mobile game. He mentioned that yesterday, 2 fools had asked him if he was a book friend because he had used a line from a famous author, Chu Ge. He groaned at the thought of it. Chu Ge stood frozen, his eyes widening in bewilderment. The landlady shared his worry. She agreed it was a concern. She told him that whether he was worried about the future of the country or the collapse of the universe, he had to pay the 3 cents. Chu Ge finally laughed aloud. The landlady noticed Chu Ge standing by the door, and her eyes lit up immediately. She asked how many guests were coming. Chu Ge indicated it was 2, pointing to the man with the surname Zhong. He told the landlady he would pay the 3 cents, and he would treat the man to this meal as well. Chapter 71. 2 people sat opposite each other in the small private room. The meal Chu Ge offered was simple. A plate of green pepper stir-fried pork, tomato and egg soup, and a serving of stir-fried cabbage. That was it. Zhong Buli stared at Chu Ge with a hint of resentment. He had imagined a grander feast, but this was all it amounted to. Chu Ge sipped his soup and spoke casually. Someone is treating you to a meal, yet you are still being picky. My money does not fall from the sky. Zhong Buli sighed. My real name is Zhong Yi. Those other names are just online handles, or maybe code names. Hello, Mr. Chu. Chu Ge chuckled. So you did recognize me. Mentioning that Chu De earlier was your way of talking to me. Were you with that heavy-set man and the one who writes on his face yesterday? I did not pay much attention to you, as the one who writes on his face stole all the attention. Zhong Yi looked devastated. Even on the surface, my good looks stand out from the crowd. It is truly unfair that those boring supernatural abilities stole the spotlight. Chu Ge silently opened the mirror app on his phone and handed it to him. Take a look at yourself. Zhong Yi fell silent, his expression stiff. He pushed the phone back and shifted the topic. After seeing Mr. Chu get involved in the nightclub affair yesterday, I figured you would come looking for us today. It is easy to conclude that this place is one of our hideouts, so I have been waiting for you here. Chu Ge shook his head. I had no idea this was a hideout. I only came here to eat. Zhong Yi blinked in confusion. I overestimated you? Chu Ge continued. I have been holding back so many questions. Asking Lin Wuyang or Zhang Kairan did not feel right. You are the person my mother recommended, and since we happen to meet, I will not overthink it. There are things I want to ask. Zhong Yi picked up a piece of pork with his chopsticks. They said you have no supernatural abilities, and I do not see any now. You just look like someone who has trained in martial arts. That is why your parents want you to live a normal life. Writing books is a good career. Doing what you love and earning money is something many people envy. When the things you love become your profession, that love is often ruined. Just like how a woman you love changes after she becomes your wife. Chu Ge choked on his drink and fell silent. Zhong Yi laughed. It seems you not only still like it, but you like it even more. You update 10,000 words every day and seem full of energy. Chu Ge did indeed like it more, because it was no longer just a hobby or a profession. It had become love. I am not here to discuss my career. Chu Ge sighed. Regardless of whether I have abilities or not, does training in martial arts count as a muscle strengthening power? Regardless, I can ask about things here, right? Of course. Zhong Yi smiled. The source of these abilities goes back a long way, not just the last few years. Films exploring these concepts date back decades. It is just that abilities were extremely rare back then. They appeared occasionally, but had no real impact. They only existed in superhero stories, and some simply vanished into obscurity without anyone ever knowing. Chu Ge nodded. So, they have exploded in number over these last few years? Yes. You could call it the recovery of spiritual energy. We believe the earth had spiritual energy, immortal energy, vital essence, or magic long ago. Various terms point to similar concepts, which left behind legends of gods or immortals across the world. Of course, one could argue that ancient people were ignorant, creating these stories as projections of nature they could not understand. That is not important. People have argued over these theories for years, and that is not the focus of our discussion. Even if there was no spiritual energy before, it exists now. Chu Ge hummed in agreement. Qiu Wuji had sensed the energy growing denser than it was before. The spiritual energy was constantly thickening. While the total amount remained thin for Qiu Wuji, it seemed sufficient to cause mutations in abilities. As for whether it existed in ancient times, that did not matter. Zhong Yi continued. The change has become more obvious over the last few years, and the effects are growing. That is why your parents spent years working normal jobs and raising you, only to become so busy they are nowhere to be found lately. So that was it. Chu Ge rubbed his forehead. Do you know the reason for this change? Research is ongoing, but there is no conclusion yet. This has been a key subject of study for years, and every country treats it with great importance. The only certainty is that based on the rate at which this energy is thickening, it is impossible for supernatural abilities to become common on every street corner. For at least several hundred years, it will remain a rare occurrence. Chu Ge laughed. Then why do I see them everywhere I go? My roommate is one, my neighbor is one, my classmate is one, and even some of my readers are supernatural. Zhong Yi grinned. There is something called the law of gathering for supernatural beings, and there is also something called protagonist halo. Which one do you think it is? Chu Ge did not answer. It is not that mysterious. If you were an ordinary person, you would not have followed us to the nightclub to watch the show. You would have never seen those things, let alone participated in the conflict. You do not see them everywhere because you go out. You see them because you are unique, and that uniqueness allows you to witness things others cannot. Chu Ge realized the logic held up. If he and Zheng Kairan were not special, he would still believe Yu Ying was just a hostess. The world of underground black market fighting would have never revealed itself to him. But what about that fat man punching me through the internet? If you were an ordinary person, you would just think you were hallucinating from spending too much time online. It is like when people see a June with the word handsome written on his face. They just call him a fool. Of course, their blind behavior of exposing themselves is not advisable. We generally do not support that. Are they also external personnel like you? No. Actually, I am not even sure if I count. Gu Ruian tried to recruit us, but we refused. Zhong Yi laughed. We are just a group of idiots who do not want a serious public service job, do not want to be lackeys for the wealthy, and do not want to use our abilities for evil. We just cannot accept a mundane life and feel that our useless powers should be good for something. Chu Ge hesitated. Why does that sound a bit like me? A group of similar people gathered together by chance. We amuse ourselves and keep each other warm. We take on interesting jobs and have even helped the police catch fugitives, which earned us some fame. People call us Black House, as if we are some kind of mysterious organization. He laughed. Chu Ge deadpanned. Outsiders would not come up with a nickname like that. If you did not give it to yourselves out of vanity, I would cut my own head off and use it as a urinal. Zhong Yi winced. We did name it ourselves. We argued and voted for a long time. We decided this name sounded the most mysterious. The real reason is just that one day, someone posted explicit content in a reader group and got thrown into the 24-hour small black room for a timeout. Chu Ge lowered his head to eat, silently recalling if he had ever banned anyone for that long. It was not from your book, so stop thinking about it. Chu Ge stayed quiet. Do you really think all your readers are supernatural? You have been popular lately, so a few book lovers went to read your work and joined the group. For some reason, this truth, which should have been embarrassing, made Chu Ge heave a sigh of relief. That is good. Zhong Yi continued. I maintain more contact with the authorities. I submitted my files and passed the evaluation, so I am considered external personnel. I will be honest with you. I only did it to keep Black House out of trouble and make things easier for us. If the authorities truly need us to do something, we would have cooperated anyway. That is the right thing to do. Then why does Lin Weiang not approach you? He keeps complaining about not having enough manpower. Is it because he does not know who you are? Zhong Yi laughed. He knows. Gu Ruian told him. It is just a matter of trust. He is not the one who works with us. Lin Weiang faces a lot of pressure. He is afraid that if everyone is a mole, his career is over. If anything goes wrong, he loses his badge. He paused and spoke seriously. Trust needs to be built. If he knew that we were the ones who called the police before, it would probably be much better. He knows you were the one who stopped those people at the end, so he trusts you. You can tell him that Black House was the one who called in the report. If he needs help in the future, he can reach out to us, and we will assist. Chu Ge nodded. All right. In reality, the country has very powerful supernatural individuals, but at the local level, resources are stretched thin. There is no way around that. It will take time. If they actually recruited us, well. Zhong Yi paused and looked up, deep in thought. It would be useless anyway. Our powers are all idiotic. Chapter 72. Chu Ge believed their supernatural abilities were impressive. Take the man writing on his face, for instance. That power worked on Qiu Wuji. Even if it only affected the useless parts, that was still a terrifying level of potency. Perhaps they did not realize the potential, or maybe they simply had not encountered powerful enough opponents to test it properly. As for the man who threw punches through the internet, people treated it as a joke online. Yet, upon reflection, that was incredible. Top-tier hackers could not pinpoint a location just from an online comment. This man had achieved exactly that. Chu Ge leaned in. The fat man's ability would be perfect for hunting fugitives. It was practically overpowered. Zhong Yi shook his head with a laugh. He could launch an attack, but he could not determine where it landed. Before, it was even worse. He had absolutely no idea where the target was. Now, he could at least estimate the distance. He might know you are likely in Nanjiang, but he cannot pinpoint your address. If he could, he would have delivered a blade to your door by now. Chu Ge bristled. Why would anyone send me a blade? I update 10,000 words every single day. I am about to hit the top of the leaderboards. I just have a bad habit of ending chapters on cliffhangers. Zhong Yi squinted at him, saying nothing. Chu Ge cleared his throat. I mean, as one's training improves, one eventually sheds the ridiculous side of the ability, and it becomes practical, right? Of course, Zhong Yi replied. But who knows how long it takes to train, or how many bottlenecks exist. We are all lazy people. Good enough is usually good enough. Chu Ge asked with genuine curiosity. What is your ability? Is it a secret? Generally, it is confidential, Zhong Yi admitted with a smile. But since it is you, if you ask your mother, she will likely tell you. There is not much point in hiding it. I do not feel pain. Chu Ge did not understand at first. He paused for a beat before the realization dawned on him. You do not feel pain. Is that a broken ability that sounds useful at first, but has a major downside once you think about it? Zhong Yi spoke calmly. Pain is, in a sense, a biological warning mechanism. Losing it might not have the best consequences. Chu Ge remained silent, lost in thought. I am even afraid to test if I can die, Zhong Yi confessed. Or perhaps, if I train to a certain level, I become immortal. So you envy that game character, Chu Ge teased. It is a shame I am not him. Zhong Yi stepped away from the topic of himself. However, if you want to train and lack a proper venue, you can join us. We have the equipment and people to exchange ideas with. Chu Ge felt a surge of excitement. That had been one of his goals in seeking out the man. He hesitated. My ability is not something I want to be widely known. We will not tell anyone, Zhong Yi promised. Chu Ge shook his head. Zhong Yi pondered this before breaking into a grin. It does not matter. You can just wear a mask. Some people do not like others knowing their true identities. Chu Ge asked in surprise. You have members like that? Zhong Yi smiled. We have 2 or 3. They are friends vouched for by people we trust. Even so, the group remains cautious. We would not bring them on an operation like yesterday's. They do not mind, though. They just want a place to communicate. Many supernatural beings feel an inexplicable sense of loneliness and need to connect with their own kind. Chu Ge exhaled. It makes sense. That suits me well. The supernatural being is lonely. Chu Ge heard this concept for the first time. Upon reflection, it carried weight. Judging by the Black House model, other organizations must exist outside of official channels. That wall walker from before probably belonged to a circle too. There might even be large organizations. Nanjiang could not possibly contain everyone. He thought for a moment before asking. Where is the training area? Zhong Yi pulled a strange face. It is right here. Chu Ge stared, confusion washing over his face. I told you this was a hideout, Zhong Yi said with a look of pained disappointment. Would a simple restaurant warrant that description? Your parents are such impressive people. How did they end up with someone so slow on the uptake? Chu Ge maintained a blank expression. Are my parents impressive? I have never felt that way growing up. Wait, who is calling me slow? At least I know you have not just started dealing with Gu Ruian, Chu Ge stated firmly. The way you speak implies you have been in contact with official channels for years. This Black House organization might even be an assigned duty. Zhong Yi paused, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. I suppose so. Chu Ge nodded. Since this is the place, does that mean the owners are supernatural too? What are their abilities? Is it related to cooking? The man can make people think the food tastes terrible, Zhong Yi replied. That is a useless power for a restaurant owner. It should be the other way around. Chu Ge paused, his expression twitching. Is this why there are no other restaurants in the area? Zhong Yi remained silent. You are engaging in unfair competition. What about the landlady? She can make any food look sparkling and radiant. We have banned her from using that ability. How is that different from writing I have powers on her face? Chu Ge sighed. They really are a group with useless powers. In normal circumstances, you could not imagine what they are for. The owner's ability to sabotage opponents seems to be the only practical use. Perhaps next time he brought Qiu Wuji here, he could ask the landlady to show off. Qiu Wuji might enjoy that. Wait, why does his mind keep jumping back to Qiu Wuji? He was beyond help. Chu Ge shook his head as if to clear it. Is it convenient to take me to see the training area now? It is not convenient, Zhong Yi answered. I am not the sole leader. I am just a coordinator. I cannot decide to add a masked person on my own. I need the consensus of the group. Besides, you should go back, consider an identity, and prepare a mask before returning. The speaker meant nothing by it, but a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Chu Ge's mind. You mentioned identity. Zhong Yi looked puzzled. Yes, you need to introduce yourself. You do not need your real identity, but you need a code name. Mention what you are good at, and so on. That is not what I meant. Can you help someone without documents obtain an identity? Zhong Yi glared at him. Did you buy a Vietnamese bride? If it were a Vietnamese bride, that would be easy. At least there would be a paper trail. There would be standard procedures. Qiu Wuji is much harder to deal with. Chu Ge did not even know how to explain it. No, it is not that. It is just someone without documents. Do you have a way to get a household registration? Zhong Yi hesitated. He looked like he wanted to scream, but when he finally spoke, his voice sounded drained. Fine, fine. Whether it is a Vietnamese bride or a magical transformation, just provide the details. Name, age, photos, and so on. I will take care of the rest. Chu Ge looked skeptical. You really have a way? I have asked many people. Zhong Yi looked even more exhausted. Yes. You are amazing, brother Zhong. You have connections everywhere. Chu Ge leaped to his feet. I will go back and prepare. Wait 2 days. I will send it to you then. Zhong Yi watched as Chu Ge hurried away, his eyes rolling back in frustration. Yes, I have connections everywhere. He simply needed to pass the information on to Chu Ge's mother. It was not as difficult as Chu Ge made it sound. Your parents are incredibly secretive. They did not even tell you this. Zhong Yi shook his head, continuing to eat the now cold stir-fried pork. He chuckled. This is interesting. Chapter 73. Chu Ge rushed back to his rented room, opened his document, and began to type. If he did not release more chapters to bring Qiu Wuji over immediately, what was he waiting for? The update helper pinged on the screen, a notification announcing that Chu Ge had released the 3rd chapter of the day. Someone in the group chat sent a lukewarm reminder. No one paid much attention. Those who were reading continued to read. Those who were chatting continued to chat. 3,000 words per chapter was the standard, 10,000 a day total. It was much better than those short, impotent authors, who only put out 2 chapters totaling 2,000 words. If those short, impotent authors wrote about a protagonist who was a writer, they would probably pin their dreams of writing 10,000 words a day on that character. Chu Ge released the 3rd update early. It was only mid-afternoon. Would Chu Ge release a 4th chapter today? Someone asked. Stop dreaming. That guy would not add an update even for a golden patron. He is steady as an old dog. Is the golden patron in the group? Another user wondered. We never see him type. Someone dug into his history. He was a writer once. His books flopped and he abandoned his new one. Suddenly, he started tipping on so many books. He probably went home to inherit billions and returned to encourage other writers. What a saintly light, someone joked. Chu Ge peeked at the chat. A strange feeling washed over him. He thought Lin Weiyang radiated a saintly light, and others thought Zhang Qiren radiated a saintly light. Behind the scenes, however, the two were light and shadow, currently locked in opposition. Thanks to Zhang Qiren, the golden patron, new readers flooded in. The group reached its 2,000 person limit. Chu Ge had to purchase a premium subscription to expand the group to 3,000 members. Capitalism was unreasonable. Spending so much money just to expand a chat group. He checked the data while uploading. He had reached 9,000 subscriptions. The 10,000 subscriber badge was within reach. He felt no excitement. He did not know why. Perhaps his goals had shifted. If he had any expectations for his success now, the greatest one was to confirm his previous hypothesis. The more people who read the book, the stronger its sense of reality within that world. They complemented each other. Damn, who cares if the golden patron is in the group? Why has Sect Master Qiu not appeared in 2 days? QQ, I want QQ. Chu Ge shared the sentiment. He wanted QQ too. Everyone had the same unspoken agreement. They wanted QQ. Chu Ge closed the chat and returned to his writing. The alliance formed by Qiu Wuji was theoretically a secret one, but due to the traitor, it became a public one immediately. Qiu Wuji did not care. She used lightning tactics to suppress dissenters and united with City Lord Xia and the others to discuss plans against the Fire Prison sect. There were spies within spies. Some supported the alliance on the surface, but wanted to stab everyone in the back. In the plot, Qiu Wuji did not know this at first. She was simply vigilant against everyone at the meeting. After a series of events, she finally discovered the traitor. She played along, using a classic strategy to feed the traitor false information to send to Yan Qinli. Qiu Wuji, having read the outline, knew everything. She knew the traitor beforehand. If she did not want to follow the plot, she could have killed the traitor with one sword, or had the traitor feed false information from the start. Could she change the plot that way? Chu Ge pushed the plot forward methodically. His mind had already flown into the book world. What would she do? Qiu Wuji did nothing. Previously, speaking out of turn and breaking character in public had caused the heavenly path to try to correct her. If she changed the established path again, she worried it would affect Chu Ge. If the plot descended into chaos, the book might suffer at best, or Chu Ge might suffer at worst. The specific form of the consequence remained unknown, but Qiu Wuji dared not test it again. A thought she did not want to entertain lingered. Her breaking free from the heavenly path and becoming an independent person inherently conflicted with Chu Ge. She was a variable beneath the heavenly path, something the path should eradicate. In this sense, they were enemies. Chu Ge had been helping her all this time, essentially acting as his own enemy. The thought made her emotions complex. She looked at Lu Yuanzhang, the sect master of the Tianyuan sect, before her. She waited a long time before reciting her required lines. Thank you for your hard work, Sect Master Lu. Please pay close attention to the movements of the Fire Prison sect in the small burning heaven. They are too powerful, and that is not good for anyone. Lu Yuanzhang responded readily. Do not worry, Sect Master Qiu. This is not just an affair for the Cloud Heaven sect. This is an affair for the righteous path of the world. Qiu Wuji wore a flawless smile. I have always known you were righteous, Sect Master Liu. Inside, she screamed. I do not want to deal with these people anymore. Speed this part up. I want to go into seclusion, you jerk. She knew that whether he sped it up or not made no difference. Even if he brushed over it with one stroke, she still had to endure these events. They were part of the plot outside her scenes. Even if he wrote 7 days later, she would have to live through those 7 days. He might shorten the waiting time on his end, but she could not. Unfair. Why could she not shorten the time? Wait. She could keep her original body here to handle things, while sending a soul fragment out to have fun. It was just that she had returned recently, and her soul was still too exhausted to continue traveling across dimensions. However, this did not necessarily require time to recover. There were other ways. Her Cloud Heaven sect might not have the means, but others did. Ah, Sect Master Liu, wait a moment. I have a request. Liu Yuanzhang, who was about to leave, looked curious. What is it? Qiu Wuji took out a lotus petal. I heard you have a returning essence liquid that can quickly restore a tired soul. Although my sword sect has similar items, we are not adept at using them, and the effects are poor. This is a petal from the nether water blue lotus. It has miraculous properties and is beneficial to your cultivation. How about trading it for a bottle of the essence liquid? Easy. A small matter. Liu Yuanzhang laughed. Why speak of one bottle? I have 3 bottles on me. I will give them all to you, Sect Master Qiu. However, be aware that the efficacy of this medicine will drop significantly if taken continuously. Thank you, Sect Master Liu. Qiu Wuji accepted the 3 white jade bottles with a calm expression. She watched him walk out, and did not smile until he disappeared into the horizon. To gain my trust, you gave me 2 extra bottles. Traders are still very useful. Outside, Chu Ge was writing furiously, working hard to release more chapters. He had no idea such details were unfolding outside the plot. The update helper pinged again. Chu Ge has updated the 4th chapter. What the hell? The group exploded. What kind of expired aphrodisiac did Chu Ge take today to be so aggressive? It is only early evening. Will there be a 5th chapter today? Could this be an extra update for the Golden Patron? Chu Ge took a short break. He rubbed his swollen head. He glanced at the time. It was only a little past 5 in the afternoon. He decided he could write a little more. After dinner, he would finish half a chapter. 5 chapters were truly possible today. He pushed himself to ensure this plot arc for Qiu Wuji ended quickly. Just as he thought this, a fuming voice came from behind him. Who allowed you to eat the durian? Chu Ge rubbed his eyes. He suspected he was hallucinating. He turned his head stiffly. Qiu Wuji stood behind him, wearing a shirt and jeans, hands on her hips, eyes full of murderous intent. Am I the master, or are you the master? Since when can you decide how to train? Tell me, how should I punish you? Chu Ge blinked. I think we should combine dynamic training with punishment. For example, using the master's feet to step on the place where I rolled the durian earlier. Qiu Wuji lifted him from the chair and glared at him. Chu Ge looked at her softly. He whispered. It is good to see you. Qiu Wuji twitched the corner of her mouth. She wanted to say that was disgusting, but the words did not come out. Instead, she said, you are full of energy while you update, right? I will teach you a lesson after you finish writing. Writing is not as important as my master. Even if the King of Heaven came down, there will be no more updates tonight. Chapter 74. It is twilight. Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji walk into the sunset, strolling around the neighborhood. They claim to be out for dinner, but they pass several eateries without glancing at any of them. It is as if they left the house just to walk. Actually, about the returning essence liquid from the Tianyuan sect. So that was the situation, Chu Ge says, kicking a pebble on the roadside as he walks ahead. In that case, I should write that Elder Yang of your sect refines a new spirit nourishment medicine, so you will not have to buy it from others in the future. Qiu Wuji suppresses a strange feeling, wondering if that is a bit too shameless. Someone said things in public that only belong in this world. That was shameless enough, Chu Ge replies. Qiu Wuji tilts her head slightly, and mutters that she never wanted to follow his settings to begin with. You can try to change things in private, but please be careful in public, Chu Ge says. For instance, if you start talking about subways or taxis in that world, it would be too jarring. It is indescribable. Qiu Wuji pouts and says, oh. Chu Ge is charmed by her reaction. He lowers his head, kicking the pebble, and falls silent. A fallen leaf drifts down by the roadside. Qiu Wuji catches it. The leaf flutters in her palm, dancing in the evening breeze, yet it does not fly away. It looks like a butterfly dancing in her hand. I only realized autumn had arrived when I saw the fallen leaves, Qiu Wuji says. Your world is hotter than ours. I kept thinking it was still summer. I have no concept of it either, Chu Ge adds. I thought it was late summer, but I only realized that the start of autumn had passed after the festival. You are hopeless, Qiu Wuji replies. You do not understand the seasons or the crops. I can write books, Chu Ge retorts. Qiu Wuji rolls her eyes. She ignores him, continuing to watch the leaf in her palm with a faint smile. She likes autumn. It is the season that belongs to Qiu Wuji. She wonders what it will be like to experience her first autumn in this world. Chu Ge glances at her smile and speaks vaguely, saying it is unfair that she has something in her hand while he has nothing. Qiu Wuji asks what he wants. This, Chu Ge says. He gathers his courage and reaches out to grasp her other free hand. Now it is fair. Qiu Wuji freezes. She realizes she wants to hold his hand too. She wonders why he is tensed up, his muscles rigid. Her next instinct is to hit him for his impudence, but the moment passes too quickly to be angry without seeming strange. She says nothing, keeping her head down. They walk along, holding hands. Both of them stare at the ground, him kicking a stone and her watching the leaves, pretending nothing has happened. After all, it is not the first time they have held hands. Qiu Wuji listens to his heartbeat. His heart hammers against his ribs, faster than her own. It is almost loud enough to jump out of his throat, and she finds it amusing. Chu Ge clears his throat to shift his attention. My mother introduced a capable person. He might be able to help you obtain an identity. Qiu Wuji is thoroughly distracted. Is it really possible? I have researched it, and it seems difficult. Chu Ge explains the situation briefly. He asks if she intends to use the name Qiu Wuji when she obtains her identity. Qiu Wuji pauses. Of course. Is there a problem? Chu Ge says the name feels normal in a cultivation story, but it feels strange in the modern world. Qiu Wuji arches her brows. So, you think I should be named Gu Ruian to be normal in this modern world, right? Chu Ge turns pale. He is stunned by her logic. He tries to explain he did not mean that, but Qiu Wuji looks up at the sky and asks what is so strange about the name, reminding him that he has lived through plenty of trouble with his own name. Chu Ge asks if they should go take a passport photo. Qiu Wuji looks suspicious. Are you trying to trick me into registering a marriage? Chu Ge is rendered speechless by the question. He asks how she knows about that. Qiu Wuji scoffs. She does not tell him that she researched whether living together counts as being a married couple, and found that only a registered marriage makes one a legal couple. The world is strange, requiring a permit from others to be a married couple. But it is a good thing, as it shows everything is proper. Chu Ge laughs, saying that without an identity, she cannot register a marriage even if she wanted to. Qiu Wuji retorts, asking who said she wanted to register a marriage. Chu Ge ignores the denial and asks again if they should go take the photo. Qiu Wuji asks why he keeps emphasizing the photo, noting that he seems to have hidden motives. Because the photo is the only way to make you look like a normal person, and not an immortal, Chu Ge says. If I sent them a casual photo, I would not be willing to share it. Qiu Wuji remains silent. Chu Ge leads her into the photo studio. The photographer gasps and compliments Chu Ge on having such a beautiful girlfriend. Chu Ge smiles without replying, and Qiu Wuji keeps a straight face. Explaining the situation seems too difficult now. The photographer gives instructions, telling her to lower her head and tilt it to the left. Qiu Wuji suppresses her anger, feeling the photographer is deliberately making things difficult. She feels she is sitting straight, but his instructions make her tilt. She thinks about how simple it would be to just use a magic talisman for a portrait. The flash goes off. Qiu Wuji prepares to leave, but Chu Ge pulls her back with a smile, suggesting they take a joint photo. Qiu Wuji looks at him with suspicion. Are you still trying to trick me into marriage registration? No, Chu Ge replies. Who uses full-body photos for marriage registration? Full body? Yes, stand here, Chu Ge says. Qiu Wuji looks at the landscape backdrop. She thinks it looks fake and wonders if it will turn out well. It will be fine, Chu Ge says. We can even edit it later to add clouds and mist, making it look like you are on a sacred mountain. Shall we try it? Qiu Wuji hesitates, feeling tempted. She imagines standing side by side with him amidst the mountain mist. She follows him, standing by his side. Her hand is caught in his grip again. Chu Ge asks her to stand closer. The photographer encourages them, telling the beauty not to be shy and warning that standing too far apart ruins the composition. Chu Ge wishes he could tip the man, finding him very helpful. Qiu Wuji does not understand much about photography, but she complies with the photographer's instructions to avoid ruining the composition. She thinks about how their talismans would never require such trouble. The photographer tells them to smile, and the flash goes off. In the photo, Qiu Wuji clings tightly to Chu Ge's arm, her presence pressing against him. They both wear silly, goofy smiles. They look foolish, but they also look pure. They leave the studio, and Qiu Wuji examines the photos with a displeased expression, saying they do not look like her. Chu Ge smiles. That is the point. That is what we wanted. If they do not look like me, how can they prove it is me? They do not look like you at first glance, but they are you upon closer inspection, Chu Ge says with a smile. He cannot stop looking at the joint photo. The Qiu Wuji in the joint photo looks like her, and more importantly, she looks sweet. Qiu Wuji knows the nature of the photo. She feels embarrassed and does not want to look at it. Seeing Chu Ge's expression, she kicks him and tells him they are going to eat. After this photo is edited, does it look a bit like your Cloud Heaven sect? Chu Ge asks. Qiu Wuji scoffs. The Cloud Heaven sect is 10,000 times more beautiful than this. If you have the ability, you should step inside and take a photo there. That would be the real thing. The comet strikes a chord. The current world is real, but the world in the book feels fake. Yet, the mountain and clouds in the photo are just a backdrop, while the mountains in the book world are real. The Qiu Wuji there is her true self. She is the peerless sect master who dominates the world. Chu Ge stares into the distance, lost in thought. He smiles slightly. One day, I will enter that world. Chapter 75. During their meal, Chu Ge kept his head down, his thumbs dancing across the screen of his phone as he sent information to Zhong Yi. The profile he was creating was sparse. It listed Qiu Wuji, female, and an age. Chu Ge hesitated, looking up at his companion. He asked her how old she wanted to be. Qiu Wuji poked her chopsticks into her rice bowl. After holding hands earlier, the man had gone straight back to his phone during dinner. She blinked, realizing she had not considered her age. It was supposed to be 10,000 years, or perhaps just over 9,000. No, that was not right either. It was 18 plus 9,000. Regardless, she had to fabricate a new number here. A smile touched her lips. She declared she would be 18. Chu Ge stared, his eyebrows raised in a silent query. She demanded to know why he looked like that. Chu Ge urged her to stop acting young. With the aura of a long-time sect master, no one would believe she was a teenager. She needed to look like a professional in her mid-20s. He told her he was 28. She decided 25 was appropriate. Chu Ge smiled, agreeing that being 3 years younger sounded right. She glared at him, prompting him to bury his face in his phone to send the message. He sent the name, gender, and age of 25, along with a birthday of May 20th. It was the birth date said in the book, along with a time around 13:14 in the afternoon. Qiu Wuji had never questioned the date before, but now it felt deliberate. She asked him why he chose that specific birthday. Chu Ge smiled mysteriously and told her that since she knew how to use a search engine so well, she should look it up herself. She pouted and returned to her meal in frustration. She had come out specifically for this, only to be tricked into holding hands and taking photos, all while he teased her. On the other end of the message, Zhongyi responded with a string of question marks. He asked if Qiu Wuji was the heroine of his novel. Chu Ge typed back, teasing him for reading his work. Zhongyi denied it, claiming he just heard others talking about wanting to see Qiu Wuji, or be stepped on by her. He called those people delusional. Chu Ge explained that since she was undocumented and the previous temporary names like Qiwa or Zayadai were too ridiculous, he needed something respectable. Using the name of his heroine was the easiest solution. Zhongyi clearly did not believe a character had walked off the page, but he laughed, noting that Chu Ge must have deep feelings for his heroine to use her name like that. Chu Ge confirmed this with a hum, and sent the photo. The silence on the other end lasted for a long time. Finally, Zhongyi replied, asking where Chu Ge had bought his Vietnamese bride, and demanding an introduction. Chu Ge told him to sit at the kids' table if he could not hold his liquor. Zhongyi gave up, told him to wait for news, and asked about Chu Ge's own plans regarding a mask and identity. Chu Ge promised to see him tomorrow. Zhongyi suggested coming in the evening when members were free. He asked if Chu Ge was busy tonight. Chu Ge hesitated, looking at Qiu Wuji. She was eating alone, her expression unreadable as she neared the end of her meal. He told Zhongyi he had a major life event to attend to. After closing the chat, he looked up to find Qiu Wuji glaring at him. She demanded to know who Qiwa and Zayadai were. He tried to explain that those were just names he made up on the spot, but he teased that if she kept asking, he would change the setting so that Qiu Wuji was named Zayadai before she started cultivating. A sharp pain on his foot caused him to yelp. Qiu Wuji withdrew her foot, mocking him about being a god. Chu Ge apologized, quickly shifting to a respectful tone. The mention of his divine status made Qiu Wuji recall her concern. She dropped the playfulness and asked if he could control that divine presence he manifested. She still remembered the terror of that moment. If he had not held back, she would have felt her very thoughts being corrected, a suppression she could not resist. In that instant, she had felt like an ant staring up at the firmament. She was grateful it was him. Chu Ge pondered the question. He did not think it was a divine presence. It felt more like a writer correcting a draft. He struggled to describe it. It was similar to writing a sentence, realizing it did not fit, and then editing it. Qiu Wuji noted that in the real world, that manifested as the interference of the heavenly path. Chu Ge agreed, but confessed he did not know how to trigger it at will. He could not just suppress her every time she became a variable. She asked if he had only interacted with her, or if he felt the urge to correct others. Chu Ge reasoned that since others were not variables, nothing triggered. However, he admitted to occasionally feeling a sense of being above everything, as if all life were ants, and every thread of fate rested in his palm. Qiu Wuji speculated that if he continued to cultivate, he might be able to control it actively. Chu Ge agreed that the potential was there, though he had no idea how long it would take. Qiu Wuji felt a profound shock. He was acting as the heavenly path, holding the fate of all living beings. It had moved from the abstract act of writing to direct interference with consciousness. He seemed unaware of how terrifying that was. For a cultivator, the sensation was overwhelming, and she wondered how long it would take her to touch a similar realm. If he could manifest actively, could she still step on his foot? He would probably beat her in return. Then, she urged him to observe others rather than staring at her constantly, warning that a biased perspective would do him no good. Chu Ge agreed, promising to focus on characters like Chu Tianji or Yan Qinli next time. Qiu Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. Staring at her constantly was unacceptable, especially if she were bathing. Chu Ge, oblivious to her thoughts, suggested they buy a vehicle so they could go for drives and avoid the bus. Qiu Wuji liked the idea, mentioning Zhang Kairan's large car. Chu Ge clarified he was talking about a bicycle. She asked if Zhang Kairan's car was expensive. Chu Ge explained that in terms of magical artifacts, that car was equivalent to the Mingguang sword of Elder Zhou. It did not compare to her Qiushui Ningbai. He was merely an entry-level disciple performing sect tasks to earn a standard longsword. Qiu Wuji wondered if that junk could fly, asking how it dared compare to the famous Mingguang sword. Chu Ge admitted that in terms of brand value and fame, the comparison held some merit. She asked about other metal cars. He said cheaper ones existed. He had obtained a driver's license in college. Once he received his next royalty payment and the Golden Patron's funds, he could buy a cheap one, but he could not afford a parking space. Qiu Wuji suggested he return with her to the Cloud Heaven sect, where parking was free. Chu Ge suggested a two-wheeled vehicle instead. He could not afford an Audi, so he would settle for an electric scooter. She looked out at the street. She often saw electric scooters moving about, representing the life of ordinary people. She liked it. It reminded her of the ride on the back of his bike, feeling the cool river breeze. It was her first experience of early autumn in this world. She agreed to the electric scooter to save him some effort. Chu Ge teased that it would save her effort when she went grocery shopping. She insisted she would not learn to drive, and demanded that he carry her. She realized it sounded demanding, and added that it was the duty of a disciple to drive for their master. Chu Ge stared at her. When she looked ready to explode, he smiled brightly and agreed. Chapter 76. This 2,800 yuan model is an electric bicycle. The new regulations cap the speed at 25 miles, and you cannot install a basket or carry a passenger on the back seat. Chu Ge pointed to a different model that resembled a motorcycle. What about this one? This is a light electric motorcycle. It requires a driver's license, a helmet, and a motorcycle registration plate. I have a motorcycle license, but I thought Nanjiang banned motorcycles. They are banned in some parts of the city center, but light electric motorcycles are fine in most places. The ones that go over 100 miles per hour are prohibited. E-bikes go over 100 miles per hour. Chu Ge felt the depth of his ignorance. How much is that one? Not expensive. Over 10,000. Chu Ge grimaced. Then what about this light motorcycle? This one is 5,800, but the battery is lead acid. You would be better off with this lithium battery model. It is only a few hundred more, 6,300. Since you are looking at that one, you might as well get this model with better range and a smart sensor lock. It is only 6,800. The budget of 5,000 yuan was meant to get him a decent ride, but he ended up spending 6,800. His heart ached. The next wave of royalties was coming, but the money had not arrived yet. He would be eating dirt for the next few days. It turns out wooing a woman really costs money. During the 6 months he partnered with Zhang Qiren, he spent less than he had in these past 2 months. Eating dirt was a small price to pay. As the electric scooter rolled smoothly along the river road, the breeze, and felt the faint fragrance of Qiu Wuji from the back seat, Chu Ge felt his mood lift. It was worth every penny. Zhang Qiren. Who was that? He did not know the man. The only regret was that Qiu Wuji was too capable. She did not need to hold his waist like other women, and she maintained perfect balance while sitting sideways. He wondered if he should find a way to trick her, to convince her to be more careful, but he let the thought go. Qiu Wuji studied the 2 masks he had bought from a street stall. They looked adorable, though they were not shaped like a man and a woman. This chubby doll is cute. Does it have a name? Chu Ge sighed. I actually imagined you would recognize them. Qiu Wuji looked curious. Why would I recognize them? When those idiots in the group sent you explicit images, I dreamed you had spent an hour downloading the Calabash Brothers. I imagined you watching them and sternly criticizing me for watching such childish things as a grown man. I would have accepted the criticism with surprise and joy. Qiu Wuji remained silent. The reality proved they were too honest. They sent you actual adult content. Can you tell me which one it was? Qiu Wuji gritted her teeth. Chu Ge, do you want to die? Chu Ge shifted back to the topic. So, this is a Calabash brother. The one with the yellow gourd on his head is the 3rd brother. I will wear this. The blue gourd is the 6th brother. You will wear that. Qiu Wuji teased him. Because you are yellow? Can you leave the group chat? Look what you have become after being around them. Qiu Wuji asked for his reasoning. The 3rd brother is the one who is immune to blades and spears. I will tell everyone that is my ability. The 6th brother is the one who can turn invisible. That is your ability. It is just spinning a lie. It is nothing for a writer like us. Is there a brother who can slap people on the head? Being invisible just means watching others. That is boring. If it is not necessary, please do not act. Understood. Neither of them knew why she needed to refrain from acting, but they both felt it was the right thing to do. Perhaps they felt insecure deep down. They did not belong to this world, and drawing too much attention was never good. Qiu Wuji hesitated. Are you sure you want me to come along? Lin Weiang already knows a woman exists in my life, and Zhongyi is helping with my identity documents. It makes no sense to hide you. It is better to openly admit you have supernatural abilities. It invites less suspicion. Writers are truly devious. Hey, are you telling this to a sect master who wants to conquer the world? Do not blame me for writing that. You wanted it yourself at the time. Qiu Wuji scoffed. I just think you are not entirely foolish. She looked down and brushed her palm over the masks. The masks emitted a soft light before fading. Chu Ge felt a shiver. Are you casting a spell again? Will this shorten your stay? Qiu Wuji snapped. Is such a small spell worth worrying about? What did you cast? I made it so that people cannot see through the masks. What if there is someone with X-ray vision? In that case, I think the first place you should cast a spell is on your clothes. Just drive the scooter. Qiu Wuji retorted. My spell can also change our voices so that no one can recognize the original. The restaurant owner heard us speak. Did you consider that, you idiot? Chu Ge muttered. Do you think they are cultivators? It is a busy restaurant. No one remembers our voices. At 8:30 in the evening, the small restaurant had few customers. The owners were scrolling through their phones at the counter when the door opened. They looked up to see a pair of Calabash brothers standing there. Zhong Bulei introduced us. The boy in the 3rd brother mask said. The room went silent for 3 seconds. The owner stared blankly. Zhong Bulei said he wanted everyone to vote on this, but I will state my position now. I approve. The landlady agreed. Idiots, who were these masks fit right in with this group? Chu Ge asked in confusion. You did not even ask for our names. What do we need names for? The landlady asked. Should you not just be called third brother? Chu Ge acknowledged the logic. He patted Qiu Wuji on the shoulder. Let us go in, sixth brother. Qiu Wuji wanted to tell him that her erratic speech in the book world was not intentional, but if she kept interacting with them, she would have to think carefully before speaking to ensure she sounded like the true Qiu Wuji. The owner had lost his game due to the distraction, so he quit the match. I will take you in. He pushed open the back door and led them into the courtyard where they prepared food. He walked them around to another dilapidated two-story building. We pooled our money to buy this building. We have made some money from the jobs we took over the years, and most of it went into this place. The owner explained. My surname is Jin. People rarely call me by my name. They call me chef, even though my cooking is average. Actually, Chu Ge interjected, it is not bad. Everyone gathers here when there is work. If the Black House is a location, this building is the place. Chef Jin unlocked the door. Inside, the lights were bright. Unlike the residential building Chu Ge expected, this looked like a gym. There were training machines everywhere. In the corner, a computer screen glowed, and Chu Ge saw a fat man playing a game. The young man who wrote on his face was practicing in front of a mirror, while Zhongyi was playing chess with a masked person. The gym equipment sat empty. Seeing Chef Jin bring the guests in, Zhongyi was not surprised. Chu Ge had messaged him beforehand, telling him to speak directly to the owner. Zhongyi did not look up from the board. You brought them in. Does that mean you agree? Chef Jin replied. You vouched for them. If there is a problem, I will come to you. The masked person playing chess added. I am a masked person myself, so of course I approve. Zhongyi called out to the young man. Hey Jun, what about you? The young man writing on his face turned. Fatty, what do you say? The fat man answered. Ask him if he reads novels. If it is neat or rare, he can go die. Chu Ge spoke sincerely. I am a loyal reader of Chu Wuji. Qiu Wuji is my favorite, and Qiu Wuji is my wife. Ouch. Qiu Wuji twisted the soft skin on his waist, clockwise, then counterclockwise. Her face, hidden behind the mask, burned with fury. So this was his plan. Writers were truly devious. The young man and the fat man were overjoyed. They spoke in unison. We approve. Zhongyi smiled at the masked person. Tell me, are these people strange? People usually fight to the death over a wife, but these idiots see someone claiming a wife and treat them like a kindred spirit. Chapter 77. The Black House held only a single public agreement. No member could leak information about the group to outsiders, regardless of who they were. Every operation was voluntary, and members could come or go as they pleased. When there was no work, the Black House served only as a place for practice and relaxation, so the full membership was not always present. 3 members were currently absent, consisting of 1 normal member and 2 masked individuals. This meant the Black House consisted of 9 people in total, including 3 masked individuals. With Chu Ge and his companion, the total rose to 11, and the number of masked individuals expanded to 5. It was a very small organization, barely enough people to fill a single table at a banquet. Everyone exchanged names and offered brief introductions. The young man with writing on his face was named Wan Zaijun. His profession was not farming, but copywriting for an advertising agency. Somehow, he ended up with the copy written on his own face. Since discovering his special ability, Wan Zaijun had fantasized about becoming a superhero. However, his ridiculous ability did not make him a hero, and it almost caused him to suffer social death at his company. He had no choice but to resign, flee to the countryside, and inherit the few acres of land his grandfather left behind. He farmed the land, providing a steady supply of goods to supermarkets and Chef Jin. Aside from the hard work, his income was actually quite good. He chose to accept this inheritance for the same reason Chu Ge might have. Living in the suburbs made it relatively convenient to practice his special ability. Wan Zaijun rarely visited the Black House, as he lived far away, but he came today specifically to meet the newcomers. The fatty possessed a name fitting his appearance. He was called Panda. He was also an unemployed drifter, because he made his living as a gold farmer in games. As everyone chatted, the row of computers in the corner mined automatically, all powered by software exploits. Chu Ge stared at the scene, feeling his eye twitch. Was this place supposed to be a training ground for special abilities, or a studio for gold farming? Still mining in the World of Warcraft these days? Chu Ge marveled at the screen. Do many people play the classic server? The classic server had many big spenders. The students of yesteryear were now wealthy, and they threw money around with abandon. Panda watched Chu Ge, his gaze growing friendlier. They read the same book, and they played the same game. The loves and hates of internet addicts were truly that simple. Third brother, add me on QQ. Let me pull you into the group called Brothers Against Chu. Chu Ge pretended not to understand. What is that? It is a place where everyone gets together to curse Chu Ge, that master of cliffhangers. Qiu Wuji chuckled beneath her mask. Chu Ge spoke softly. I think we should show a little respect to the great author Chu. His books are well written, and he does not miss updates. One thing at a time. Panda laughed. That group is a lot of fun. There is even a member managing a Qiu Wuji cosplay. It is incredibly realistic, though she has not popped up much in the last 2 days. Chu Ge asked with deliberate irony. Could it be that she is actually Qiu Wuji? Wake up from your dream, third brother. Panda rubbed his fat chin in thought, then laughed suddenly. Never mind cursing the author. If it were really Qiu Wuji, and we were cursing the author, would she be writing her father God while he does the work? Qiu Wuji's smile froze beneath her mask. Chu Ge felt a chill run down his spine, and instinctively covered his waist. Wan Zaijian turned to Qiu Wuji. Why is sixth brother so quiet? Qiu Wuji suppressed the urge to slap the fat man to death. She took a deep breath. Can you not tell that I am a woman? Do you really think I want to hear your filthy talk in your pathetic group? Panda's fat face froze. This was not his fault. The mask was too misleading. Having a good figure did not matter. The first impression was always a gourd baby, and a chibi-style one at that. Qiu Wuji ground her teeth. I heard you have equipment here to train special abilities. We were looking forward to joining, and this is what we find. Is your so-called training just sitting around talking nonsense? This is how we train our abilities. Panda pointed to his computer, acting as if it were obvious. When you play a game and see some idiot on the other side, do you not want to reach through the screen and slap them? I am accumulating emotions. Chu Ge nodded. That is true, that is true. Wan Zaijian held a mirror and continued tracing lines on his face. This is training for me as well. If I do not practice, who among you can write a proper character on your own face? 1, 2, and 3 do not count. Qiu Wuji stared at him in silence. They were not going to write on their faces anyway. Chu Ge could not suppress his curiosity. How did you first discover this ability? How did you think to start writing on your own face? I was watching a soccer match once, Wan Zaijian explained. I wrote China team must win, and as it turned out, they actually won that game. Chu Ge sighed. I do not think this was caused by your special ability, or at least your ability should not reach that level. Wan Zaijian offered a faint smile. I know the joke is a bit cold, but there is no need to be so serious. Just as we would not ask how you discovered your abilities. Everyone has their own little secrets. Chu Ge nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He smiled at Panda. So, I will not add your QQ account. After all, I am a masked man. That is no fun. Panda turned back to his computer. You guys entertain yourselves. I am going to the group to tease Qiu Wuji. Chu Ge smirked. You can go look for her in the group. Wan Zaijian spoke up. Panda, let us make a bet. Let us see if the great author Chu releases 5 chapters tonight. Panda agreed. I bet he does. Chu Ge shook his head. I bet he does not. Panda was defiant. I bet he does. The great author Chu is probably on energy pills today. There must be updates. What are we betting? It would be enough for you to let me slap your fat face once. Chu Ge replied earnestly. Panda jumped up. Deal. I will not hit you either. I just need to take off your calabash brother mask. Chu Ge wore a remarkably honest smile. Deal. Qiu Wuji felt her anger subside, replaced by amusement. Chu Ge's bet was the most shameless gamble in the world. He was acting as both the referee and the competitor. Just like his bet with Yan Qinli in her world. He was an expert cheater. Chu Ge watched Qiu Wuji. Both of them shared a look of amusement, feeling that this organization was not like an organization at all. How was it any different from a casual group chat? Even the Online Writers Association Chu Ge was part of, which was famous for doing nothing, had more structure than this. However, this suited their needs perfectly. Special ability users were solitary figures, and it was nice to chat with a group of similar people. They could wear masks to hide their identities without affecting their daily lives. Chu Ge thought it might be a good idea to set up a secondary QQ account later and add them all. How is it? Zhong Yi appeared beside them with a smile. There is not much pressure here, is there? Chu Ge replied helplessly. The people are fine, but I am mainly here to train my special abilities. How should I put this? It feels like this equipment is just for a regular gym. This floor is indeed just a gym, Zhong Yi said. If special ability users need to confront others, their physical reflexes must be up to par, or they will be finished after taking one punch. What is the point of that? The fitness equipment here is top-notch, though this lazy group uses it rarely. Chu Ge thought about the treadmill in his home. It was no longer suitable for his current practice. It felt strange to sit and meditate every day for physical cultivation like the Golden Bell Shield. Seeing that this place had a full set of fitness equipment and even sandbags, it was worth coming. It was just a bit different from what he had imagined. It felt as if he had walked into a place advertised as Buckingham Palace, only to find a line of karaoke hostesses standing at the entrance. Qiu Wuji noticed the key detail. This floor is just one level. That implies there is something else on the floors above. Zhong Yi patted Chu Ge's shoulder. Learn from sixth brother. Not only is her mind sharp, but she also speaks with a classical flair. Chu Ge stared ahead, speechless. Come upstairs and take a look. It is quite interesting. Zhong Yi led the two of them upstairs. The rooftop terrace is set up with plum blossom posts for practicing footwork. However, no one has ever used them, which is a waste of my money. The second floor houses some special equipment rooms. They are primarily for training mental strength and elemental perception, although we have no one in the Black House who plays with elements. We keep them prepared just in case. Chu Ge thought to himself that this was starting to get interesting. Most people could not get their hands on this equipment. Zhong Yi likely had official support, while other organizations might have different channels. Over the years, the development of abilities might be even more important than the ability itself. It even had facilities for practicing footwork, which precisely hit Chu Ge's needs. He suddenly felt that this ridiculous place was not so ridiculous after all. Zhong Yi pushed open a small room. Inside stood some electronic instruments, a chair, and a helmet suspended by various cables above it. Are we getting a CT scan? Chu Ge quipped. Something like that, Zhong Yi said. The helmet detects brain waves and provides a rough estimate of your mental intensity. Choosing different pressure settings can also have some effect on training mental strength. Can this measure exactly what kind of special ability someone has? Chu Ge felt a spark of interest. It cannot. Abilities are strange and varied, and there is no way to collect correct samples. This can only provide a rough judgment of mental intensity, and it is not very accurate. Zhongyi looked at Chu Ge with deep meaning. Do you want to try? Chapter 78. Chu Ge felt a surge of anticipation. He possessed a long-standing interest in the nature of his supernatural abilities, and the desire to understand them had taken deep root in his mind. He glanced at Qiu Wuji. She offered a subtle nod of encouragement. Trusting in Qiu Wuji to hold the line and ensure nothing went wrong, Chu Ge relaxed. He sat in the chair and pulled the helmet over his head. How does this work? Zhongyi activated a button on the side of the machine. You will experience mental pressure. When you do, use the same mental sensation you employ when you drive your abilities to push back. Just call out to stop when you feel you can no longer bear the load. As the words faded, Chu Ge felt a wave of mental oppression. The sensation felt familiar, much like the pressure he felt when Qiu Wuji grew angry, the mere gaze of her eyes capable of causing his soul sea to churn. He tried to summon the sensation of driving his power, but he had never actually activated his abilities on command. Did the sensation of overlooking his narrative as he wrote count? Chu Ge struggled to recall that feeling, but it remained elusive. That mindset usually arrived without intention. Now, without his document open, and with no plot in his head, the feeling refused to manifest. Yet, the mental pressure continued to climb. It felt as if he stood alone on a vast plain, faced with 10,000 charging soldiers. The soaring killing intent made him tremble, turning his legs to jelly and silencing his scream. This was no illusion. It was a visceral metaphor for psychological pressure. Should the stress cross a critical threshold, a person would surely lose their sanity. Qiu Wuji grew serious. She watched Chu Ge as his hands gripped the armrests tightly. If it becomes too much, just back out. Why force it? She shifted her gaze to the monitor next to Zhongyi. Light points danced across the display, climbing from 1 star to 2. 10 stars remained unlit. Zhongyi spoke into the quiet room. 2 stars, a relatively low level. Not bad, better than the entry level. Wait. The stars began to flicker erratically. One moment it resembled 1 star, then 2, 3, or 4, with no stable pattern. Caught within the immense pressure, Chu Ge closed his eyes. The charging army was merely a mental construct. It felt no different from the anxiety he experienced before a new book launched, when the pressure of data and the constant overthinking kept him awake and unable to write. Calm your mind. Think of the plot. Perhaps that would suffice. The next chapter for today required him to write about Lu Yuanzhang secretly drawing the fires of purgatory, and Qiu Wuji using her sword to slay a dragon soul. A roar echoed in his mind. The charging army in his imagination transformed into a ferocious fire dragon. The scorching heat rolled toward him, as if it threatened to reduce Chu Ge to ash in the next heartbeat. Chu Ge snapped his eyes open. Layers of clouds appeared before him, as if he viewed the world from a great height. Below, green mountains and flowing water were barely visible. Beneath the mountains, within the forbidden grounds of the Cloud Boundary Sect, Qiu Wuji stood before the dragon maw. With a sword in hand, she seemed to pierce the stars. Before he could focus any further, a sizzling sound filled the room. The equipment short-circuit. Chu Ge took off the helmet in a daze. He saw Zhongyi wearing an expression of pure disbelief. The stars had danced frantically, and then the equipment simply burned out. What happened? Did his mental power break the limit of the device? Was he starring in a science fiction anime? That could not be right. The stars never crossed the 4 or 5 star boundary. The later stars never lit up, which meant his mental power, no matter how unpredictable, was at most a 4 or 5 star level. How did the device short-circuit? Did he possess the ability to control electricity? Qiu Wuji stood to the side with her arms crossed. She glanced sideways at Zhongyi. The only agreement in our Black House is that no member may leak another member's situation to outsiders, no matter who they are, correct? Zhongyi kept his mouth half open, staring at the smoking instrument. After a long moment, he nodded in a daze. Yes. Chu Ge, having ruined the equipment, felt too embarrassed to linger. He grabbed Qiu Wuji and made his escape. We should meet another day. If you need compensation, just call me when there is a mission order. He ran off before the words left his mouth. He could not afford to pay for this. What was the point of putting on such a grand show? Zhongyi forgot even to say goodbye. He watched Chu Ge depart, then turned to the broken equipment, drifting in a daze. He never thought someone could short-circuit the testing machine, and he could not even figure out the reason. He wondered if telling Chu Ge's mother would count as leaking to an outsider. It was better to keep quiet for now. If the mother and son compared notes, he would be stuck in the middle. Zhongyi was not an official agent. At least one thing he told Chu Ge was true. His contact with the authorities existed only to minimize trouble for their small, ridiculous group. Not to invite more. Forget it. Zhongyi rubbed his chin and chuckled. Truly interesting. Chu Ge rode his electric scooter with Qiu Wuji on the back as they left the Black House. He felt a light sheen of cold sweat on his skin. The pressure he experienced earlier was like a physical weight. It was genuinely difficult to endure, and he could not say for sure how he had held on. He asked, his voice a little dry, as you watched from the outside, could you tell what happened? Qiu Wuji sat on the back seat, fiddling with a mask. She said casually, I could tell. Your mental power is around the 4th or 5th stage, but because your spirit was focused on another world, the feedback appeared quite unstable. That is all. Nothing complex. Then how did it blow up the test instrument? I saw you, was that your doing? It was not me, and it was not really you. How could your mental state become materialized to such a degree? Qiu Wuji continued in a leisurely tone. It was merely the so-called electromagnetic waves being rejected by a world that identified them as foreign interference, causing the energy to surge back. Chu Ge remained silent. Qiu Wuji thought for a moment and laughed. Or, shall we use a more impressive explanation? Those waves were resisting the power of an entire world. It is a miracle the machine did not explode. Chu Ge said. Can that world manifest in my mind even when I am not writing? Qiu Wuji shook her head. I do not know. That is a question we must continue to explore. However, it is certain that you are the one who constructs the world, not your computer. What does your writing have to do with it? Do you think my father god is a computer or a document? It is you, Chu Ge. Chu Ge pondered in silence as he drove. That sounded quite extraordinary. The two of them lost themselves in thought and said nothing more, traveling in silence until they reached their apartment complex. Chu Ge parked the scooter and laughed. We are now vehicle owners. The more I look at this little electric scooter, the more handsome it looks. Qiu Wuji also felt the little scooter looked better the more she saw it. It was their own vehicle. No, wait, who was their own? Qiu Wuji felt a flush of anger. She tapped the elevator button and headed upstairs. As soon as they entered the apartment, she slammed Chu Ge against the wall. She gritted her teeth and said, You pulled me into your pathetic group. Did you have that sleazy intent the fat man mentioned? Chu Ge was stunned. A moment ago they were discussing such high-minded topics. Why did the mood change so drastically upon their return? He wished he could punch Panda in his fat face. He said with a heavy heart, How could you listen to that fat guy's instigation? If it were truly Qiu Wuji holding the sword, that would mean you were holding the tool. Wait, what am I even saying? Qiu Wuji grabbed his collar and tossed him aside, throwing him into his room like a cannonball. Go meditate. Starting tomorrow, you will go to the Black House to practice for 2 hours every day. Chu Ge groaned as he hit the floor. Wait, I need to take a shower first. Talk about it in an hour. What? Qiu Wuji clutched her clothes and scurried into the bathroom. Because I am commandeering the bathroom. You listen through the door when I shower at night anyway, so it makes no difference. As the door clicked shut, Chu Ge heard her muttering. Shameless lecher. That night, Chu Ge listened to the sound of running water from the next room, unable to settle his mind during meditation. He was definitely not imagining what Qiu Wuji looked like in the shower. He was simply pondering a philosophical and mathematical problem. Why did it take women an hour to shower? Given they only had 2 more mounds of flesh, why did it take several times longer? The deep question troubled Chu Ge, and he could not find the answer. Writing draft chapters. He had long forgotten them to the back of his mind. In the distance, at the Black House, Panda refreshed the book page repeatedly, on the verge of tears. There really is no 5th chapter. Chapter 79. Panda could never understand why waiting for the author to update was already frustrating enough, without having to get beaten up on top of it. Perhaps the bet had been flawed from the very beginning. However, when he watched Sanwa turn to punch the heavy bag, Panda felt a sudden wave of relief that the punch he had received to the face earlier was light by comparison. Sanwa wore no hand wraps or gloves. He drove a fist into the 50-kilogram plastic sandbag, sending it flying high as if it were a weightless leather sack. After the impact, Sanwa grumbled that the bag was too light. Zhongyi stood to the side, his expression twisted in disgust. Panda weighed his own body mass against the heavy bag. He was not much heavier, perhaps less than double the weight. He shuddered, wondering how high he would fly if he took a direct hit. The bag swung back. Sanwa, seemingly inexperienced in proper technique, threw another stiff punch. He missed the center point, and the bag spun around, colliding with a thud against his face. Panda flinched instinctively at the sound of the impact. Sanwa took the blow squarely. A faint golden shimmer rippled across his skin. He merely rubbed his nose, grunting as he stepped forward to resume his punching. He complained that while the bag was light, it would have to do for his current training. Panda retreated cautiously, returning to his game of World of Warcraft. It made sense now that his ability was invulnerability. Even the historical Sanwa might not be as ferocious as this man. Panda resolved to avoid offending him at all costs. This man did not stop at punching. He worked through every barbell exercise and every strength training drill available. Afterward, he headed to the rooftop to practice on the wooden dummies. He skipped only the mental exercises, which seemed fitting for such a muscle-bound figure. His diligent work ethic shamed the rest of the Black House. Panda shrugged it off. He had been that hardworking once too. Wan Zaijian had started out with even more enthusiasm, yet everyone had slumped back into lethargy within a few days. It was perfectly normal. Chu Ge wondered how long his own drive would last. For now, it felt much like his practice days at home, with no real difference other than the commute on his small electric scooter. It was not that he avoided mental training. After surveying the facility, he concluded that their methods offered him little value. The soul-forging techniques taught by Qiu Wuji were far better suited to him. The results seemed slow, but he did not mind. As long as it was effective, the pace did not matter. The rooftop dummy facility was impressive. The motorized posts moved on their own, allowing him to practice footwork on top of the platforms, or agility training by dodging them from below. Zhongyi claimed that evasion and running away were the first subjects an ability user needed to study, yet Chu Ge was the only one in the Black House who actually practiced them. Must be a required subject, so why are you not training? Chu Ge asked Zhong Yi. Because I do not feel pain. But you can still die. I want to test that, Zhong Yi replied. I want to see if missing a dodge will actually lead to death. Chu Ge was left speechless. The days that followed fell into a steady rhythm. Between writing sessions, Chu Ge visited the Black House to train. When he was free, he returned home to tease Qiu Wuji. His routine began to mirror that of a typical office worker, with a 9-to-5 schedule followed by a trip to the gym. When showering, Chu Ge caught his reflection in the mirror and felt a momentary daze. Muscles were beginning to show definition. It had not been long, so the development seemed unnaturally fast. Was it linked to his practice of the Golden Bell Shield? Did the technique force his muscles into an optimal state? The man in the mirror looked striking and energetic. Was this truly him? Yes, this was him now that Qiu Wuji was in his life. Qiu Wuji rarely visited the Black House. When she accompanied him, she simply stood to the side, observing rather than training. She spent most of her time hiding in her room, reading books, binge-watching shows, browsing online groups, moderating comments, or studying recipes. Watching her lounge on the sofa with a small pig pillow, watching television, one would never guess she had once been obsessed with understanding the world. She had become like a lazy cat, her edges smoothed over by the comforts of a relaxed life, lying there waiting to be petted. Chu Ge knew better than anyone that her true self in the other world was currently engaged in fierce battles, with the waters of her sword stained red with blood. Is this your version of work-life balance? Chu Ge asked as he emerged from the bathroom, toweling off his hair. Qiu Wuji watched the couple kissing on screen, her expression as calm as a placid lake. She replied lazily that it was a mix of both. She was studying how to write, she explained. The books and shows were all part of that process. Chu Ge found it amusing. They had swapped roles, with him training and her writing. He smiled, asking if she truly intended to take his place and write about herself. Qiu Wuji declared that she was capable of writing a new book on her own. She understood enough now, she said. She wanted to experience the feeling of creation, and besides, it was a way to make money. Chu Ge watched her, noting how she looked ready to put her hands on her hips in defiance. He paused for a moment. He asked if she knew how many writers there were in the world. Qiu Wuji casually grabbed her phone and searched. She claimed there were probably tens of thousands. She was confident that she was one in a million, even as a novice. She trailed off, her voice faltering as she looked at the screen. The search results showed that there were over 17 million web writers in the country. Silence hung between them. Chu Ge knew that this was like those war dramas, where people supposedly ripped soldiers apart with their bare hands, but in reality, there were not actually that many writers. However, she had looked it up herself. He could not claim he was lying to her. Chu Ge cleared his throat. He said that people often warned that writing novels was a path to nowhere. If she wanted to experience the feeling of creation, she could try, but she should not count on making money. She reminded him that she was still using his money. The 10,000 she had snatched was almost gone, she said. Once her identification was processed, she would start her book. She had to try. Chu Ge cheek twitched. It was far from almost gone, considering how many clothes, shoes, and bags she had bought recently. He sighed. The season was changing, there was no helping it. He sat down beside her, watching the lovers on TV. He told her not to worry about money. They were a pair, after all. Qiu Wuji turned to look at him. She stated that existing independently in this world required personal effort, a sentiment he had shared previously. Chu Ge insisted it was all work, and working for him was better than working for a capitalist. She stiffened, pointing out that she had searched for the term, and it was called being a housewife. She warned him not to try to trick her, noting they had not reached that stage of their relationship yet. Chu Ge cried out in mock despair, threatening to destroy the search engine the next day. Qiu Wuji hugged her pig pillow, lost in thought. She wondered why the Black House had not received any lucrative jobs lately, as that was one way to earn money. Chu Ge told her to write if she wanted to, and they would discuss it again once she failed. She reached out to pinch his waist, furious that he had cursed her with failure. He quickly defended himself, grabbing her hand and insisting he only meant it as a hypothetical. She retorted that he had not used the word hypothetical, and even if he had, it was still a curse. The television broadcasted a line of dialogue. "You are heartless, cruel, and unreasonable." The reply followed. "Then are you not heartless, not cruel, not unreasonable?" Qiu Wuji retort died in her throat. She went quiet. Her hand remained in his grasp. Both of them seemed to have forgotten it was there. Her small hand was not hot in the summer heat, but cool and soft, feeling like jade and comfortable to hold. He did not want to let go. She pointed out that he was holding her hand. Chu Ge snapped out of his daze, confused, and asked her what she meant. She kept her eyes on the television, her gaze drifting. She told him to teach her how to write. His outlines were complex, layered, and full of secrets. Chu Ge wore a strange expression. So, this was another buff added to their relationship. Chapter 80. Outlines are not strictly necessary. Many top writers do not use them. In Qiu Wuji's room, Chu Ge sat on a small stool beside her. He held a variety of roles in his mind, ranging from writer to teacher to aspiring lover. He began his guidance. The purpose of an outline is to clarify the story. You need to know what the protagonist wants, what they experience, and the final result. If you have a clear storyline in your head, you do not need one. So, what kind of story do you want to write? Qiu Wuji blinked, her eyes spinning as she struggled to focus. I want to write a story about a swordswoman who slays demons. Chu Ge paused, staring at her for a long moment. That is not a story. Let us review what I just said. Qiu Wuji eyes widened, and the spinning sensation seemed to slow. The protagonist does something. My protagonist wants to slay demons. She experiences things. She slays demons. Chu Ge sighed, rubbing his forehead. And the result is that she successfully slays the demons, right? Oh, yes, exactly. That is not a story. That is a premise. If you want to write about a woman who walks out of a book, that is a point, or a setting. It is not a story. A story requires conflict and interaction between Qiu Wuji and Chu Ge. Qiu Wuji looked at him suspiciously. What kind of interaction do you want to have with me? You are being lewd. Chu Ge covered his face with his hands, feeling his patience thin. I cannot teach this student. Qiu Wuji puffed out her cheeks, staring at him. You touched my hand already. Fine, fine. I will try again. Chu Ge reached out and took her small hand, rubbing his thumb over it briefly. Qiu Wuji reacted instinctively, throwing a punch that landed squarely on Chu Ge's face. The first stage of instruction ended. The story was not coming together, so they set it aside to focus on character design. Plot could be built from character, after all. Chu Ge explained that the protagonist needed a personality, goals, and ideals. Her past experiences shaped her temperament, which would then dictate the direction of the plot. Qiu Wuji clicked the mouse repeatedly. What are you doing? I am looking for your character draft for Qiu Wuji. Chu Ge felt a vain throb in his forehead. That is not right. Your setting does not explain what I experienced, only my personality. That is because the background and focus are different. Your past is just a powerful label, a natural talent leading the sect toward prosperity. How you cultivated along the way, how you hacked through thorns, is for the readers to imagine. It does not need to be written out. That gives me room to maneuver later. I can add that Qiu Wuji has a literary flair, or that she possesses the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother. Since others do not know your previous history, it is easy for them to accept. Then why did you ask me to do this kind of setting? You are the one who wants to write a female lead. Is your Qiu Wuji not the female lead? Chu Ge covered his face again. I cannot teach this student. You touched. Chu Ge jumped up and adopted a defensive posture before she could strike. The second stage of instruction ended. Forget it. Let us build the relationships first. You can organize a plot through character relationships. For example, your female lead comes down from the mountain and meets the male lead. Who is this male lead? What is his current situation? Whether the female lead helps him or whether it starts as a misunderstanding, the first scene is born. Then you expand on the background of the male lead, who he is connected to, which factions he deals with, and what his demands are. Dig into the female lead background and see how it intersects. A plot web is created. Qiu Wuji looked thoughtful. I do not even know what your family does. You do not even know yourself, yet we are living just fine. Chu Ge felt exasperated. You are writing a story. Can you forget about our reality for a moment? I just think that what you are saying is different from what I am experiencing. You are experiencing life. Life is flat and boring, filled with mundane things like cooking and groceries. What we are doing is crafting a story. It requires peaks and valleys in the plot. It is not the same thing. Is it not said that stories come from life? Chu Ge paced around the room, feeling his frustration peak. When I was your student, was I this argumentative? He grabbed a small pig pillow and pressed it onto Qiu Wuji's head. Wear this. Qiu Wuji balanced the pillow on her head. Is this also for balance training? No, the elders say that like cures like. This is to help you replenish your brain. Chu Ge, are you getting bold now? A chaotic scuffle erupted. After the dust settled, Chu Ge was sprawled on the floor, his eyes swirling in confusion. Qiu Wuji, you are bullying your teacher and destroying your ancestors. I am your teacher too. Qiu Wuji huffed, crossing her arms. I am not learning from you anymore. You are a half-failed writer yourself. I will write it on my own. I do not believe I cannot do it. Chu Ge nodded solemnly. Believe in yourself. Yes, I was going to say, believe in yourself, and you will eventually come back to beg me to teach you. Qiu Wuji opened the group chat. Go write your words. I am going to watch the group members chat. They know everything. A group member typed, QQ, my QQ. The user blue pill was banned for 1 hour by the administrator, Qiu Wuji. The group members were unreliable too. Qiu Wuji felt a deep sense of frustration with nowhere to vent. She suddenly remembered that her avatar, which had been in progress for many days, should be ready. She went to ask about it. Meow, is my avatar ready? The person on the other side remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, they created a discussion group, pulling in Qiu Wuji and a stranger. This is the artist we found, they said. They sent over a form. Please fill out the 3rd-star character avatar form. Qiu Wuji stared at the screen, her confusion turning to anger. How much time has passed? You only just found an artist. And what is this form? You said you did not need me to fill one out last time. I gave you the images already. Just draw based on them. Why the form? The person replied with a string of hesitant characters, saying, sorry, these are the rules. Qiu Wuji felt like flipping the table. She finally understood how Panda felt about hitting someone through the internet. She turned to Chu Ge's room. Contact Panda. Let him beat someone up for me. Chu Ge looked up. What? If he beats them up, I will unban him. Chu Ge stared at her, speechless. You are delirious. If I give him a job and you unban him in the group, is that not telling everyone who we are? Who made you so angry? The one making the avatar. Chu Ge thought about it. He logged into his main account and sent a private message to Blue Pill. Panda, you are getting banned every day. Do you want to be an administrator? She will not be able to ban you then. Panda was overjoyed. Chu, you are my eternal light. Yes, mostly because I see you are online for a very long time. Yes, exactly. I live on the internet. I will watch this group for you. If anyone dares to post inappropriate content, I will make sure they regret it. Not that. Help me deal with the avatar maker. They are dragging their feet, and it is annoying. No problem. Blue Pill was promoted to administrator. Qiu Wuji sent a private message. They are too infuriating. It has been over 10 days, and they just created a group, and now they want me to fill out some stupid form. Blue Pill replied, do not worry, Sect Master Qiu. Leave it to me. Qiu Wuji invited Blue Pill to join the discussion group, titled Chu Tian Wuji Character Card Discussion Group. One thing controls another. Chu Ge turned to Qiu Wuji and smiled. I can predict that our character cards will be the most efficient in the world. Qiu Wuji mood improved, and she smiled sweetly. People who write books really have dirty minds. Hey, you are a prospective writer yourself now. Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes, her voice suddenly turning coquettish. Teacher. Chu Ge felt a shiver run down his spine. What? I thought about it. What you said just now made some sense. It sounded very professional. Can you teach me a little more? Chu Ge put on a serious, righteous expression. If you wear that pig pillow on your head, I will consider trying again. He had to take this opportunity to assert his authority as the husband. Forget it. Qiu Wuji's expression changed, and she scoffed before turning to walk away. When I write it, I will scare you to death. Chu Ge watched her back as she left the room, his heart still fluttering. The flash of charm she had shown just now was truly captivating. He suddenly remembered something. He carefully pulled up the outline and character design panel. He found the entry for Qiu Wuji and moved his mouse over a seemingly blank area. It revealed a hidden word that was usually invisible because the font color was set to white. It read Inner Sensuality. Chapter 81. Qiu Wuji really did seem eager to learn the craft of writing. Chu Ge had intended to tell her that she could earn a fortune just by selling her calligraphy, but he decided against it. Everyone followed their own path. It was obvious she wanted to learn the art of creating worlds, not just making money, and she certainly was not doing it solely for the sake of learning to write. Otherwise, given her current understanding of the world, she already had plenty of ways to make money. If she truly wanted to write a book, she did not need to learn how to weave a story. She simply needed to recount the events of the martial arts world she had experienced as an autobiography, or perhaps share interesting anecdotes she knew. Even without any writing technique, the results would likely be fascinating. They could even serve as a prequel or a spin-off to the book she appeared in. That would have been perfect. But that would still just be filling in the gaps of that other world. Qiu Wuji's ambition clearly lay in creating a world of her own, not in supplementing his work. It was a pity. Chu Ge believed that with Qiu Wuji's way of thinking, weaving a story on her own would prove difficult. She was simply not the type of person to spin tales. Chu Ge still wanted to help her. He knew how to write, but his teaching skills were perhaps lacking. He had never been a teacher, unlike Qiu Wuji, who often instructed her disciples, and was accustomed to teaching the path of cultivation. He needed to find her some teaching materials. Zhang Qiren had collected many in the past, though Chu Ge had never bothered to look at them. He had always believed that this skill could not be taught. However, judging by Zhang Qiren's progress, they were useful. Perhaps he should ask Zhang Qiren for a set to look over. He wondered if Zhang Qiren had deleted those files. Chu Ge attempted to send a message to Zhang Qiren, but no reply came. He was likely busy and offline. Chu Ge lost himself in thought for a moment, before entering the failing writers group, to seek advice from the experts there. Writing a book, the experts replied. Is that not something anyone with hands can do? Chu Ge typed a quick acknowledgement. Just open the word processor and start working. Thinking too much is useless. Chu Ge agreed. Writing is actually inversely proportional to one's appearance. Someone as handsome as I am tends to flop. Sigh. This sort of thing cannot be forced, so what is the point of studying? The group erupted in activity. No wonder. My sales dropped yesterday. It turns out it was because I became even more handsome. No wonder I cannot reach platinum level this year. It turns out my looks were holding me back. Chu Ge typed. Thanks for confirming that I am the most handsome one in the group. The group went silent for a moment. A few seconds later, someone posted a screenshot. Million subscription master. What are you talking about? Many people in the group have not reached that level. You are firmly in the group of the less attractive ones. Chu Ge rubbed his eyes. The screenshot showed the badge for 10,000 subscriptions, and the title of the book was Chu Tian Wuji. 10,000 subscriptions. When did that happen? You do not even know. Someone asked in surprise. That is incredible. You have to have others tell you about your own achievements. What have you been doing all day? Wait, you came in here asking about writing lessons. Could it be that you are trying to woo some female apprentice? The experts were sharp. They had guessed correctly. Chu Ge spoke with righteous indignation. Do I look like that kind of person? I am just trying to recharge my batteries. I am studying for self-improvement. That stuff is useless. Just open the word processor and start working. So it went right back to the beginning. At that moment, Zhang Qiren's avatar finally blinked. Chu Ge clicked to open the message. A link appeared on the screen. The ones I collected myself have been deleted. This is a collection of essential writing tips from a forum. It should be somewhat useful. However, I suggest you do not look at it too much. You have your own style and path. Do not let yourself be led astray while reading. Chu Ge sighed with gratitude. Thanks, brother. Ha. Zhang Qiren sent a laughing emoji. I am busy, so I will stop chatting now. Chu Ge could not resist asking. Recently, your classmate has been watching me closely. Even though I sold him a favor, he still treats me like a boss. But he has been overwhelmed with headaches recently, so I have had more breathing room to do other things. Anyway, I will not talk about this anymore. 88. Chu Ge mused on the situation. When they had discussed Zhang Kairen's plan, he realized he might have missed one outcome. The plan had left Lin Weiang caught up in various cleanup troubles, leaving him with no time to watch Zhang Kairen, which made things easier. He wondered about the state of the Wang family's young master who had been dragged away. Lin Weiang had been on the verge of asking for his help nearly a week ago, but he had not been in contact since. Chu Ge shook his head, choosing not to dwell on these troublesome matters. He turned and sent the link to Qiu Wuji. Good stuff. Study this. Qiu Wuji subconsciously assumed he was sending something inappropriate. She clicked on it and felt quite satisfied. A dutiful apprentice showing filial piety. Who is the apprentice here, hey? Chu Ge retorted angrily. At least in this matter, I am the teacher. Fine, fine, teacher. Chu Ge remained silent. Qiu Wuji ignored him and happily began studying the link. After opening it, her eyes turned into swirls of confusion. Why were there so many other links inside? Having many links was fine. Sect Master Qiu had seen more when browsing through Taoist scriptures. However, after clicking on a few, she found that some of the advice contradicted itself. Take outlines for example. Some said they were mandatory, even down to the detailed plot points, while others claimed they restricted one's thinking. Who was she supposed to listen to? Creating a world was truly difficult. Qiu Wuji thought for a moment and decided to simply stop looking. After all, none of these people had actually created a world, had they? It would be better to open the document and start writing immediately. Qiu Wuji began to write her book. The next morning, Chu Ge brushed his teeth, walking past her room with a sideways glance. He walked past again at a different angle. Qiu Wuji sat before the computer, staring at the document with only 3 lines written. She gritted her teeth. If you keep pacing back and forth, I will throw you out the window. No, no. The name of the protagonist is good. Just call him the protagonist. What is wrong with not being able to think of a name yet? I will list the plot points first, and think of a name later. Chu Ge blinked. How about the surname Chu? It is an elegant surname, very common in novels, and often used for protagonists. I have not noticed you being particularly elegant, Chu Ge. I might not be, but there are good examples, like Chu Liaxiang. Qiu Wuji hesitated. Chu Liaxiang was a nice-sounding name, though it did have the feel of a playboy. In fact, even a name like Chu Tianji sounded quite good. It seemed this surname was indeed fit for a protagonist. She asked hesitantly. The surname Chu seems acceptable. I suppose I can give you some face for that. As for the given name, do you have any good ideas? Chu Ge hid his smile. What do you think? It is your book, so your opinion takes priority. Qiu Wuji fell into deep thought. Chu Ge brushed his teeth and returned to the bathroom. Think slowly. That is where our child's name will come from. He wondered where he had purchased the school district housing. He was lost in his dream when his phone rang. Chu Ge answered. Zhong Yi's voice came through. That identity issue is settled. Do you want to register her separately, or do you want to attach her to your own household registration? Chu Ge nearly jumped out of his skin. He asked urgently. If I attach her to my registration, what relationship should I use? Is it possible even if we are not relatives? As long as the head of the household agrees and issues a written certificate, it can be attached. Although it is not encouraged because it can lead to disputes, and it is usually not approved, if you want to do it, then, just claim she is a distant relative. Attach it. It must be attached. Chu Ge pulled out his own lonely page of the household register, overwhelmed with joy. Now we will be on the same household register. Just say, she is a distant cousin. So, another layer of the bond was added. Zhong Yi seemed to have guessed what he would say, and he was not surprised. It would have been strange if Sanhua and Liaohua were not on the same registration. Fine, then bring your materials and come over once. The news of securing an identity startled Qiu Wuji out of her deep concentration on protagonist names. She slipped out of the room, tidied her appearance in the mirror, climbed onto Chu Ge's electric scooter, and headed straight for the police station. I did not expect that registering a blacklisted person would be more efficient than getting an avatar drawn by the people online. Qiu Wuji sighed with emotion. This is the difference. Chu Ge twitched the corner of his mouth, offering no response. He was also lost in thought. A person who had run out of a book was truly going to have an identity. Her stay this time had been incredibly long, already a week, as if she would never return. With every passing day, her existence became more and more real. He wondered what kind of identity Zhong Yi had arranged for her. Chapter 82. Kidnapped by human traffickers and sold into the mountains as a child, only just rescued. Chu Ge stared at the official documentation. He felt speechless. Looking at her fine skin and ethereal, otherworldly beauty, it seemed impossible that anyone would believe this backstory. Zhong Yi waved a sleeve. What if they consider you the trafficker? Suddenly, it feels quite plausible. Chu Ge had no response. Qiu Wuji tilted her head. That actually sounds reasonable. Chu Ge remained silent. Zhong Yi studied Qiu Wuji for a moment, then sighed. You really should wear a mask. You look 100 times better than a standard identification photo. If you walked into the Black House, the souls of everyone there would vanish. And your name on this identification is still Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji offered a faint smile. She did not answer. In this world, people offered compliments on appearance with casual frequency. She still found it difficult to adjust. In her own world, people were much more reserved. Truth be told, she disliked people focusing on her face in either world. However, since her other accomplishments were things she needed to hide for now, she let it slide. Let me write until I become a legend, she thought. Then I will have real things to be praised for. Even though she had yet to think of a name for her protagonist, she felt full of confidence. Zhong Yi cleared his throat. This record is for the archives. No one will see that you were supposedly kidnapped. Who needs to believe it? The publicly verified identity is that you are his distant cousin, attached to his household register. By the way, how distant is this relative? Chu Ge straightened his posture. Outside the 5 degrees of mourning, Qiu Wuji offered no rebuttal. She was a creation of his making. Were they relatives? She lacked blood ties. Therefore, classifying this as a distant relative relationship outside the traditional family lines was technically correct. There was no error in that logic. The household registration was finalized. The physical identification card still needed to be manufactured. It would arrive the following day, though it could also be mailed. Chu Ge did not linger. He collected the address, took the paperwork, and led Qiu Wuji away with a complicated mix of emotions. In the back seat, Qiu Wuji flipped through the registration document repeatedly. She felt equally conflicted. The head of the household was listed as Chu Ge. The family member was listed as Qiu Wuji. The address listed was not the rental property, but the old family home Chu Ge had moved out of, located in the older downtown district. She mused that he was actually a man with property. Aside from the relationship to the head of the household being listed as a cousin, the document felt strangely similar to a marriage certificate. Head of household. Family member. It felt bizarre. Wait, now that she had an official identity, it seemed she could actually get legally married now, could she not? Cousin. Yes. Chu Ge steered the vehicle, his voice filled with a heavy sigh. Once the identification card arrives, let us go to the bank to open an account. You are truly becoming a modern person. Qiu Wuji fell silent. The days of her WeChat account being linked to his phone number and using his bank card felt like vines wrapping around him, yet that was only yesterday. Now, she could possess her own account. She was becoming an independent natural person. Do you not feel any sense of loss? Qiu Wuji asked. I do. Chu Ge smiled. It feels a bit like watching a daughter grow up. You are incorrigible. Qiu Wuji retorted. I have my own identity now. I am no longer dependent on you. I can leave whenever I want and go wherever I please. Did you not know that? Yes, that is exactly what happens when a daughter grows up. I do feel a bit of loss. Chu Ge became serious. But Qiu Wuji, this is what we have been pursuing for the last 2 months. Qiu Wuji remained silent. Chu Ge continued. Actually, I cannot tell if I feel more loss or relief. Truth be told, I lack a real sense of it. Perhaps it is because we did not achieve this slowly through our own hard work. It lacks the flavor of a true journey. It is true what they say, you cannot cheat in a game. Qiu Wuji felt helpless. I have never seen someone complain about making things difficult for themselves. You treat this like a cultivation challenge. If you relied solely on yourself, a writer who spends all day at home, you would have struggled for years and still not succeeded. Well, the process is not important. This is the result we needed. Chu Ge pulled the scooter up to the residential complex and came to a slow stop. Your identity is independent now. I hope your life will be as well. Qiu Wuji watched his back, unable to find words. Occasionally, she had wondered why she felt so close to him. At this moment, there was no need to wonder. It had little to do with the setting he had written for her. It was because he helped her with all his heart. Human beings were not made of grass and trees. How could they not have a heart? Today is the 15th day of the 7th lunar month on our side. Chu Ge remarked. Our timelines are not quite the same, are they? We have not reached the time of your decisive battle with Yan Qinli. Not yet. Qiu Wuji replied. The time inside the book moves with your plot. It has nothing to do with real time. However, it is coming soon. Maybe I simply cannot understand your state of mind. It feels discordant that with a major event looming, you are here worrying about trivial household matters. Qiu Wuji offered a slight smile. Are you in such a hurry to drive me away? That is not what I meant. I am studying your intent behind creating this world. For me, this is truly a good way to seek a breakthrough. As for the matters of cultivation, you should stay out of it. Qiu Wuji walked toward the elevator, her ponytail swaying with each step. I will certainly write this. A short time later, Chu Ge looked at the protagonist name, Chu Qiu, listed on the document. He lacked the energy to even complain. Whether as a protagonist or the name of a future child, it seemed to lack a certain spark. Qiu Wuji cast a sideways glance at him. What? Names are better when they return to simplicity. The protagonist is a girl from a poor family, so it should be this way. Names like your Chu Tianji and Qiu Wuji are too crafted. It is obvious they were pieced together from poems and classics. It was infuriatingly logical. Chu Ge laughed in spite of himself. Fine, let us do it your way. Save a few chapters of the draft. Once the identification card arrives, you can publish the book on the platform. He realized that Chu Qiu was not actually bad. It was a combination of both their names after all. Chu Ge secretly glanced at Qiu Wuji's profile. He felt that this should not be a name she would be willing to use. Ordinarily, even if he suggested it, she would have rejected it, yet she had come up with it on her own. Did that mean? Forget it. Thinking too much might get him hit. Chu Ge felt good. He hummed a little tune and returned to his own room to write. 2 rooms remained quiet, with only the sound of clicking keyboards echoing, much like the days he used to share a rental apartment with Zhang Qiren. Chu Ge had never imagined even in his wildest fantasies, that the girlfriend he found would be someone he sat and wrote with. Well, not a girlfriend, but it was close enough. When the reality of writing side by side truly arrived, Chu Ge did not feel it was strange at all. Perhaps the life of a writer was always the same, and he was accustomed to this rhythm. It was good. Qiu Wuji wrote for 3 days, completing 5 chapters. Each chapter was 2,000 words, for a total of 10,000 words. The day the identification card arrived, Qiu Wuji approached the platform with the solemnity of someone about to face Yan Qinli in a duel. She registered an author account and filled out every detail with intense focus. She clicked to publish the first chapter and waited with nervous anticipation for the database review. Chu Ge set aside his own work to sit beside her and wait. The database review is very fast now. It takes an hour at most, and if it is fast, it happens in seconds. Qiu Wuji felt a little nervous. What if it does not pass? That usually does not happen. There are only 2 situations where it does not pass. One is that the first chapter has obvious sensitive issues. The other is that the sentences do not flow, making it worse than artificial intelligence. You should know that even things written by artificial intelligence often pass the review. Qiu Wuji felt confident about that. She simply did not know how to weave a story or understand the elements of novel writing, but that did not mean her prose was lacking. If she truly started writing beautiful text or flowery poetry, she could crush 100 Chu Ges. After they waited nervously for more than 10 minutes, a text message arrived from the platform. We apologize. Your work has not met the standard for the database. Please try again. Qiu Wuji stood there stunned. What? Chu Ge scratched his head. He felt that the first chapter, regardless of whether the story was worth reading, was at least written with great skill. The opening passage, filled with balanced 4- and 6-character prose, would have been impressive even if written by an ancient scholar. How could such writing not meet the standard for the database? He thought for a moment. He bit the bullet and contacted his editor. He sent Qiu Wuji first chapter to them. Editor, could you please help me take a look? This is a text by my cousin. Why did it not pass the entry review? Did it trigger any sensitive words? The editor remained silent for a moment before replying with a few words. We do not accept classical Chinese. Chapter 83. Why is this classical Chinese? How is this classical Chinese? Qiu Wuji grabbed Chu Ge's collar, her expression fierce. This is clearly vernacular. I only used some parallel prose for the scenery description. Chu Ge massaged his temples. Calling it classical Chinese was surely incorrect. Her style belonged to early modern vernacular, similar to the style found in the 4 great classical novels. If one read the first chapter of Journey to the West, the sheer volume of poetry would be dizzying. However, the majority of the narrative and dialogue remained quite colloquial. To a modern reader, it might be termed semi-classical at most, falling well short of true classical Chinese. Chu Ge did not have high hopes for its success, but he had no expectations to begin with, so he let her publish it. He had not anticipated the rejection, nor the fact that it would fail the initial intake review. After all, he was neither an editor nor part of the review board, and standards varied. Ultimately, the parallel prose in the opening scenery description was too much. There was no need to show off so aggressively. It would have been sufficient to write a simple description of a towering mountain. Instead, you wrote a massive poem about the scenery. Lines about distant rivers and lost fishermen, or deep mists and returning children. You spent 200 or 300 words on that. It was unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Qiu Wuji bit her lower lip, her expression sorrowful. I thought about that for a long time. It was a necessary background setting. I have read stories and scripts for thousands of years, and they are all written like that. Chu Ge scratched his head. Dealing with thousands of years of memory was difficult. The reading habits and writing styles Qiu Wuji had cultivated over such a vast expanse of time were deeply rooted. They could not be changed overnight. Her brief exposure to modern novels in this world would not override a foundation built over millennia. Did you not study my writing style? Qiu Wuji stared blankly at the edge of the bed. I was too busy reading the story. Is style not just style? Besides, I spent so much time reading Taoist scriptures and ancient texts, so I reverted to my old habits. You adapted your speech quickly enough. Why can you not do the same for your writing? Speaking is different. It relies on the environment. Writing is not like that. You would not include those phrases you use in group chats, like asking someone to send you pictures, in your book. Chu Ge sighed. That is true. Qiu Wuji looked wronged. Do I have to read frantically to find the feeling of a modern writing style? How about this? If you cannot use your own style, can you try imitating someone else's? I could try. Should I imitate yours? Since you are publishing on the female-oriented platform, you should imitate the masters there. The female-oriented platform also values beautiful prose, but the method of expressing that beauty differs. You should study it. Chu Ge paused. If you imitated me, you would have to publish on the male-oriented platform. What is the main difference between the male and female platforms? Female protagonists versus male protagonists. It is a difference in perspective. There is also a difference in stylistic preference. The female-oriented platform emphasizes emotions, while the male-oriented platform emphasizes career development. Of course, that is not an absolute rule. The female-oriented platform has career-focused stories for female leads, and the male-oriented platform has romance stories. However, the details, perspectives, and ways of thinking are different. A headache throbbed behind Qiu Wuji's temples. Stop. Stop right there. Chu Ge shrugged. Every profession looks simple from the outside, but they all have many nuances once you delve in. That is the barrier between different fields. Since you do not even understand the difference between the male and female platforms, are you sure you want to continue writing? Qiu Wuji pondered this. Your side is very detailed, with segments for different readers. On our side, well, tell me, if I do not publish it here, but take it there to spread, does that count? With my influence, it would be easy to make it known throughout the world within 10 days. I could even consult with those who study the way of books. Chu Ge's mouth fell open. If she wrote a book there, and that book constructed a world, that layering. Let me try it first. If it does not work, I will come back and think of a solution. Qiu Wuji looked embarrassed. Besides, I have stayed here long enough this time. Should I go back for a few days? This tone of seeking his opinion gave Chu Ge a sense of satisfaction. He was the head of the household, after all. Chu Ge patted her shoulder without forcing the issue. Go ahead and test it. Although I do not have high hopes, I am curious. I hope you succeed. Qiu Wuji did not speak, but she stared directly at his hand. Chu Ge pulled his hand back, feeling awkward. Qiu Wuji pushed him toward the door. Get out. I need to leave. Chu Ge remembered that she was returning to hide in her bed to shed her clothes. His heart skipped a beat at the thought. This name you chose for your protagonist, it really lacks a certain spark in that world. What if I change one character? Qiu Wuji could not keep up with his sudden change in train of thought. Change what? Chu Ge turned back and changed a character in the document. Chu Mukio. He turned to her with a smile. Is that better? Qiu Wuji stared blankly at his smile. Something strange swirled in her heart, impossible to describe. This was Chu Ge expressing his longing for her again, just using a different method. She turned her head away. Fine, fine. You are the great writer. Now get out. I am leaving. Chu Ge reached out and caught her slender hand. In our world, we at least need a handshake when we say goodbye. Qiu Wuji let him hold her hand and even allowed him to rub it a few times. She said nothing. Qiu Wuji was gone. Chu Ge stood in her room, staring at the computer, which she had forgotten to shut down. Her departure felt rushed, almost like she was fleeing. Was it really necessary? I would not have lifted your blanket. Chu Ge breathed in the faint scent remaining on his hand, and turned his gaze to the computer document, lost in thought. In his own setting, the way of books in that world was incapable of achieving the level of world creation. It was far from it. Practitioners of such arts could summon book spirits or use the characteristics of text to achieve certain spell effects, but that was the limit. In his projected outline, even the ascended heavenly realm could not create worlds through the way of books. Such supreme creation was a tool for the protagonist or perhaps the final boss, but it did not exist in the settings of this book. If Qiu Wuji went back and tried to layer her world creation, she would fail. She could not break the limitations of the world. He could put the layering issue aside. What Chu Ge was truly considering was the fact that he had not written about Qiu Wuji writing a book. If she went back now to write a book and spread it throughout the world, what kind of nature would that action have? It would certainly cause a certain impact and change in that world, even if it did not alter the trajectory of the plot. Would a change of this magnitude be problematic? It was part of the test. He wondered if Qiu Wuji had considered this level of consequence. Judging by the way she ran off, she probably had not. Chu Ge felt like a worried parent. Parents had to do their duties. Chu Ge checked left and right like a thief, sat down at the computer, and opened Qiu Wuji's hard drive and browser. You watched that kind of video last time, and you search for all sorts of strange things every day. Let Dad take a look. He clicked on the video file, and nearly threw his mouse across the room. It was a film depicting a submissive man being whipped and disciplined. No wonder her reaction had not been as intense as he imagined that day, but rather, she had looked at him up and down with such a strange expression. So that was it. Although he had not been beaten that day, this was not good news. He had never even watched that kind of content. Chu Ge was so angry he nearly vomited blood. He opened the group chat on his phone. Who sent that video to Sect Master Qiu? Stand up and face your death. Chapter 84. A group member thanked Chu Ge with a single sentence. Hey Chu, how do you know what kind of videos Sect Master Qiu watched? Chu Ge stared, unable to process the situation. Can I not private message her? The aggressive momentum of the inquiry instantly vanished. A user clicked their tongue. Chu, you have bad intentions. Private messaging a female moderator about suggestive videos is practically harassment. Chu Ge fumed. You people send her inappropriate links all the time. And that is not harassment, but this is. Move aside, Chu. QQ is mine. Get lost, she is mine. QQ, my QQ. Chu Ge sat in silence, watching the conversation spiral off the rails. No one cared about his original question anymore. Chu Ge observed the screen for a while. His expression shifted into something peculiar. The group used a uniform set of reaction images for their daily chatter. Every single one consisted of screenshots from Qiu Wuji's past messages. He scrolled through the images. One showed Qiu Wuji asking why people begged to be muted, and why they specifically tagged her to ensure she saw it. Another showed her saying how strange they were. A third featured her comment about feeling out of place, because she was not perverted enough. One specific image served as a perfect reply to Chu Ge, depicting Qiu Wuji asking if they were all masochists. The absurdity of the reaction images washed away Chu Ge's focus. Watching the steady stream of Qiu Wuji screenshots, he found himself smiling with a soft, affectionate expression. Even when you are not here, you are everywhere. My life has been completely invaded by you. He shook his head. Why cause trouble? she would eventually learn the strength and masculinity of the father god. He scoffed, amused. Brothers, I found a funny old song. What song? My chicken is 8 years old. Chu Ge sighed. The time for Qiu Wuji to be serious had ended, replaced by the time for her to be silly. He closed the group chat and returned to her search history. He chose to avoid the nonsense. Hanging around idiots would only make him dumber. The earliest search entry was, can one transfer money on WeChat without leaving a trail? This was the very first item. Following that was a query asking what to do if a female protagonist ran out of a book. Later entries included recipes, videos, general trivia, and other things. A question appeared, asking about the relationship status of a man and woman living together. Chu Ge smiled. Another search asked if watching suggestive content made someone a lecher, followed by a research asking if it made someone a pervert. Chu Ge laughed aloud. Then he read, what does it mean if he wants over 1,000 people to have sex with him? Chu Ge's smile vanished. Damn it. He continued down the list. If I work for him, doing laundry and cooking, does that count as being independent? Where should I take a girl to play? What does it mean if a man wants to take you out? Is it normal to not have a period? Chu Ge straightened his back, peering intently at this specific entry. This was a serious academic question. Qiu Wuji had been here for 2 months. She had not experienced a period, excluding the kind of menstrual cycle where she just got angry. This body was extraordinary. She had condensed it herself. Theoretically, it was not even a real physical body, as her cultivation level, particularly regarding split souls, did not reach the level required to conjure flesh out of thin air. In a sense, it functioned as an illusory body. Yet she felt hunger and produced secretions that required face washing and teeth brushing. Everything about her resembled an ordinary body. Chu Ge never fully grasped this aspect. It deviated from his original writing. Perhaps it was a unique trait of crossing into this world. He had not given it much thought before. Now, considering she ate and produced secretions, she ought to possess all biological functions of a physical body, such as menstruation. The absence of a period was not a minor issue. It raised the question of fertility. Chu Ge browsed the answers with great seriousness. One result stated, hello, it is normal not to have a period if you have reached menopause. Chu Ge nearly choked, spitting out his drink. He could practically visualize the flustered and angry expression on Qiu Wuji's face when she searched for this. Her little cheeks must have turned bright red, looking like she wanted to reach through the internet to slap the person responsible. The laughter faded, replaced by a daze. If this setting held true, could they never have children? Were Chumukyu and the school district housing just a beautiful fantasy? He shook his head. It did not matter. If it was not meant to be, then it was not meant to be. If they ever truly desired children, they could investigate it when they met her real body. A split soul was not a reliable baseline. He continued to read the other searches. He writes for a very long time, and does not speak to me much. I feel this state is peaceful and good, yet I feel a little angry. What is happening? Clearly, a search engine would offer no answers to that. She would need to post on a forum. Qiu Wuji had obviously found no results. Chu Ge gazed at the screen, lost in thought. So, this was the true reason she suddenly wanted to write. To make him speak to her more, and to try experiencing his professional life. Did she truly feel a little angry when he did not speak to her? Chu Ge gazed at the words, a smile curling the corners of his mouth, before he even realized it. In the world of the book, Qiu Wuji had long forgotten those searches. Whatever reason she originally had for wanting to write mattered little now. Sect Master Qiu had suffered a massive blow to her pride. She had worked tirelessly to write 10,000 words, yet she failed to even pass the database entry review. It claimed her work did not meet the standard and encouraged her to try again. It was an utter humiliation. Sect Master Qiu was furious. Web novels were nothing special. Did they not originate from ancient traditions of storytelling and folklore? She could easily be their ancestor in this craft. Her real body was currently holding a small meeting with the high-ranking members of her section. The disgruntled split soul returned from the outside, merging with her true form in a flash. The sect master, who had been issuing serious directives, suddenly wore a puffy, angry expression. The elders seated around the room stared at this sudden change, rendered speechless by the sight. Had her split soul suffered a loss during its travels? One elder spoke with solemn concern. Sect master, do you need all of us to settle the score? Qiu Wuji blinked. Settle what score? Were they going to raid the publishing platform? She coughed twice and quickly resumed a serious demeanor. Everyone, continue with the tasks I just arranged. I am heading out for a while. An elder advised her. Sect master, many major events are occurring recently. We require your presence to maintain order. I will return shortly. The immortal mountain of the scholar of the withered study is not far from us. The elder hesitated. Sect master, why seek out that pedantic scholar? We have no dealings with his lineage. I am going to publish a book. The room fell into confusion. She traveled with the speed of a deity. Before long, the real Qiu Wuji arrived at the immortal mountain of the scholar of the withered study, located 1,000 miles away. She hovered high in the sky, looking down at the ink pool below. Suddenly, she wondered if that was as interesting as riding slowly home on the back of a bicycle. She spat out the thought. Why was she thinking of that? She took a deep breath. Where is the scholar of the withered study? Qiu Wuji of the Cloud Boundary sect comes to pay a visit. The entire mountain trembled. The way of books was not prosperous in this world, and its potential was low. Qiu Wuji was a renowned expert at the tribulation transcendence stage. A powerful figure capable of destroying their sect had arrived in person to visit. This was the most significant event in the 1,000 years since the mountain was established. The entire immortal mountain turned solemn. While secretly activating the mountain protection formation, the scholar of the withered study braced himself, riding a giant brush out to greet her. Sect Master Qiu, your arrival brings great honor to this old one. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. I want to write a book. I know you have many disciples walking the mortal world. Help me publish my book and distribute it throughout the mortal nations. The old man nearly fell off his brush. What was she talking about? Even if she wanted to write something, should it not be an immortal decree, transmitted to all alliances, igniting a war between righteousness and evil that reached the heavens? And here she was, talking about writing a book and distributing it to the mortal world. The old man confirmed in a trembling voice. Sect Master Qiu, is what you wrote a story for the mortal world? What is it like? It is a story about a swordswoman slaying demons. Also, the male lead and she support one another. Is that a standard heroic plot? Qiu Wuji asked with a hint of anticipation. The old man remained silent. The plot was standard enough. Mortal loafers loved such stories. As for the female lead, perhaps noble ladies would enjoy it too. Yet, she was Qiu Wuji. The old man felt as though he had gone to the countryside to play with children, casually written a song about a duck at the gate, and asked them if it sounded good. What was wrong with this world? Had the creator god suddenly lost their mind? Chapter 85. Qiu Wuji's grand plan to write a book progressed rapidly. After all, she already had 10,000 words as a foundation. While Sect Master Qiu waited for the channels to spread, she added another 10,000 words. The disciples of the scholar of the withered study, specialized in the arts, were scattered across the human world. Many storytellers were distant relations or peripheral disciples who could trace their connections back to him. Within only 3 days, the masterpiece of Sect Master Qiu began to appear on the storytelling stages of the human world. The outcome made Qiu Wuji want to die. There was simply no one listening. The storytelling venues, which were originally packed, saw people feeling drowsy once this story was told, and many left early. What kind of book is this? One listener complained. It is so boring. It must be some official who pulled strings to force this book in, another remarked. It is terrible, dry, and tasteless. Her writing style is excellent, someone else noted, but what is she writing about? Is this just a ledger of daily chores? These were the general comments in the human world. Over the next 3 days, the full storytelling venues became sparse. The storytellers cried to their masters, begging them to change the book. Qiu Wuji sat before the scholar of the withered study, her expression blank. The old scholar trembled in fear, feeling as if dark clouds and howling winds were gathering in the sky, and that in the next moment, this person would rampage and slaughter the mountain. Qiu Wuji only wanted to find a cushion and curl up in a corner. So this was the feeling of a failure. It was too unbearable. How did Chu Ge and the others endure their failed stages? Qiu Wuji sniffed and stood up, her face expressionless. Call off the storytelling. I will study this further. The scholar of the withered study spoke cautiously. If Sect Master Qiu is truly interested in our way of books, I would be honored to offer everything I have learned throughout my life. There is no need. I have a teacher, Qiu Wuji said, her face stern as she rode away on a cloud. She would make her teacher buy her cotton candy when she returned. She would have to eat 10 to soothe her mood. As she thought about this, Qiu Wuji felt the gaze of the heavens once again. She paused and looked up, but she saw nothing. Chu Ge was not watching her. How dare he not watch her? Chu Ge was observing the changes in the book world for the first time. Since his mental test at the Black House, he felt he had found a glimmer of connection. The feeling was vague and difficult to grasp, but he resolved to try his best. He prepared himself, trying his hardest to focus on the plot, while dividing his attention to practice his techniques, especially the soul-forging portion. He used a subconscious thought to focus on how Qiu Wuji writing a book in that world created changes. Without realizing it, he felt a faint connection. The world had indeed changed. Qiu Wuji was proud. She did not use a pen name. She simply used the name Qiu Wuji. Now, the human world possessed a book written by Qiu Wuji, which was spreading rapidly. This was impossible in the original plot. Although it appeared to have no effect on the plot trajectory, leaving a book in the human world would not dictate the flow of the story. However, the butterfly effect was unpredictable. Qiu Wuji, who had never left a mark on the human world, was suddenly leaving her name everywhere. Would this cause unknown changes? He could not foresee it, but this was a variable. Chu Ge realized he could feel feedback from the vast human world within the book. The book had failed. Oh, it had failed. That was fine. As soon as he thought that, the sensation of observation vanished. He leaned back in his chair, recalling the feeling. It was difficult to capture. Did he need a change to happen, and did he need to focus on that change to achieve this result? During the previous mental test, it had worked without a catalyst. He tried to observe without purpose, but he could not succeed. He decided to let it go. This was likely a long-term process, and hoping to understand it in a month or 2 was a fantasy. However, Chu Ge still felt it had something to do with the reader engagement. More people were becoming aware of this world, giving it a stronger sense of existence, and thus he could feel it better. His previous guess had been correct. so he would continue. It was unfortunate that success was not determined by his will alone. All he could do was polish the plot to the best of his ability. Everything else was in the hands of the audience, the market, and whether the platform provided exposure. Chu Ge rubbed his aching head. He saw that the new chapter had reached 3,000 words, so he clicked publish. A notification from the platform caught his attention. He clicked on it. System message. Your work, Chu Wuji, will receive a recommendation in the client bestseller section on a certain date. Chu Ge stared at the screen, his mouth agape. The book had received a major recommendation. It was like getting a pillow just as he felt sleepy. Lately, everything he wished for seemed to come true. It was ironic. He used to crave results and recommendations, yet he remained in a state of semi-failure. Now that he had no desire for success, or rather, his desire for success was tied to other matters, things were improving day by day, and recommendations were pouring in. Aside from the sense of existence of the world, another factor was surely his level of cultivation. Qiu Wuji had not spoken, and Chu Ge did not know his current stage of practice, nor the depth of his soul forging. Was his spiritual power at the 5-star level? Chu Ge sighed, stood up, and prepared to head to the Black House for training. At that moment, his phone rang. He answered, and the voice of Zhongyi came through in a rush. Wen Zijun and Panda were injured, and are in the hospital. Do you have time to come? Chu Ge gripped his phone. Wen Zijun and Panda were injured. It was easy to associate this with the nightclub incident, where Wen Zijun used his ability to write on faces to bring people in, making them the most visible targets. Panda was the one who filmed the video and reported the incident. Was this revenge? He rushed to the hospital and entered a double room. Wen Zijun had bandages around his waist and leaned against the head of the bed, talking weakly to Zhongyi. Panda's face was bruised and battered, barely recognizable, yet he was still teasing the young nurse. Actually, it is not just my face that is injured. Nurse, could you check my other parts? The nurse sneered. How are you not beaten to death? Seeing Chu Ge enter with the Sama mask, the nurse frowned. Please wear a mask properly. Do you think this mask is humorous? Chu Ge silently lifted the bottom half of the mask. I have a mask underneath. So this is performance art. Because my face is as ugly as this fat guy, and I am afraid of scaring you. The nurse curled her lips. She could not tell if he was ugly, but his physique was quite impressive. He was tall, and his short-sleeved t-shirt clung to his chest and biceps, nearly bursting at the seams. Were these people injured in a brawl, and did they bring a muscular man to settle the score? The nurse considered calling the police, then silently collected her tools and left. Once she was gone, Chu Ge asked Zhongyi about the situation. Zhongyi looked solemn. Panda was beaten through the internet. Chu Ge stared at him. Panda cried from his bed. Even when I hit people through the internet, I only create a phantom image. I have no strength. How could he hit so hard? Wen Zijun spoke weakly from the bed. I was working in the field, and the harvest was almost ready. Suddenly, someone stood before me with the word father written on his face. I was beaten for no reason, and before he left, he stabbed me once, saying, remember this lesson, not everyone can be offended. Was this truly revenge? Chu Ge drew a sharp breath. The retaliation was within the realm of logic, but this pattern, was Nirongfu here? Was it the principle of using one's own way to deal with oneself, but at a higher level of intensity? Chu Ge looked at Zhongyi, who spoke with a heavy tone. The other side is launching a retaliation. They have not come for me yet. Perhaps I did not show myself that day, or perhaps my ability has no significance for them to suppress at a higher level. Regardless, Sanhua, be careful. You blocked the alley entrance that day. You are a highly likely target for retaliation. Chu Ge remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Is this what you are considering? Zhongyi looked surprised. What else? As a normal citizen of the country, I believe the first thing we should do is call the police. Chapter 86. Zhongyi did not call the police. Explaining the situation to a regular officer was impossible. He would not know where to start. Chu Ge could handle it. He grabbed his phone and dialed Lin Wuyang. Wuyang, a case involving people with powers has come up. Is it appropriate for me to report this to you? Lin Wuyang took the matter seriously. What is happening? Chu Ge spoke cautiously. The Black House. You know about them, correct? You just have not made contact, because you lack trust in them. Lin Wuyang remained silent for a moment. He hummed a single word of affirmation. Chu Ge swore inwardly. The man knew far too much. The Black House tipped you off about that nightclub case at the Wang estate, Chu Ge continued. Now their people have been targeted in retaliation. They are in the hospital. Do you want to come and take a statement? Lin Wuyang's voice sharpened. They were retaliated against as well. Chu Ge paused, confused by the shift in tone. As well, early this morning, Zhang Ziren, the brother of Zhang Qiren, faced a crisis. He no longer manages the underground business. Instead, he runs a legitimate real estate firm. Last night, that company was reported for tax evasion and fraudulent invoicing. The evidence arrived in full at the tax bureau. The amount is large enough to constitute an economic crime. The tax inspectors and the economic investigation team joined forces and entered his office this morning. Chu Ge recalled the time Zhang Qiren used the skinny man to shift the blame onto his brother. In the eyes of the Wang family, Zhang Ziren was the one responsible for the initial trouble. Zhang Ziren was targeted in retaliation too, Chu Ge realized. Everything aligned. Lin Wuyang added one more detail. The method used to break into the accounting office of Zhang Ziren's company involved writing on a face. Chu Ge nodded. So, can we basically confirm the Wang family did this? Lin Wang stepped forward. Wait for me. I am coming to the hospital. Minutes later, Lin Wang arrived with several subordinates to take statements from Wan Zijun and Panda. He offered a nod of greeting to Zhong Yi, then led Chu Ge outside the hospital. The two men paced along the roadside. In our view, the identity of the mastermind behind this does not hold much significance, Lin Wang stated calmly. Whether Zhang Ziran was reported by an enemy or someone else, I do not care. They reported each other for illegal activities. We only support that, Chu Ge countered. But Wan Zijun and Panda were beaten. One was stabbed. People could die from that. This started because they revealed illegal acts and faced retaliation. Will the police handle that? We must handle it, Lin Wang replied. In fact, comparing the situations, I already know who the culprit is. Who is it? A wanted criminal named Rong Fu. Chu Ge repeated the name. Rong Fu. Lin Wang laughed softly. His ability resembles the fictional character Rong Fu. He uses one's own way to deal with oneself. He can copy an opponent's ability and force it to be one level higher. As far as we know, he can only possess the ability of one person at a time. He cannot combine them. Whether he has achieved a breakthrough, we cannot say. Chu Ge raised an eyebrow. That means he must judge what the opponent's ability is first, right? Privately, he hoped for a chance to test this. If the man had that level of skill, Chu Ge could potentially design a scenario to test his own unique status. Lin Wang shook his head. He probably cannot. He only gains knowledge of the ability after copying it. Usually, he investigates first to confirm the ability before taking action. How did he become a wanted criminal? Lin Wang glanced at him. If you had his power, what would you do? Chu Ge considered this. I would probably travel everywhere to challenge and test other powerful individuals. The ability is too interactive to enjoy alone. Exactly, Lin Wang agreed. But after you find that everyone you fight is easily defeated, would you feel arrogant? Would you become twisted? Imagine the person you just beat, unable to move, is a beautiful woman with disheveled hair and an unyielding look in her eyes. Chu Ge gritted his teeth. I strongly opposed your decision to quit the literary world, Lin Wang. Does the description give you a sense of the man now? Lin Wang asked. I told you I could write those simple stories you like. Chu Ge sighed. Fine. The literary world truly suffered a loss when you became a police officer. I understand now. In short, he has abused or humiliated many powerful individuals, and that is why he is a wanted criminal. Did he show mercy to Wan Zijun and Panda? Lin Wang looked at him. I do not know if he held back. Perhaps the person who hired him set conditions and wanted to avoid a major incident. Actually, the act of stabbing Wan Zijun demonstrates his violence. A standard warning would only require a beating, would it not? Chu Ge nodded. The knife made the situation different. A simple beating would lead to a simple retaliation, not a police report. But because he used a knife, Chu Ge's first instinct was to call the police and lock him away. Wan Zijun lives alone in the suburbs with no one to care for him. If he did not possess a strong constitution from years of farming, he might have bled to death on the ground, unable to save himself. Setting aside the friendship within the Black House, the two men are Chu Ge's readers. Among the group chat regulars who constantly joked about Qiu Wuji, Wan Zijun and Panda were the most active. When people attacked the book online, those two were the first to jump into the fray. Panda is currently the operations lead, arguing with the platform about an avatar issue. In Chu Ge's eyes, they were closer to him than even Zhong Yi, who helped him with his identity. Wan Zijun and Panda would never guess that the man behind the mask held such affection for them. Lin Wang assured him, do not worry, we will take this seriously. I will report it to the bureau later and organize a task force to capture Rong Fu. Chu Ge felt a moment of surprise. He suddenly understood why the power division in Lin Wang's city bureau was so weak. The provincial bureau was right next door. The true experts were likely concentrated there. He hesitated before asking. I would like to help. Do you accept cooperation from concerned citizens? Lin Wang squinted at him for a long moment, then let out a sigh. You joined the Black House, did you not? Yes. I joined recently. I am an outsider, a mask wearer. If it is that organization, I will not say much. Director Gu from the capital recommended that small group to me. I was uncertain before and stayed on the sidelines without making contact. This incident can serve as our first point of cooperation. We will get to know each other starting now. Director Gu, which agency is that? The Supernatural Information Editing Agency. Lin Wang smiled. He visited South River last time to compile data. The first issue of the publication just came out. It serves as a good reference for us. Can I see it? No, it is an internal publication. However, you can look at this page. Lin Wang pulled out a booklet and flipped to a specific page. The list of supernatural individuals, internal test issue. Name Rong Fu. Status, fugitive serial killer, high risk. Ability, reciprocal justice. He copies abilities and forces them to be one level higher. Development level can only copy one ability at a time. Evolution unknown. Nature multifunctional. Potential a minus. Chu Ge felt puzzled. How is the potential evaluated? Such a powerful ability, always a level higher than the opponent, only gets an A-. I feel like it should be SSS. Lin Wang shook his head. This evaluation comes from the expert panel above. It represents a subjective judgment, and might be wrong. They will correct it later. Furthermore, potential does not equal current ability. It refers to the future. His potential is nearly exhausted. In the future, he might copy a few more abilities at once, but he has limitations. For now, he is only suited for ambushing isolated targets. What could he do if several people came at once? What would he do if we opened fire? Chu Ge remained silent. Lin Wang continued. Moreover, these things consider many factors, not just combat strength. That is why there is a category for nature. My ability is not suited for combat, but my potential is AB. They say it is a mental ability, with good prospects. Lin Wang patted Chu Ge's shoulder. Your body might be invulnerable to blades and guns. It is strange. How can a writer possess such an ability? Did you prepare it for the tiger at home? Chu Ge retorted. Is your potential truly related to mantra spells? Lin Wang scanned him up and down. I do not know when you will be evaluated. Personally, I feel you are at least AB. Chapter 87. Chu Ge did not feel he was AB grade. Qiu Wuji might have been, but he was certainly not. He believed he deserved more than AB grade. The assessment was not based on combat power anyway. If his power truly related to creation, then forgetting about the world, even just creating a dog would be a solid S+. The problem was that his power remained undefined. Was it world creation or just hallucination manifestation? Everything felt adjacent to the truth but lacked a standard. For instance, if it were hallucination manifestation, why did only Qiu Wuji appear, and why could he not manifest anything else? Chu Ge once tried to manifest a simple foxtail grass, but he failed. If it were world creation, why could the creator not enter his own world? Why was he restricted even in altering the content of the world, unable to change it as he pleased? The effects were not obvious. He could not control or call upon it. Everything remained in the exploratory phase. Even that phase felt more difficult than for others. Chu Ge did not believe Panda found it as hard to figure out how to attack people across the internet as he did. He pushed those thoughts aside. This was not the time to consider them. Chu Ge obeyed the rules and did not look at other pages of the internal publication. He simply spoke to Lin Wang. If that man was going to retaliate against everyone who participated in the Wang Estate nightclub incident, then it would surely reach him eventually. Lin Wang stood straight, his eyes scanning the area. They do not know who you are, so finding you will be difficult. He continued, explaining the situation. The reason the people from the Black House were identified was likely because surveillance footage captured them entering the nightclub. I confirmed they found them through that footage. Although we pulled the surveillance, they might have saved backups, so it is hard to say. The alleyway you were in had no cameras. I had to rely on descriptions and drawings just to link the incident to you. They are unlikely to have such forensic capabilities. Chu Ge sighed with relief. So I should be safe. Zhongyi might have some trouble though. That is correct. I plan to organize some people to follow Zhongyi in plain clothes to see if we can catch the fish. Lin Wang wore a serious expression. With an ability like that of Zhongyi, a simple beating is meaningless. He would not feel a thing. If they really target him, they will likely resort to maiming him, so we must stop them. Chu Ge wondered if the opponent would think the same. Perhaps they would not target Zhongyi while the heat was on. However, it was hard to say. The opponent might not know they had called the police. After all, superpowered individuals usually do not resort to calling the police when they clash. Still, having people watch him was the right move. Lin Wang added another point. Just to be safe, I will assign 2 people to follow you. Is that convenient? Qiu Wuji was gone, so there was no inconvenience. Chu Ge smiled. Of course it is convenient. I hope the opponent comes to find me. I told you I am a concerned citizen who wants to help with this case. Stop it. You are clearly just frustrated and want to avenge your comrades in the Black House. Lin Wang looked Chu Ge over, clicking his tongue. You seem increasingly chivalrous lately. I could not tell that when we were in school. Chu Ge retorted. I could not tell you were such a beacon of righteousness when we were in school either. To be honest, it is not that I have such a strong sense of justice. If you do a job, you must do it well. You have to be worthy of the hat on your head and the badge above it. Lin Wang adjusted his police cap and let out a long breath. Besides, I have my own goals. Who does not want a promotion? If I were stuck in the same place for 10 years, I would probably become jaded and lose interest in the work. That is true. Chu Ge asked, if you catch this wanted criminal, can you get promoted? Although there has been a lot of trouble lately, credit is credit and cannot be erased. However, with so many problems, there are also many people making cynical remarks. If I really add the capture of a wanted criminal to my record, those remarks will likely be suppressed. Perhaps there is a real hope for a promotion. Will it be a deputy director position in the bureau, or will you be transferred to the provincial department? The higher-ups are paying more attention to this area now. It is very likely my department will be upgraded, and I will be promoted by 1 level in place. Lin Wang smiled. I have said too much. I am still young and lack the seniority. Thinking too far ahead is not good. It is more likely a leader will be parachuted in. Oh well, let us leave it at that. I have work to do, so take care. Chu Ge watched Lin Wang walk away with a sturdy stride. He thought that Lin Wang was the same age as him, perhaps a few months older. A 28-year-old department head in a real position was not easy to achieve. A deputy director position required more seniority, making it quite difficult. Yet, it was clear that Lin Wang wanted it. Even though he said it was not good to think too far ahead, he truly desired it. That was a real, old classmate. He stood quietly in the shade of a tree. A short time later, Two young men in plain clothes approached from behind and gave him a signal. Chu Ge nodded, acknowledging that they were the plainclothes officers Lin Weiang had arranged. He turned and left the hospital. He wandered the streets aimlessly, unsure of what to do next. He did not want to go home to write. While he helped the police catch the wanted criminal, he could hardly focus on his writing. His loyal readers Panda and Wan Zijun would certainly agree with that. Yet, what could his aimless wandering accomplish? In theory, the likelihood of the opponent coming for him was small. Chu Ge trusted Lin Weiang's judgment that the opponent had no reason to know who he was. The situation at Chef Jin restaurant was less secure. If the opponent knew that Zhong Yi and the others were associated with Chef Jin, that could be a problem. With that thought, Chu Ge rushed toward Chef Jin restaurant. Chef Jin restaurant welcomed a special guest. It was barely past 10 in the morning, and there were no customers. Chef Jin was still in the kitchen prepping ingredients. The restaurant owner was at the counter, checking the medical status of their two companions with Zhong Yi via WeChat. The connection within the Black House was supposed to be secret. They could not all go to visit, so they could only express their concern remotely. A muscular man with a sinister expression pushed open the glass door. Rong Fu believed that if one was going to suppress others with superpowers, their physique had to keep up. He was very satisfied with his own body. He had once tried fighting underground boxers and beaten them to death without using any powers. His gaze fell upon the restaurant owner at the counter, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The owner was a mature woman, still possessing a certain charm. He was not sure if the couple were members of the Black House, but he knew that Wan Zijun and Panda often gathered there, so he came to see. Upon looking, it was clear that the owner possessed powers. The faint fluctuation of her spirit energy was visible. This was why Zhang Qiren could not understand why he could not sense any powers in Chu Ge. Logically, those with powerful spirit energy should be able to sense each other, with the stronger ones sensing the weaker ones more easily. Zhang Qiren had not trained his powers much, but Yu Ying had trained her powers very solidly. It was understandable that he could not detect the powers of the girl next door. But why was Chu Ge an exception? Everyone spent their days sitting there writing. The owner saw the customer enter and walked over to greet him. "Hello, how many people?" Rong Fu squinted at her for a moment then grinned. "Just one." As he spoke, he brushed past the owner and walked to a table near the back. As he passed, he touched the owner inadvertently. The owner frowned, feeling that this customer was a bit disgusting, and her tone turned cold. "There is a menu on the table." Rong Fu sat arrogantly at the table, analyzing the power he had just copied from the owner. He laughed boldly. "Can I order you instead?" The expression of the owner changed instantly. The expression of Rong Fu changed as well. He had thought that by copying a power and forcing it to be one level higher, he would have the upper hand. What had he stolen? "The food she made is shiny. Are you kidding me?" Chapter 88. Rong Fu seethed with frustration and regret. He wished he had kept the pathetic ability that involved writing on faces. At least that had some practical application. He had reached a high level of development with his ability. Long ago, the cooldown had been extensive, requiring a full day to copy something new. Now, it only took a few minutes. Even the duration had improved. He used to only hold an ability for 1 hour, but now he could retain it for a day, or even longer. This success had made him reckless. He copied abilities without thought, and now he was reaping the bitter consequences. A few minutes was still time, and the husband was already charging out of the kitchen, wielding a rolling pin. The owner snatched a broom from the corner and swung it wildly at him. She demanded he go solicit his own mother. With a loud bang, Rong Fu jumped back just in time. The broom struck the table, shattering a bowl and sending fragments flying. The chef charged, swinging his rolling pin at Rong Fu's head. Rong Fu raised his arms to block the blow. The chef possessed surprising strength, and the impact sent a sharp pain through Rong Fu's forearm. His ferocity ignited. His eyes turned savage. He launched a side kick, striking the center of the owner's broom. With a sharp crack, the broom snapped in two. The owner stumbled backward, colliding with the counter. Terror seized her as she collided with the counter. The man was a formidable fighter even without using his powers. He grabbed the rolling pin from the chef's hand. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. He threatened them for seeking their own deaths. The chef could not parry the blow in time. A fist struck his chest. He flew backward like a tumbleweed, hitting the corner of a table. Bowls and dishes fell, shattering across the floor as he groaned in agony. The owner rushed over to support her husband. Regret washed over them both. They wished they had spent more time exercising instead of playing mobile games. Was this the retribution for idling away their time? They were suffering the consequences in reality too. Rong Fu sneered and clenched his fists as he stepped forward. He had only intended to teach them a lesson, but since they insisted on dying, he scanned the owner's figure with a leering gaze. She spat a curse at him, telling him to go fantasize about his mother. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a piece of candy, and threw it hard against the ground. The candy wrapper burst open. A brilliant light illuminated the entire restaurant. Rong Fu shielded his eyes by instinct. The couple seized the opportunity and bolted through the door. He swore, clutching his eyes while tears streamed down his face. This ridiculous ability actually functioned as a flashbang. He could not believe they had thought of that. His rage boiled over. Ignoring the street outside, he stormed out in pursuit. He watched the couple running away and lunged into a flying kick. He ordered them to die. A faint golden light flashed past the couple. A fist intercepted the kick. With a loud crash, Rong Fu staggered back. He steadied himself and glared at the figure. A boy in a gored mask stood there, legs braced. The boy had taken 3 steps back to stabilize himself. The chef felt a surge of relief. He urged the boy to be careful, warning him that the man was very dangerous. Chu Ge took a deep breath. He stared at Rong Fu with grave seriousness. The man was a serial killer with years of combat experience. His physique and fighting style far outclassed a novice like Chu Ge. He charged in regardless. He signaled the 2 plainclothes officers to stay hidden and gather reinforcements. Rong Fu was in a frenzy. He would not think of running for now. If the plainclothes officers appeared, the man would surely flee, and they would lose their chance. He had to hold him off until Lin Weiyang arrived with the team, preferably armed. The 2 officers understood the situation. They dared not reveal themselves and blow their cover. They reported to Lin Weiyang while watching Chu Ge fight alone. It felt like watching a city superhero. They could not believe such people existed in this day and age. Rong Fu watched Chu Ge. His expression grew solemn. The mask prevented his psychic gaze from penetrating. He could not gauge his opponent's condition. However, the faint golden light and the force of the collision suggested a formidable enemy. The Black House was not just a joke. Rong Fu drew a dagger. Chu Ge cursed. Rong Fu launched himself forward, driving the dagger toward Chu Ge's abdomen with vicious precision. Chu Ge's footwork acted on instinct. He spun, narrowly dodging the strike. His grace almost drew a cheer from the chef and his wife. Chu Ge felt cold sweat break out. His body had reacted faster than his brain. If he had relied on his own reflexes, he would have been struck. He had missed the chance to counterattack. If Qiu Wuji saw this, she would definitely scold him for his sloppy form. Rong Fu possessed far more experience. The dagger whipped around, grazing Chu Ge's forearm. A sound like metal striking metal echoed. Only a faint mark appeared on Chu Ge's skin. The skin remained unbroken. They separated. Surprise dawned in Rong Fu's eyes. He realized the opponent possessed an invulnerability power. That was a valuable asset. Rong Fu decided he had enough of the food ability and demanded Chu Ge's power instead. Chu Ge felt nothing, but he watched a faint light ripple over Rong Fu. Had the ability actually been copied? Chu Ge wondered what exactly was copied, given that he did not even know his own ability. He felt a flicker of curiosity. Would the man summon Qiu Wuji? If the real Qiu Wuji appeared, she would surely shatter his head like a melon. He also felt a twinge of anxiety. What if the man summoned a parallel version of her? Rong Fu clutched his head in agony, his steps unsteady. He groaned at the strange thing he had inherited. Chu Ge did not care what had happened. He would not waste the opportunity. He lunged forward and aimed a flying kick at Rong Fu's face. Rong Fu slashed with his dagger, trying to block the kick. Chu Ge retracted his leg, swept it around, and delivered a heavy blow to Rong Fu's jaw. With a resounding impact, Rong Fu slammed into the wall. Pain radiated through his body, but the agony in his head was far worse. It felt as if his brain was splitting open. This was not invulnerability. The pain remained, and the headache felt like thousands of needles churning within. A flood of information surged into his mind, driving him toward insanity. Xiangxia, cultivation, tribulation, the 9 provinces, the great Qian Empire, floating immortal mountains, disciples being tested. Countless faces and scriptures clashed within his thoughts, disorganized and chaotic. His consciousness tried to analyze the ability, and a whisper told him he needed to write a book first. Rong Fu was baffled. Write a book? He did not know how to write. Besides, he was in the middle of a fight. If he finished a book, he would be dead and buried long before the job was done. A fist, heavy as a stone mortar and glowing with golden light, grew larger in his vision. Rong Fu was too disoriented to dodge. He took the punch head on. Chu Ge remembered Qiu Wuji's lesson and did not hold back. He watched as Rong Fu flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing against the wall. Blood sprayed through the air. The sensation of his fist connecting with flesh and bone exhilarated him. The reason the man had stood there like an idiot did not matter anymore. He pursued him and pinned him down, raining punches upon him. He cursed the man for hurting his friends and questioned if copying abilities made him so arrogant. The chef and his wife, along with the 2 plainclothes officers, stared in stunned silence at the rampaging boy. They were dumbfounded. Who was the boss and who was the boy? Footsteps echoed. Lin Weiyang arrived with a large force, surrounding the scene. He froze, confused by what he saw. He assumed Chu Ge was the one being beaten, but the reality was the opposite. His old classmate, who spent his days writing at home, had captured a wanted criminal single-handed. Lin Weiyang hurried over to pull Chu Ge away. He warned him to stop, or he would beat the man to death. Chu Ge stopped. He looked at Rong Fu, whose face was unrecognizable. He spat on the ground, mocking the man for his earlier arrogance. Rong Fu lay on the brink of death, lacking the strength to even speak in his own defense. Lin Weiyang remained silent. He remembered that the comment about the disheveled hair and unyielding eyes was just something he had made up. Chu Ge caught his breath. A sudden sensation stirred in his heart. He turned to look. Qiu Wuji stood in the distance, watching him with a gentle smile. All the violent impulses vanished from Chu Ge's mind in an instant. She had been protecting him from the shadows all along. Chapter 89. The people at the scene remained unaware of Qiu Wuji standing in the distance. Chef Jin and his wife approached Chu Ge to offer their gratitude, their faces bright with surprise. Sanwa, that was incredible. Without you, we would have been finished today. Chu Ge offered a modest smile. It was not that serious. Your flashbang was quite a trick, and once you reached the street, he would not have dared to act rashly. He felt a deep desire to step away and speak with Qiu Wuji, but standard procedure required him to handle a series of tedious tasks, including filing a statement. Lin Wang cleared a path for him, offering an exception to standard procedure. I see you wear a mask, so I assume you wish to protect your identity and lifestyle. The station supports that. I will arrange for a private inquiry later. If you want to return home now, you are free to leave. Chu Ge recognized that Lin Wang was intentionally making things easier for him. He leaned in close to whisper, Officer Lin, will people talk if you do this for me? Lin Wang stood tall, his expression stern. There will be no talk. We captured a serial killer, and that is a massive achievement. A concerned citizen, who does not want to expose their identity or face retaliation, is someone we are obligated to protect. I will help you apply for the reward money for helping a citizen and capturing a wanted fugitive. Let us leave it at that. I know how to find you, so we will talk later. Chu Ge hesitated, his voice dropping to a low murmur. If you learn anything about my ability from him, I hope you keep it confidential. Keeping it quiet from the public is mandatory, though total secrecy from my superiors is impossible. I will inform you if anything noteworthy happens. That works. Chu Ge genuinely wanted to know what Rongfu had copied. He wondered how the man had turned a vicious killer into a complete idiot, and why Chu Ge himself had not suffered the same fate. Rongfu remained unconscious. The police officers dragged him toward the police car like a sack of potatoes, casting strange glances toward Chu Ge as they did so. This was a wanted criminal who had been on the run for a long time, with several lives on his hands. This gourd boy had beaten the man into such a state single-handedly, all without receiving even a minor scratch. Chu Ge felt like the one who should be under heavy surveillance. Lin Wang rubbed his chin while examining Chu Ge. It feels like my luck has improved since my old classmate and I reconnected. Chu Ge spoke with sincerity. You studied Chinese language and literature. You talk like a scholar and act like a hero from old novels. I think you should stop heading out on police raids and focus on administrative work instead. Lin Wang chuckled. If a writer can act like a superhero, why cannot a literature major handle a police raid? I am off. We will talk later. SHH. Keep your voice down. My whole family does not write books. Chu Ge looked away. Chef Jin and his wife stood far enough away that they had not heard the exchange. He stepped forward. Are you two considering moving? Chef Jin sounded dejected. We will see. I am done with this restaurant. I want to start training. If you had not arrived, Black House might have been wiped out by one person today. I think Black House is not dark enough. You need to be more discreet, provided you really want to live a normal life. Is that why you wear a mask? Yes. Chu Ge turned his gaze toward the elegant figure at the street corner, his tone softening. If not for my desire to figure out how we can be together forever, I would never bother with these abilities. Qiu Wuji stood around the street corner, her voice cutting through the air before he could reach her. You knew I could hear you, and you said that on purpose. Chu Ge removed his mask and reached out to take her hand. You know it is true. Qiu Wuji looked down at their joined hands, though she made no effort to pull away. Chu Ge asked the question that had been on his mind. Did you notice I was in danger, and come out specifically to protect me? Qiu Wuji maintained a stony expression. You are overthinking this. Chu Ge blinked, confusion crossing his face. I cannot sense whether you are in danger or not. I felt an intrusion of foreign energy into the world, and deduced you were in combat, so I came out to check on you. My spirit is exhausted, and has not fully recovered. I had to take medicine just for this, which is a waste. She had rushed out after taking medicine, because she felt him fighting. Chu Ge felt his heart soften. He wore a wide smile. I already mentioned that spirit recovery medicine in yesterday chapter. I wrote that Elder Yang had successfully refined a new version with no side effects. You are full of yourself. Qiu Wuji scoffed. Do you know you made at least 3 mistakes just now? I understand. Chu Ge kept his internal thoughts to himself. He figured if she only appeared after the copying ability, that meant she had only witnessed him unilaterally beating the man. If she had seen everything, he would have been scolded to death. Overall, it was not bad. Qiu Wuji had not seen the beginning, so she felt satisfied. She smiled. That man has some skill. If we ignore his ability, his combat style is likely equal to or slightly stronger than Yu Ying. For you to win without an injury shows that your training these past few days was not in vain. Chu Ge asked, if he is slightly stronger than Yu Ying without the ability, does that mean if he copies someone's ability, even Yu Ying could not beat him? Qiu Wuji replied, so his ability is to copy the abilities of others. That explains the feeling of the world being scanned. Yes. It also forces the ability to be one level higher. I feel that kind of power, combined with his fighting ability, makes him unbeatable in a duel. The way he won was inexplicable. Qiu Wuji shook her head with a faint smile. Copying an ability and forcing it to be one level higher is not as powerful as you think. How so? What is not your own is never truly your own. The time spent honing your understanding of your own power, and the supplementary techniques you train to adapt to that power cannot be gained simply by copying. I can state with certainty that if someone copied all of my abilities, I could still easily cut them down. This ability is only effective against amateurs. Anyone who has truly walked through a sea of corpses will scoff at it. Chu Ge found her logic sound. It explained why Rongfu had such a low potential rating. The ability sounded impressive but lacked true substance. Qiu Wuji spoke in a relaxed tone. Powers are likely not unique. You will probably encounter similar opponents in the future. Do not be intimidated by the copying of your power. Have faith. Even if they copy it, the moment they step into your field of expertise, they are walking into a trap of their own making. Chu Ge said. It seems they cannot copy my ability, or perhaps they copy it, but cannot use it. Qiu Wuji arched her eyebrows and turned to glare at him. They might not copy your world creation, but they could copy your invulnerability or movement techniques. Are you an idiot for not realizing that? Chu Ge hunched his shoulders. He could not handle her lectures. He spoke with caution. It has been a long time since I have seen you acting like a sect master. You have such an air of authority. Qiu Wuji paused, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Are you all masochists? Chu Ge felt like slapping a reaction image onto her face. She was truly a creature of the modern world. Qiu Wuji glanced toward the side of the street, her expression shifting. She stopped walking and spoke in a stern voice. I want cotton candy. Chu Ge stared at her. By 10. If one is missing, I will hit you. Chu Ge rolled his eyes. You just called me a masochist. If you hit me, is that not a reward? Should you not choose a different threat? Qiu Wuji considered his logic. Then what punishment would be better? Chu Ge pointed to his own cheek. For example, a kiss. That would be a truly terrible punishment. With a loud thud, Chu Ge found himself sprawled flat on the ground. Qiu Wuji walked toward the roadside stall with a pouting expression. Cotton candy, give me 10, and have the man sprawled on the ground pay for them. Chapter 90. Passers-by witnessed a curious sight. A man walked down the street holding 9 sticks of cotton candy. He did not know how to place his hands and walked with a strained expression. A beauty with flowing long hair followed beside him. She held one piece of cotton candy and licked it with a smile. The scene looked comical, yet it was surprisingly heartwarming. Many people turned their heads to stare. Without realizing it, they were knowing smiles. A couple passed by. The girl tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve. I want cotton candy too. I want that many. The man replied. Do not think that man has good intentions. Since he is carrying that much cotton candy now, he will use that many small balloons later. Do you believe me? The girl answered. Is that not a good thing? If you have the ability, why do not you try it 10 times? The man was defeated by her words. He quickly shut his mouth. Qiu Wuji's ears twitched. She stared straight ahead. What are small balloons? Chu Ge pretended not to hear. In his heart, he wanted to crush that man. It was a case of judging a gentleman with a villain's heart. Do I want to use 10 small balloons? I do not want to use small balloons at all. Qiu Wuji did not press the issue. If you do not tell me, can I not look it up online later? She finished one cotton candy stick, reached into Chu Ge's hand, and took another one. She continued to eat. Chu Ge could not help but ask. It feels like you are turning sorrow into appetite. Did the book flop? Qiu Wuji was struck by the painful truth. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she glared at him. Was it your will interfering, causing no one to read my book? Chu Ge struggled to respond. My will is only observing. I did not mean to make you flop. It should not have caused any influence. Maybe it is your subconscious. You just want me to flop. Chu Ge held the cotton candy and looked up for a long time. I should not have that intention. My observation only aims to understand what influence your book might cause. Of course, perhaps my subconscious thinks it is better not to cause any influence. I am not sure. However, if my subconscious could influence reality just by thinking that, it would be too exaggerated. After all, I did not do anything. Qiu Wuji stopped talking. She lowered her head to eat the candy. It was likely unrelated to his subconscious. She had truly flopped. She whimpered in sadness. Qiu Wuji swallowed the cotton candy in a fit of grief. She took another one and muttered indistinctly. Is writing a book really that difficult? It is not difficult if you know how. The masters say anyone with hands can do it. This thing requires talent. Chu Ge said. If you are really worried about this, I will add a setting for you. I will say you also have a talent for telling stories. That will settle it. I do not want that. Qiu Wuji said. I want to be free from influence, not rely on your influence for everything. Do not feed me cultivation techniques like that in the future. Chu Ge smiled helplessly. Then do the things you comprehended and the breakthroughs in your original plot count. Qiu Wuji did not know how to answer. After a long while, she spoke. Anyway, I want to have things that are different from what you wrote. Does learning to write a book on my own count? It certainly counts. Chu Ge thought that the fact she was eating 10 cotton candies already counted. If he wrote that in a book, readers would complain that her character had collapsed. Of course, maybe that was not enough. Qiu Wuji suggested. Then, will you continue to teach me how to write? Chu Ge hummed. Call me master. Qiu Wuji glared at him. This time, Chu Ge remained firm. He looked up at the sky and ignored her. Qiu Wuji glared for a long time before she finally softened. She said gently, Master. Chu Ge responded. I will teach you. We will teach as soon as we get back. They returned home. The two sat in front of the computer, heads leaning close to look at the document. Qiu Wuji forgot how intimate the posture was. Her mind was entirely focused on the task. I opened my divine sense and eavesdropped on some of the comments from the mortal world. They said it was just a laundry list of events. That is right. It is too straightforward. For example, the protagonist leaves the mountain, sees a monster eating people, rushes up to fight, and kills it. Then, he keeps walking, sees another monster, and fights again. If it were you, would you like to listen to such a story? Qiu Wuji refused to accept this. I watched your journey to the west. They also traveled to subdue demons and devils. The point is how they deal with different monsters, is it not? I thought that was very good. That is not entirely the case. They first established a long-term expectation of the journey to the west. It makes you look forward to what difficulties they will encounter on the road. Secondly, each event is not a direct encounter. There is a small storyline within it. For example, take the true and false Monkey King. How did that happen? Who is the real one? How is the truth revealed? That is a complete suspense process. Great works not only have depth, but their narrative techniques are also top tier. Only when the story is interesting can it be passed down. Qiu Wuji's eyes began to glaze over. Furthermore, stories need ups and downs and contrast. If you go up and fight, then win, then fight the next one, it becomes boring. So, one should lose, and then find a way to win. That is the rise and fall. What is contrast? Chu Ge explained. People love to see the pure become lewd, the seductive become innocent, the holy become fallen. This makes people remember. If your protagonist stays the same from beginning to end, and the monsters they face are all cruel and vicious, it becomes boring. Qiu Wuji thought for a long time. She said softly, "Does a person who updates 10,000 words a day flop?" Chu Ge asked. Qiu Wuji remained silent. The two stared at each other for a long time. Chu Ge covered his face. "Is that your ability to draw inferences? Okay, you are not an idiot." Qiu Wuji hugged her piggy pillow and stopped speaking. Both masters thought their apprentices were idiots. What goes around comes around. Chu Ge thought for a long time. He said hesitantly, "How about this? Do not think about how to structure a story. Really, try to describe what has already happened. How about that?" Qiu Wuji sighed. "You want me to write an autobiography?" "Almost. I know you are not content with just being a supplement to the world in the book. You want to create a world yourself. But for now, you can use it as practice. Everything cannot be achieved overnight. You have practiced for 10,000 years. Is one book that difficult?" Qiu Wuji said softly. "That kind of thing can only exist as a side story to yours. How can it make money? I will give it to you." Chu Ge repeated the topic he had mentioned earlier. "Working for a capitalist is not as good as working for me. Is it not all work? That is a housewife. No, a writing studio is a formal job. You can call me boss." Qiu Wuji did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you addicted to stacking buffs?" However, thinking back, it was standard practice for apprentices to work for their masters in ancient times. Thinking in this direction, learning to write from him, working for him to write side stories, and exercising herself at the same time seemed quite normal. It was an acceptable plan. Besides, he seemed to be getting richer. Raising another person did not require the tight budgeting as before. She did not need to rush to find ways to subsidize the expenses. "But he is also my apprentice. Why does he not need to work as an apprentice?" Qiu Wuji asked. "Then, you learn cultivation. Why do you not need to do things for me?" Chu Ge scratched his head. "What cultivation work do you want me to do for you? You even disliked the new medicine I gave you." Qiu Wuji was stunned. She forced the issue. "To show filial piety to one's master, one must help with tasks." "What task?" "I have not thought of it yet, but there is always something." Chu Ge spoke carefully. "Then, should I massage the master's shoulders?" "Get out." "Then, will you massage the master's shoulders?" A moment later, Chu Ge lay on the ground with bumps all over his head. Qiu Wuji flicked her ponytail and went out to buy groceries. What a masochist. However, to write her own autobiography? Thinking about it seriously, it seemed quite interesting. After all, in his book, her past did not exist. Qiu Wuji walked slowly, her thoughts sinking into distant memories. At the beginning of her cultivation, many fellow disciples pursued her. When she walked through the world, she had also encountered such things. At that time, she was focused on the path and ignored them. Time passed. Looking back 10,000 years, they had all passed away. She thought she had seen through these things long ago. But now, Chu Ge wanted to pursue Qiu Wuji. "In the next 10,000 years, will you still be there?" The words of Chu Ge echoed in her heart. "If not for my desire to figure out how we can be together forever, I would never bother with these abilities." Perhaps he will be there. Others cultivate first to seek immortality. Only he does it for Qiu Wuji. Chapter 91. The two returned to the daily routine of cooking and writing, as if the vicious wanted criminal were nothing more than a minor, forgettable footnote. The chaos that ensued seemed completely unrelated to their lives. Instead, unrelated social media groups buzzed with news. A headline appeared about a serial killer's arrest, and the heroic actions of a helpful citizen. The group members ignored the arrest itself, focusing instead on a photo of the citizen in question. In the grainy image, a masked figure with a tilted head smiled brightly. The group leader offered an objective assessment. "This helpful citizen must be very handsome." Chu Ge stared at the screen, unable to process the situation. He asked the group what they were talking about. He wondered who Bulet and Jingyun and Jian Chen were. The group replied that they all were, telling him to look at the group name. The administrator, Qiu Wuji, pinned a message to the top of the group chat. Chu Ge remained silent. He wondered if she even understood the reference before pinning it. Did she just find the name funny? Lin Wang called to update him on the situation. Rong Fu was mentally unstable, rambling about cultivation whenever someone tried to question him. Lin Wang admitted that even he was no longer sure who to keep the details from. Chu Ge hesitated. Lin Wang sighed, scolding Chu Ge for hitting the man so hard. It was fortunate the criminal was a serial killer. Otherwise, Chu Ge would be in serious trouble. Chu Ge agreed to be less impulsive in the future. Lin Wang mentioned the bounty for assisting in the capture of a wanted criminal. It was 100,000. Chu Ge scoffed. noting that reporting a netizen in the north could net 500,000. Lin Wang told him to be satisfied, noting how many words Chu Ge had to write to earn that much. Chu Ge pondered if this could be a new revenue stream. Lin Wang warned him against it, calling it a dangerous life. He also cautioned the Black House group to let the retaliation stop with Rong Fu. If they targeted the Wang family, they would be the ones committing crimes. Chu Ge ran to the next room, eager to share the news. He had earned 100,000. Qiu Wuji had been listening, envy coloring her expression. It was a quick way to make money, though she lacked the identity to claim it before. Now she felt she could potentially do the same. She dismissed the amount, noting it was not even enough to buy a bathroom. Qiu Wuji tugged his sleeve and asked him to check her opening. Chu Ge leaned in. "My name is Qiu Wuji. I was born into a farming family, completely ordinary," he read. He looked up, shocked. Her writing style had become colloquial, and she was using the first-person perspective. Qiu Wuji smiled, explaining she was simply recalling her past. Chu Ge pointed out a flaw. A farming family would not name their child Qiu Wuji, and she was far from ordinary. She retorted that the poverty was from her master's original text, making the plot holes his fault. Chu Ge retreated to his room, defeated. Qiu Wuji felt inspired. Writing stories felt tedious when she forced them, but recalling the past was clear. She wrote of her childhood, the bullies, her parents' illness, and her solitary escape into the forest. She captured the emotion vividly. She realized she had once had a family. She recalled her trek into the mountains to find immortals. The sun set outside the window. She realized this was not just writing practice, but a form of cultivation. She smelled food cooking. She peeked into the kitchen. Chu Ge was clumsily frying eggs, and the rice cooker steamed. Chu Ge looked up, smiling, and offered her a taste. She automatically replied that it would taste bad, but she walked over and took over the task, though the eggs were already done. She plated the dish, feeling a softness in her heart. She felt she finally had a home. Chapter 92. During the meal, Chu Ge scrutinized the scrambled eggs on the plate. They were far too pale, the salt ratio entirely off. While edible, they lacked the savory depth of the dishes Qiu Wuji usually prepared. He barely touched his own creation, focusing instead on the twice-cooked pork and pan-fried fish she had taken over to finish. Qiu Wuji, however, ate the eggs with surprising speed. The plate was nearly empty within moments. She seemed determined to eat his cooking while he ate hers. Chu Ge frowned. "The eggs were not great," he remarked, suggesting she eat more of the meat. She smiled, brushing off his concern. She felt like eating something lighter after having so much sugar earlier. Chu Ge studied her profile for a long moment, unable to read her expression. She kept her gaze fixed on her rice bowl, eating quietly. Qiu Wuji found him refreshing. He was not as smooth as the characters he wrote. Had he been, he would have likely used the moment to flirt, but that would have shattered the quiet mood they shared. Seeing him tilt his head, looking utterly perplexed, made him seem endearing. She spoke softly. She acknowledged he could cook, suggesting that if he was going to help her with tasks, perhaps this, acting as a kitchen assistant, could count. Chu Ge apologized, explaining his time was truly limited, so he could only do this occasionally. She nodded in agreement, though a hint of regret touched her expression. His writing and cultivation absorbed most of his hours. She had taken over the grocery shopping and cooking originally to shield him from such trivialities, ensuring he could focus on his creative work. To both of them, his craft held a significance that transcended mere income. She felt a responsibility to assist him. As for her early desire to simply slash him with her sword, she could barely recall why that had ever been a priority. Chu Ge continued to offer suggestions. When he had spare time, he would accompany her to buy groceries and cook. Once his draft was ahead of schedule, they could travel. There were still many wonderful places she had yet to see. He reminded her to pack his laptop, as travel was now easier with her identification card. Qiu Wuji laughed. She pointed out the pandemic still made travel difficult, but suggested they wait and see. Chu Ge mentioned checking his finances earlier that day. His royalties had arrived, including the income from the gold sponsor, Zhang Kairan. It was an impressive sum for the month, and with the bonus coming in a few days, he had never felt more financially secure. He urged her to find something she liked. She watched him show off his newfound wealth, but shook her head and rose to clear the dishes. She pointed out that sponsorships and bounties were not regular income. There would not be another Zhang Kairan or Rong Fu waiting around every corner. She told him to stay calm and return to his writing. He still had 10,000 words to finish that day. Chu Ge returned to his room, puzzled by her unusual attitude, though he could not put his finger on exactly why it felt strange. He pushed the thought aside. With the day nearly gone, he had not yet finished his writing quota. He aimed to write even more, as his book was featured on the recommendation list that day. His ranking on the combat power chart had also climbed. The list was weighted based on word count and overall performance. Despite the gap between his daily output and the hyperproductive writers, who pushed out 20 or 30,000 words, his exposure remained decent, and he intended to maintain that momentum. The recommendation on the bestseller list and the substantial income were powerful motivators, enough to make anyone charge forward with renewed energy. Chu Ge dove into the narrative. He did not pop over to chat with Qiu Wuji every few minutes, as such interruptions broke his flow. Qiu Wuji cleared the table and cleaned the kitchen, but she did not return to her autobiography. She leaned against the doorframe, watching Chu Ge immerse himself in his craft. His fingers flew across the keyboard with a rhythmic, percussive sound. When he grew stuck, He leaned back in his chair to contemplate, subconsciously reaching for the cola on his desk. He took a sip, the inspiration returned, and he set the drink down to hammer away at the keys again. People often claimed men were most attractive when working hard. Qiu Wuji did not know about that, but she felt he looked exhausted. Since she had started writing, she understood the strain better. She turned and boiled a pot of water. A gentle breeze of fragrance drifted past him as she placed a steaming cup of tea beside his keyboard. Chu Ge turned, surprised to find Qiu Wuji smiling at him. She told him to drink less cola, as tea was better. She planned to visit a tea shop the next day to buy something decent, because the $10 pack he currently used was truly subpar. Chu Ge sat stunned. She had never proactively made him tea before. She scoffed at his confused expression and turned to leave. She reminded him that this was just what an apprentice, employee, or assistant was supposed to do. She mentioned that Panda was injured, and she needed to prompt him about the avatar again. Chu Ge stared, mouth slightly open, dumbfounded by her transformation. She was playing the part of an employee and assistant with frightening dedication. It was a shame she wore pajamas, as a business skirt and black stockings would have made the roleplay even more convincing. Perhaps, he wondered, this was not roleplay at all. At least, the matter of her avatar was certainly real. Qiu Wuji stormed back to her computer, opened the chat software, and prepared to scold the artist known as Character Cat. It had been so many days, and he had only produced one avatar. Other people had already finished figures and statues. If the avatar was this slow, how would he handle birthdays or character card art? She opened the top pinned group chat and saw a message. A user named Little Blue Pill asked if their avatar looked impressive. A group member replied that it did. The Little Blue Pill user asked why there was a question mark, then declared it was a Q version of their QQ. Another member exclaimed in surprise, accusing the user of abusing power by using it before updating it on the application. Panda posted a hands-on hips emoji, claiming he deserved the privilege because he was working through his injuries, even while hospitalized. No one in the group acknowledged the hospitalization, nor did they realize his so-called beating was a literal one. They commented on the avatar, arguing it looked too cute and lacked the imposing aura of Sect Master Qiu. Another member disagreed, saying a Q version could hardly be imposing, and that emphasizing the aura would ruin the intellectual charm of their QQ. Arguments erupted over who could claim her, with one fan recalling the grace she displayed when she smashed her head into the stone gate. Qiu Wuji stared at the screen. She clicked on Panda profile picture. The panda icon had been replaced by a Q version of herself in historical attire, carrying a long sword. The head was oversized, the eyes were huge, and it struggled to project an intimidating aura, resulting in a look of petulant, adorable defiance. Was that really her? She felt a strange sense of dissociation. She was so cute. A private message pinged. It was Panda asking for approval on the avatar. Qiu Wuji watched her own finger hover and click. She typed that it was fine, and told him to keep it. Panda replied happily that Sect Master Qiu was just as adorable as the drawing. Qiu Wuji typed a question asking about his injury. She caught herself, deleted the message, and replaced it with a cold inquiry about why he was hospitalized. Panda whined about the heartless group members, claiming she was the only one who cared. She replied that it was expected, then asked if he was alright. Panda claimed it was nothing, just a minor wound, and that he had the gourd boy helping him fight monsters. Qiu Wuji paused. The screen flashed a red exclamation mark. The message failed to send, noting that she needed to add the recipient as a friend first. Panda sat in his hospital bed, utterly bewildered. He had just been helping her with the avatar. She had been showing concern a moment ago, so why had she blocked him? Qiu Wuji kept a straight face as she saved the image, uploaded it to the author dashboard, and updated her own profile pictures on all platforms. She finally had an avatar. She had no interest in using that female penguin icon. Blocking him? He wanted to be the gourd boy's grandfather? She was the sixth gourd. She would not wait for the new year to block him. Chapter 93. Chu Ge, think of something, Chu Ge. Early the next morning, Chu Ge was still groggy, while washing up when Qiu Wuji grabbed his sleeve. They all switched to that avatar. It looks like the same person is speaking everywhere. Chu Ge saw no way to fix it. I once saw another author's small ghost avatar, and half the fan circle was using it. The popularity will die down in a while. That is my avatar. Are they all Qiu Wuji? It just means you are popular. Chu Ge tried to soothe her. Look at any celebrity fan group. You will find that 90% of the avatars are the celebrity. It means you are a star. They do not know me. That is a character in a book. Does that count as a star? That is called a virtual idol. Look at my avatar. It is a two-dimensional beautiful girl. I bump into other people with the same one too. Qiu Wuji paused. She had forgotten to ask about that. Speaking of which, who is your avatar? Chu Ge hesitated. A foreign virtual star named Qiu Ali. You do not need to know her. I do not want to be a star. It is fine. It is just virtual. It is not you. Qiu Wuji felt that listening to his words was like listening to nothing at all. She did not want others to use the avatar. When she saw Chu Ge used a foreigner's image, she became unhappy. Change yours to match mine. You are not allowed to use a foreigner. Chu Ge sighed. All right. All right. He walked into the bathroom to brush his teeth. Let us visit Panda and Ajun today. Oh, Qiu Wuji forgot she had just blocked them the night before. We should visit. Panda worked hard on the avatar. They rode the electric scooter to the hospital, donned the gourd boy masks, and entered the ward. Zhong Yi and Chef Jin and his wife were already there. Seeing the couple arrive, Wan Zijun and Panda felt moved. They did not know how Chu Ge felt about them. They had assumed the masked stranger had no personal connection to them, unlike the other masked figures who never appeared. Yet, this pair not only visited on the same day, but also helped Chef Jin and his wife, confronted a knife-wielding criminal alone, and returned the next day. This was true loyalty. Even close friends might not be so devoted. They spoke up. Sanwa, there is no need for words. Call us if you need anything in the future. We will walk through fire for you. If you even frown, we will unscrew our own heads to kick as a ball. Chu Ge wished they would simply stick to the chat groups. He replied that it was nothing and asked them not to exaggerate. Panda asked if they wanted to get revenge. Chu Ge nodded. He understood their feelings. Rong Fu had come from out of town. He would not have targeted the Black House without a reason. He was clearly hired. This meant the mastermind was still untouched. It was impossible for anyone to be calm about that. Lin Wang had worried about this yesterday and issued a warning. Zhong Yi spoke from the side. The police warned us yesterday not to cause trouble. I am thinking we will not do anything illegal, but other methods of revenge should be fine. Chu Ge asked what kind of methods. Chef Jin mentioned the Wang family had a hotel and asked if he could make their customers think the food tasted bad or get the police to arrest him. Chu Ge felt a headache coming on. Wan Zijun said they were still not satisfied and would brainstorm other games. He promised not to do anything excessive. Chu Ge told them to call him if they got stuck, but admitted he did not want to get too involved in such matters. They thanked him, calling him incredibly loyal. Wan Zijun asked Zhong Yi if they should ask the manager Zhang, who hired them, for his opinion. Chu Ge saw they were full of energy and no longer wanted to interfere in the aftermath. He turned to leave, but paused when he heard that name. Qiu Wuji walked beside him like an assistant. She whispered to him, "Do you suspect that even Rong Fu was hired by Zhang Kairan? Is he trying to force the Black House to stick with him to expand his hidden power?" "It is possible." Chu Ge lowered his voice. "If the Wang family was behind it, would they control Rong Fu and forbid him from hurting anyone?" "It is hard to say." Qiu Wuji hesitated. The Wang family was just angry and wanted revenge. They would not dare to make a big scene. That is normal. But if Zhang Kairan did it, it seems more vicious and more like a novel. Both writers felt that thought crossed their minds and shook their heads. It was unlikely. They were making Zhang Kairan out to be a major villain. He had only taken over a scapegoat industry a short time ago and held little power. He was being watched closely now. The underground boxing match was shut down, and he lacked the strength to pull off such maneuvers. His brother, Zhang Ziren, was currently being investigated for tax evasion. He wondered if that was becoming increasingly advantageous for Zhang Kairan's claim to succession. Leaving that aside, Kairan's overall operation is impressive. He plays both sides, letting the Wang family and his brother bite each other. The atmosphere of being monitored at any moment has disappeared. No one is watching him, but he is reaping the benefits in the background. Qiu Wuji paused. She shook her head. "If you and I know this, do you think his father knows?" In a small apartment, a fat noblewoman led a group of people to kick open the door. A middle-aged woman with white hair stood there in shock. "What are you doing? You cheat bitch, ask your bastard son what he has done." The fat woman stepped forward and slapped her. "I told you that you dog-raised things would only cause trouble in the house." The slap never landed. Someone pulled the woman back. Zhang Kairan appeared in her spot. He did not parry, taking the fat woman's blow squarely on his face. The slap was heavy. Zhang Kairan's head turned to the side, and his glasses were knocked askew, but he did not utter a sound. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Simultaneously, the fat woman's face rang out with an equally crisp slap. Her face swelled visibly red. No one had hit her. She had struck Zhang Kairan, but the effect returned to her. She clutched her face and wailed in pain. "You bastard! You bastard! You dare hit me!" Zhang Kairan straightened his glasses. He turned to support his mother and smiled faintly. "How would I dare hit you, auntie? If you want to hit me, I can only accept it." His face was swollen, but he smiled regardless. His mother hurried to get medicine, sighing. The fat woman roared, demanding her subordinates teach him a lesson. They looked at each other, seeing Zhang Kairan smiling, and dared not move. This was a family matter. If this man became the successor, they would not be in a good position later. Furthermore, his ability meant hitting him was hitting themselves. No one was stupid enough to do that. The fat woman shook with rage. Zhang Kairan interrupted her with a smile. "Auntie, you might not want to hear this, but you know it. I want the family money, and I have coveted the real estate company for a long time. So, this tax evasion blow is the same as cutting my own flesh. I am gritting my teeth at the Wang family too. Why are you hating me instead of the enemy? You are just eating inside and out. You want to destroy what you cannot have." The fat woman shrieked. "I know what kind of low-class trash you are." Zhang Kairan laughed, though no warmth reached his eyes. "Proof is required when speaking. I could say Zhang Ziren provoked the business partner without permission, causing losses the family could not pay for in 10 lifetimes. The fat woman laughed in anger. "Do you think you can do that, you cheap bastard?" Zhang Kairan spoke calmly. "The country values abilities more every day. You still use old tricks, like bullying, organized crime, yellow gambling and drugs, and underground fighting. You know nothing but finding people to take the blame." He paused and sneered. "You can use abilities to make people think food tastes bad. Naturally, there are abilities that make people love to buy our houses. You can use abilities to make people speak the truth. Naturally, there are abilities that allow one to shine at the negotiation table. You fat-headed people have never considered that the times have changed, madam. A man's voice came from the door. Are you trying to wash your hands clean? Zhang Qiren replied. I am just saving myself, father. Zhang Xiren, who is currently suffering in the interrogation room, is just the ending they prepared for me a month ago. I am just letting him taste it for me now. The ability list. Name Zhang Qiren. Identity illegitimate son of the Zhang family in Nanjiang. Current legal representative of Miracle Nightclub. Ability backlash. Feedback for damage received. Development level unknown. Nature combat? Potential question mark. Gu Ruian wrote this down, frowned, and felt unable to evaluate it. Chapter 94. Yu Ying nudged Gu Ruian, her brow furrowed with confusion. She asked why Gu Ruian could not evaluate this person. Gu Ruian explained that other people's potential relied on the ability itself. She posed a series of questions. Was it full damage feedback, or could it be developed into double feedback? Did it force feedback on the same body part, or could he develop it to select locations? Could it ignore the opponent's defenses? There were so many variables. Yu Ying nodded, sudden understanding dawning on her. She considered the information. Gu Ruian continued. If they evaluated him based only on this, his potential was very high. A rating of S would be appropriate. If he truly developed it to a high level, few people would be willing to engage him in battle. Yu Ying asked what other factors outside of his ability influenced the evaluation. Gu Ruian listed two aspects. First, there was the medium of the feedback. If an opponent set a dog on him, would the backlash go to the dog or the owner? If someone poisoned him, would it reflect the bacteria or the poisoner? Or could he train his aim to direct the damage? Yu Ying let out a thoughtful sound. Gu Ruian spoke of the second aspect. She mentioned his physical constitution and life force. If he died from a single punch, yet the opponent took a punch of feedback and remained unharmed, the ability would be worthless. However, if someone stabbed him in the stomach and he remained full of energy, while the opponent died from the feedback, then the situation would be different. Yu Ying grasped the point. She realized he was just a weak scholar, and this ability would be useless for him. Gu Ruian hesitated. She knew of many abilities that carried side effects for the user. His ability might cause his physique to grow weaker over time, although it was also possible it would not. She did not know his specific condition. Yu Ying expressed her frustration. She noted that would be a good thing. If he were too strong, it would be inconvenient for her to take revenge in the future. She hoped he would just keep getting weaker and die. Gu Ruian shook her head with a smile. She insisted that she needed to report this to the expert group so everyone could discuss it. She asked about the progress of Yu Ying's orientation training. Yu Ying bowed in respect. She reported that she was doing well. Everyone treated her kindly, and she thanked Gu Ruian. Gu Ruian sighed. She warned Yu Ying that her future would be arduous. This department was the kind of place that made men avoid dating their female employees. Inside the home of Zhang Qiren, the fat woman had already left. His father, the famous entrepreneur Zhang Hanglong from Nanjiang City, sat in the room. The father and son faced each other, brewing tea in silence. Zhang Hanglong sipped his tea slowly. He commented that the methods were too extreme. He asked if Zhang Qiren never intended to hide the truth, or if he was confident that even knowing the truth, the elder would not act against him. Zhang Qiren sat straight. The redness from the slap on his face remained, giving him a somewhat comical yet serious appearance. He explained that at the time, he had no way to think too much. Lin Wuang was watching him, and the situation even involved a more terrifying national department. No matter how he looked at it, he felt he was walking on a path to death. He only wanted to save himself, regardless of how extreme the measures were. Zhang Hanglong chuckled. He asked why Zhang Qiren did not consider those things when he planned to kill people. He suggested that Zhang Qiren felt they were the ones who triggered the events, but failed to realize that Zhang Qiren was the one who started it all. He added that if he had not managed to suppress the aftermath, Zhang Qiren would have been in even more trouble. Zhang Qiren remained silent. Zhang Hanglong drank his tea, continuing slowly. He noted that Zhang Qiren could believe he was eager to climb the ladder, or that this was simply their way of doing things. He admitted that Zhang Xiren acted the same way, so he could not accuse Zhang Qiren of being wrong. He added that anyone could find excuses for themselves. He had no intention of criticizing that point, because it truly was their way of doing business. Zhang Qiren looked up at him. Zhang Hanglong smiled. He expressed genuine admiration for the recent operation. Although it was still too hasty, he pointed out that the aunt had no evidence to believe it was him, yet she still showed up at the door. Some things required no evidence. For him, Zhang Qiren's actions were written plainly on his face, with every move clearly visible. Zhang Qiren sighed. He remarked that his authority and strength were limited, so it was difficult to do things without leaving a trace. Zhang Hanglong shook his head. He told his son that he had many ideas, but lacked experience and tempering. Perhaps he had been suppressed for too long, which led to him being overly sharp, hurting both others and himself. Zhang Qiren felt a surge of surprise. He had assumed his father came over to hold him accountable, especially since the tax investigation into the real estate company was not just a tragedy for Zhang Xiren, but a huge loss for the family. He wondered if this was a lesson. Zhang Hanglong did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he shifted the topic. He told Zhang Qiren to be careful in his dealings with Black House, because Zhong Yu was not a simple person. A shiver ran down Zhang Qiren's spine. Zhang Hanglong smiled. He suggested that Zhang Qiren thought he hired Black House, used them to deal with the Wang family, and then secretly leaked information to the Wang family to force them to rely on him. He noted that the plan was good, but he asked if Zhong Yi wanted it that way from the start. He wondered if Zhong Yi aimed to hit the Wang family, while getting close to Zhang Qiren to obtain evidence of their illegal activities. Zhang Qiren let out a startled exclamation. Zhang Hanglong spoke with a hint of uncertainty, admitting he could not be sure if that was the case. He warned him that Zhong Yi had a mysterious background, so he should just be cautious. Zhang Qiren felt a sense of admiration. He realized he had underestimated the world, and had been too aggressive. He looked at his father's face. The man looked very old, with wrinkles already forming and white frost at his temples. Yet those eyes, sharp as a hawk, had not changed in all these years. He had always felt his father was a very cold and ruthless person. He had rarely cared for him, his illegitimate son, over the past 20 years, and seemed to show little concern for Zhang Xiren either. Zhang Qiren did not even know what his father was chasing in this life. Zhang Hanglong finished his tea, set the cup down heavily on the table, and fixed his gaze on Zhang Qiren with sharp intensity. He asked if Zhang Qiren had considered one thing. Zhang Qiren jumped in surprise and asked what it was. Zhang Hanglong asked if the spiritual energy recovery only affected people, or if it also affected objects. Zhang Qiren tightened his grip on the teacup. He realized the truth. Many disputes were not merely about surface-level industrial competition or temporary anger. Some people were pursuing other things entirely. The mobile phone rang abruptly, breaking Zhang Qiren's train of thought. He answered it, asking who was calling. The caller identified himself as Zhong Yi, and suggested they talk about the matter with the Wang family. Zhang Qiren glanced at his father and smiled faintly. He agreed. At that moment, a strange thought occurred to him. Compared to the days when he wrote books, did his current life feel like that of a character in a book? The true character in the book, however, was holding a small basket, shopping in the vegetable market. After leaving the hospital visit for Wan Zijun and Panda, Chu Ge was sent back by Qiu Wuji to write. As an assistant, she decided she would handle the idle chores, like buying groceries. Qiu Wuji pointed at the meat, telling the owner the pork liver looked poor and asking for a lower price. The owner replied that it was already very cheap, beautiful lady. Including Chu Ge himself, no one had ever dared to imagine that Qiu Wuji would haggle over a few coins in a vegetable market. Qiu Wuji had never haggled when buying groceries before. She had accepted whatever price the vendor quoted. How could the dignified sect master of the immortal Dao do such a thing? Moreover, she was better off financially now. She did not know why she suddenly started haggling over a few coins. It felt as if she were slowly recalling her past life as a human, when she would pester the peddler for an extra piece of candy. So, she did it. When she voiced the request to lower the price, Qiu Wuji felt her face grow hot. She forced herself to continue, insisting the vendor remove the odd change. The vendor looked at the beautiful woman with amusement. It was clear she did not know how to haggle. A true haggler would only ask for that at the very end of the negotiation. Seeing Qiu Wuji's flushed face, the vendor shook his head and laughed. He agreed, noting that it was rare to see such a beautiful girl out grocery shopping these days, and that her husband was a lucky man. Qiu Wuji watched the vendor weigh the items. She felt too lazy to argue about whether the man was her husband or not. Instead, a sense of achievement she had not felt for a long time welled up inside her. She had successfully haggled. Was she less like that character in the book now? In the rental unit, Chu Ge was reviewing the draft Qiu Wuji had written the previous day. He pondered and polished a few small spots, then attempted to publish the first chapter on the work-related page. It was titled Appendix, Qiu Wuji Autobiography, Chapter 1. The comment section erupted instantly. Chapter 96. People assumed Chu Ge was losing his mind. Maintaining a daily 10,000 word count was taxing enough. Now he was splitting his focus to write a side story. It appeared to be a serialized effort. The past of Qiu Wuji remained largely untouched in the original book. It was essentially blank space. Writing a serialized autobiography for her was akin to launching a second book. How did that differ from updating 2 books at once? Yet, the most popular character in the book was no longer the protagonist Chu Tianji, but the increasingly vivid Qiu Wuji. Readers had harbored an interest in her past for a long time, often exceeding their interest in the main story. Releasing an autobiography at this moment served as an effective way to gather popularity and boosted his stats. That was why Chu Ge remarked that she was working for him. Chu Ge did not grasp the significance of this autobiography for the cultivation of Qiu Wuji. He stared at the skyrocketing number of comments on the chapter, his jaw hanging open. He did not even have that many comments on his main story. The side story was free to read in the works-related section, but this response felt excessive. Only then did he truly realize how popular his book had become. He understood the invincible appeal of Qiu Wuji to his readers. Fans flooded the comments section. Some claimed they would throw monthly tickets at it even if it were written like a primary school composition. Others thanked the author for the tickets. Some asked if anyone else had read it yet, praising the quality. The pity felt for the young Qiu Wuji was palpable. One reader laughed and admitted they had not read it yet, but assumed it was written by Chu Ge anyway, so the quality was guaranteed. It was impossible for Qiu Wuji to have written it herself. Others speculated that Chu Ge might be a woman, given how vividly he imitated her tone. The theory gained traction, with readers declaring the author was definitely a woman. Chu Ge stared at the screen, completely baffled. It was not written by him. Qiu Wuji had indeed written it herself. Her aptitude for writing her autobiography was 100 times better than her ability to weave a plot. Perhaps her skill had not improved. Her story simply carried an emotional weight. These were true past events, things she could recall after 10,000 years of vicissitudes possessed an inherent gravity. The upcoming parts would be equally intriguing. This was not an invincible story. It was an arduous journey of climbing a mountain filled with thorns. The more he thought about it, the more he understood the collapse of her psychological state, when she discovered everything was just a story written by someone else. That she did not slash him with her sword immediately demonstrated a truly calm state of mind. At least he could confirm that Chu Ge had never written these past events. They were genuine experiences. If it were to be written, she would hold the pen to her own life. Qiu Wuji sat on the curb, clutching a vegetable basket and scrolling through her phone. The enthusiasm people showed for the side story left her with mixed feelings. Perhaps everyone believed it to be a fabricated story. It did not matter. Reading a book was essentially reading someone else's story. Even reading real history offered the same experience. The key was that people now knew the Qiu Wuji that no one had known before. In the group chat, Panda boasted. He announced that his sponsorship was for the autobiography of Qiu Wuji, not for the short and small Chu Ge. Chu Ge countered. The sun shone bright upon the world. No author who wrote 10,000 words a day should be cursed as short and small. Panda asked who Wan was. Chu Ge changed the group nickname of Panda to Wan. A question mark appeared from Panda. Qiu Wuji read the messages and laughed. She silently added Panda back to her friends list after having blocked him. She told herself that since he sponsored the autobiography of Qiu Wuji, she would forgive him for acting like her grandfather without permission. Qiu Wuji lifted her head in high spirits. A more amusing thought occurred to her. She could truly assist him by writing and acting as an assistant. She could not let that cover the rent alone. She needed him to pay her. How much should she ask for? 1,000. A split of the sponsorship money. She checked her WeChat wallet. Chu Ge had transferred 10,000 that morning with a wave of his hand. How should that be calculated? She decided to think about it later. First, she needed to perform the duties of an assistant, such as buying tea for her boss. Drinking cola every day was problematic. The internet said it was bad for one's health. She glanced around, ducked into an empty area, and snapped her fingers. The vegetable basket vanished, reappearing in the kitchen at home. Her shirt and jeans transformed into professional office attire. She let down her ponytail. Within moments, the neighborly girl became a refined office white-collar worker. She had originally bought the clothes to familiarize herself with the modern world, but now she could change as she pleased. Roleplay was quite amusing. A tea shop sat just around the corner. She had eyed it for a long time. The antique storefront felt welcoming. Chu Ge had warned her that the items there were expensive and a rip-off, but she no longer feared the cost. Rip-off. She was a sect master who had mastered the art of haggling. She stepped inside. The decor was classical and elegant. A girl in a kipeo dress plucked a guhan. A rockery and fountain stood in the corner, the tinkling water blending with the guhan music. Qiu Wuji felt delighted. It was the first time she had witnessed such classical flavor in this world. The girl playing the guhan stood up as she saw the customer enter. She asked if the guest wanted to sample some tea. Qiu Wuji replied that she only wanted to listen to the music. The girl looked stunned. Qiu Wuji sighed. She asked for some tea to sample. The girl recovered her professional smile and led her to a tea table. The table was crafted from root carvings, which Qiu Wuji recognized as valuable. The clerk displayed a range of teas, also valuable. As the clerk elegantly brewed kung fu tea, Qiu Wuji questioned why she was there. Chu Ge only needed a large pot of tea to replace his cola, not this elaborate ritual. Still, she could learn. It was interesting and she could take it back to the other world, where it would look quite refined. The clerk offered a taiguanyin. She poured the tea with slender hands, explaining that the low roasting process resulted in a light flavor, a good aftertaste, and a smooth texture. Qiu Wuji did not understand the jargon, but took a light sip. The fragrance filled her mouth. Her heart skipped a beat, and a hint of sharpness appeared in her eyes. This tea contained spiritual energy. It was extremely faint and would go unnoticed by anyone else, but Qiu Wuji possessed extreme sensitivity in this area. She was certain the tea held spiritual energy. Where did it come from? It was not in the tea leaves themselves, nor the water. She scrutinized the clerk. The girl was an ordinary person. She did not possess the energy. The clerk smiled apologetically as she saw Qiu Wuji shake her head. She suggested another tea with a slightly higher roast. Qiu Wuji took a sip and shook her head again. This cup lacked the energy. Her gaze wandered until it landed on the lid bowl in the hands of the clerk. The two cups used different lid bowls. Therefore, the previous energy came from the tea set. The clerk suggested an rock tea. Qiu Wuji stopped her. She asked if they also sold tea sets. The clerk smiled. They sold them, including fine purple clay teapots. People claimed their teapots improved health, and they had many returning customers. Qiu Wuji felt confident. She asked to see the tea sets first. She visited the cabinet displaying purple clay teapots. The small pots were cute enough to fit in her palm, while the larger ones held a pound or two. Qiu Wuji smiled. She was unfamiliar with the lid bowl brewing method, but this purple clay teapot style felt familiar. Their method of boiling tea was similar. She possessed significant knowledge regarding the materials used to make teapots, and suddenly, she felt she had encountered a professional. She lacked expertise in purple clay, but the clay itself did not matter. She focused on the spiritual energy. Every purple clay teapot in this place carried a trace of spiritual energy. It was evident that the kiln producing the clay sat upon a mineral vein that contained spiritual energy. If the vein held such faint energy, did it mean the land itself was infused with energy, or did a treasure lie deep underground that tainted the entire mineral deposit? The first reaction of a cultivator who had spent a lifetime fighting for treasures in the cultivation world was to search. If a treasure existed, would it benefit the cultivation of Chu Ge? The clerk smiled as she introduced the items. She recommended a small purple clay teapot, perfect for a beautiful woman like her, which could be held as a hand warmer and nourish the skin. Qiu Wuji snapped back to reality from her treasure hunting thoughts. She blurted out that she wanted the largest one, the one that held 2 pounds. The clerk blinked. Qiu Wuji smiled elegantly. She explained that she bought it for her boss, and she was only a secretary. The clerk expressed envy, stating that the boss must be worth billions to employ such a beautiful and elegant secretary. Chu Ge sneezed in the rental unit. Qiu Wuji asked the price of the large teapot. The clerk replied it was 9,888. Qiu Wuji went silent. The clerk insisted it was local purple clay and quite cheap. Qiu Wuji thought that was not cheap. If one factored in the spiritual energy, it was a bargain, though the clerk remained oblivious. She asked the price of the previous teas. The clerk said the first brew was 3,000 per pound, and the second was 5,888. Qiu Wuji remained expressionless and turned to leave. The clerk chased after her, offering to negotiate if she were sincere. Qiu Wuji felt negotiation was impossible. Her mastery of haggling for odd change proved useless here, unless she could cut a digit off the price. She had thought Chu Ge possessed some wealth, yet he could not even afford tea. She could forget the tea, but she truly wanted the purple clay teapot. If Chu Ge drank tea brewed from this pot, it would assist his cultivation. As she hesitated, a woman's voice came from the door. A woman in her 30s walked inside and ran toward Qiu Wuji. She offered to sell it at half price just to make a friend. The woman asked Qiu Wuji to teach her what skincare products she used and where she received her spa treatments. Qiu Wuji looked at the clerk, who covered her forehead and revealed the woman was their young boss. Chapter 97. Chu Ge tapped away at his keyboard, but restlessness clawed at him. He shifted in his chair. How could Qiu Wuji take so long to buy groceries? The sun was nearly at its zenith. He forced himself to finish the chapter and hit publish. Then, he surged from his seat. Pacing the living room, he debated whether he should call her. He had just reached the doorway when the lock clicked and the door swung open. Qiu Wuji stared at the frantic Chu Ge in surprise. Realization dawned on her, and her eyes crinkled into crescents. She spoke with a light smile, telling him she had returned. Chu Ge exhaled, his tension breaking, but his gaze locked onto her outfit. Her office attire returned. He had not seen that intellectual charm in ages. She looked stunning. His eyes drifted downward, checking for black stockings and high heels. Sure enough, she wore them. Qiu Wuji kept her expression neutral, asking if he had seen enough. Chu Ge laughed nervously, noting that she had not dressed like that in a long time. She walked past him, explaining that she was his little assistant, and that outfit fit the part best. Chu Ge grinned, agreeing with her. Qiu Wuji kicked off her heels, her black stockinged feet touching the floor. She asked where her slippers were. Chu Ge bent down to retrieve them, hurrying over with the slippers, jokingly offering to change her shoes as a devoted apprentice. She lashed out with a black stocking foot, telling him to get lost. Chu Ge scrambled up, grinning as he took the bags from her. He checked the groceries, then paused, pulling out a large purple clay teapot. Qiu Wuji snatched the teapot back, cradling it as she trotted toward the kitchen, promising to brew tea for him to demonstrate why it was such a treasure. Chu Ge carried the large bag of tea leaves inside, peering over her shoulder as she washed the pot. He asked for the price of such an item. She mentioned it was not expensive, just over 4,000. Chu Ge stared at her, shock evident on his face. Was she starting to squander their money? Qiu Wuji explained that among all the pots, this one held the purest spiritual energy. The seller clearly did not understand its value, assuming it was merely high-quality clay for health. Otherwise, it would never have been sitting on a shelf for sale. Spiritual energy. Chu Ge grew serious. No wonder Qiu Wuji had paid that sum. Such an item defied monetary value. He did not know how it would help with superpower training, but for a cultivator, she would likely pay 10 times the price. Were there really such things in this world? Qiu Wuji continued, noting that the young owner was fun, and she had become friends with her. She laughed, remarking that apart from him, she finally had her first friend on WeChat. Chu Ge bristled, his alarm bells ringing. He demanded to know who this young owner was and how old they were. Qiu Wuji froze, glancing at him with a strange expression. Seeing his frantic reaction, she let out a laugh, clarifying that the person was a woman. Chu Ge relaxed instantly, chuckling to cover his tracks. Making friends was good, right? It was a good thing. She rolled her eyes at his behavior, finishing the wash and filling the pot with water. She admitted that the experience made her realize she lacked friends. The people on her messaging app were his readers, not her own acquaintances. Chu Ge quickly offered that the readers were her friends too. She conceded the point, but noted the difference in nature, adding that she was happy to have made her first real friend. Chu Ge joked, asking if Meng Meng was a horse like Zhou Yu's. She sighed, explaining it was the name of the tea house owner, Zhu Meng Meng. Chu Ge clutched the bag of tea leaves, wondering why everyone she met had such cute names. He felt a twinge of jealousy, hating that he was no longer her only connection. He commented sourly that she should not judge people just because they had cute names and gave her a discount. Without knowing about the spiritual energy, the cost was likely mere pennies, yet she felt happy spending thousands. Qiu Wuji smiled as she started boiling the water, reasoning that since it actually held spiritual energy, they had both profited. Everyone felt they had gained something, and that was how friendships began. Chu Ge stared at her, stunned by this bizarre philosophy on friendship. She pointed out that the tea leaves in his hand were a gift from Meng Meng, marketed as working tea at over 200 per pound. She did not know if it was quality tea, but it was better than his 10 yuan packets. Regardless, they would be drinking the spiritual water, not the tea itself. Her eyes shone with excitement. She told Chu Ge that he had lacked auxiliary aids for his cultivation, and she had assumed none existed in this world. Now she knew better. She intended to focus more on such things to make his cultivation path easier. Seeing the spark in her eyes, Chu Ge felt his heart flutter. He spoke softly, telling her not to go through the trouble, as he felt fine with his own practice. She scoffed, huffing that his progress was pathetic. As her apprentice, practicing for 2 months, and remaining so stagnant was embarrassing, and she would have no face to face the heroes of the world. Chu Ge blinked, confusion crossing his face. Had he wasted his moment of sentiment? Qiu Wuji snatched the tea bag from his hands, ordering him to go right, as neither brewing tea nor cooking was his business. Only then did Chu Ge notice a basket of vegetables in the kitchen. He felt Qiu Wuji had been acting strangely since she started her autobiography, but upon reflection, nothing seemed truly wrong. She acted like a secretary pouring tea for her boss, which was nice. He decided to abandon the thought, and return to writing, as a woman's mind was an enigma not worth solving. Qiu Wuji watched him scratch his head and leave, her eyes filled with amusement. Chu Ge still did not understand how miraculous his own cultivation had become. In a place with such thin spiritual energy, and absolutely no cultivation aids, the idiot had relied solely on daily meditation, and split concentration, while writing to reach the 5th level of Qi refinement in 2 months. After defeating Rong Fu, his golden bell shield had nearly reached the minor mastery stage. He only faced a small bottleneck, easily broken. By the standards of her world, that speed was not stunning, merely average. But given Chu Ge's conditions, Qiu Wuji dared to say that no one could match his pace, herself included. The creator was the creator. He was perfectly adapted to the techniques of that world. She looked forward to seeing what surprises Chu Ge would bring her now that he had external aids. Would there come a day when he could simply walk right in? Chu Ge returned to his writing with peace of mind. The section contained little substance, serving as a minor side quest for Chu Tianji. It would eventually link to Yan Qianli's plans being disrupted, but for now, he was just dealing with background characters. It required little thought. He was becoming accustomed to the split-focus cultivation, and he often felt he could see beyond the borders of this story arc, watching Chu Tianji converse with others. He was almost able to discern their faces. He typed furiously, and before he realized it, the scent of tea filled the air around him. Chu Ge retreated from that bird's-eye perspective, tilting his head to look at the beautiful woman beside him. She gazed at his document with curiosity, as if her own writing had given her new insight into her master's words. So, she stared at the screen, and Chu Ge stared at her. The feeling of having a secretary in an office skirt and black stockings placing tea by his side felt truly wonderful. As for whether the tea contained spiritual energy, while important, it was not worth mentioning compared to this moment. Qiu Wuji stared at the document and ground her teeth. She told him that she brought him tea to drink, not to look at her, and if he stared again, she would pour the tea over his head. Chu Ge hastily lowered his head to sip the tea. It was not hot, as Qiu Wuji had carefully adjusted it to the temperature best suited for stimulating spiritual energy. A single sip brought a faint fragrance deep into his lungs, and a sweetness seemed to spread through his bones and flow into his heart. Qiu Wuji asked, her expression filled with expectation. Chu Ge answered honestly that it was sweet. She blinked, wondering how that could be. Tea was not supposed to be sweet. Could it be the aftertaste? Was it really that obvious? It was not that, Chu Ge admitted, clarifying that it was simply because she had brewed it. A thump echoed as a bump grew on Chu Ge's head. He curled up, hugging his knees in defense. Qiu Wuji clenched her fists and stormed out of the room to cook. She felt exasperated. How could he be such a dull creator? He was supposed to be cultivating. His mind was filled only with sweetness. She decided that next time, she would dump salt into it and see if he still found it sweet. Chapter 98. Chu Ge missed the chance to taste the fried pork liver that Qiu Wuji had haggled so hard to purchase. The reason was simple. After he finished the cup of tea, he slipped into a meditative state. Qiu Wuji ate dinner alone, feeling resentful. With a sour expression, she shoved the remaining food into the refrigerator. She deeply regretted giving him the tea before the meal. She should never have offered such a treasure. She should have anticipated this. He was not a cultivator like her, who had bathed in spiritual energy for ages. He was like someone suffering from a long drought, who finally encountered a refreshing rain. Upon his first contact with spiritual energy, he was intoxicated, much like a person experiencing fresh air after being locked in a confined space for too long. It was a normal reaction. In time, he would grow accustomed to it. The spiritual energy within that purple clay teapot was thin, after all. Once he grew used to it, it would merely be beneficial drinking water. Still, this event held great significance. Perhaps he would achieve a breakthrough when he woke up. She wondered if he could push through the bottleneck of his golden bell shield in one go. She recalled the bottleneck of his minor mastery stage. He seemed to have modified the technique himself. Why did he change it so recklessly? Qiu Wuji sighed, but she refrained from disturbing Chu Ge. She realized his sudden meditation made it impossible to judge how long it would last. She opened the group chat and posted a notice pinned to the book review section. Chu Ge is feeling unwell today, she typed. The updates from this morning are all you will get. There will be no more. She acted like a truly diligent assistant. She would make him pay her extra later for this. The group members responded with shock. Chu Ge had been exploding with updates for nearly 2 months. Was he exhausted? They urged him to rest well, noting that a day or two did not matter. Some asked if he had caught a cold. Qiu Wuji felt a warmth in her heart as she read their messages. Even though they cursed him daily for being short and small, or for ending chapters at cliffhangers, they genuinely cared when something happened. Perhaps this was the trust Chu Ge had built. There were not many writers as diligent as him. It is just a minor cold. Qiu Wuji lied on his behalf. A bit of rest should have him better by tomorrow. Oh, that is good. Wait a second, the group members shouted. They had discovered a blind spot. Sect Master Qiu, my QQ, are you really living with Chu Ge? Qiu Wuji panicked. What are you talking about? She replied. Are you looking to get muted again? The group detectives pointed out the truth. Otherwise, how could she know Chu Ge's situation so well? Knowing he was sick was one thing, but she knew what the illness was, how severe it was, and when he would recover. Tisk, I thought it was something serious. Qiu Wuji sent a disdainful expression. Do you not know now? The group members responded with question marks. It is just Chu chatting with me privately. Is that such a hard concept to grasp? We still think something is off. Why did he not say it in the group chat directly, instead of private messaging you to announce it? Qiu Wuji bit her lower lip. Her fingers hammered the keys with extra force. Have you only just realized that he wants to court me? The group chat went silent for a moment before chaos erupted. How is that possible? Since when does the author get to claim QQ? Keep the short and small Chu Ge away. QQ is mine. Rebellion, they cried. We are starting a rebellion. Qiu Wuji enabled the all-member mute. The world turned quiet. Qiu Wuji exhaled. She had managed to bluff her way through the situation. At least she had avoided confirmation that she was living with a female fan. Her face still felt warm. She had actually said the words, "He wants to court me," out loud. Was it bad to mute everyone, she wondered. Would it cause him negative consequences? She took a peek and secretly unmuted them. Then, fearing the incoming rebellion, she simply closed the group chat without looking. I have work to do now, she thought. I cannot be bothered to talk nonsense with all of you. Qiu Wuji opened the document and began writing her autobiography of Qiu Wuji. This work felt much more comfortable than Chu Ge's main text. There was no pressure for daily updates. She could write as much or as little as she liked. Qiu Wuji leisurely brewed a cup of spiritual tea for herself, grabbed some milk candy, and planned to spend the day writing 1,000 words. She had only written a few lines, and was just getting into the mood when her eyes sharpened. A tremor passed through her heart. Something had happened to her original body. She was taking a bath right now. Who was peeking? The details of Chu Ge's meditation were quite shameful to reveal. Since he had begun receiving nourishment from spiritual energy, his magic power had surged upward. He instinctively felt that breaking through would take only the blink of an eye. Instead, he encountered a strange bottleneck. His fundamental technique was the Golden Bell Shield, and his energy circulation followed its specific path. At this precise moment, the Golden Bell Shield had reached a bottleneck, requiring him to temper the lower shaded opening of the shield. How was he supposed to temper that? Should he poke a durian? Should he get hit? He certainly could not get hit there. His magic power began to surge wildly toward that specific area, rushing through his meridians and acupoints. It left Chu Ge feeling engorged with blood, both painful and swollen. It felt like an impossible hurdle to clear. In this passive meditative state, his consciousness remained dim. Only his magic power circulated, leaving no room for anything else. He could not stop, nor would he even think of stopping. He subconsciously searched for a solution. His first instinct was to think of Qiu Wuji. If only he could cuddle with her, he would surely find relief. If he could do other things, perhaps he would break through in every sense of the word. However, Qiu Wuji was not by his side. In his blurred state, he could not even visualize her appearance. Through his confusion, he seemed to see the scene he had observed while writing earlier. Chu Tianji was conversing with someone, preparing to enter a secret location. Chu Ge felt disdain. Why am I watching a bunch of men? I am not attracted to men. Where is my QQ? Oh, that is right. This world has QQ too. With a single thought, the scene shifted rapidly. It was as if he had locked onto Qiu Wuji's location. His gaze reached the Yunji Mountains, the back mountain of Qiu Wuji's main peak. A secluded courtyard sat beside a stream that formed a pool. Amidst the swirling mist, the sound of splashing water echoed, and a faint glimpse of snow-white skin appeared. Was Qiu Wuji taking a bath? Chu Ge's eyes lit up. A splash echoed through the mountains. Qiu Wuji's original body shrank into the water. She looked up, her eyes blazing with fury, searching for the source of the prying gaze. She saw a faint projection of Chu Ge's excited face floating in the void. Qiu Wuji stared at it. Was the pervert actually you? Chu Ge felt excited. Qiu Wuji did not react immediately. He had seen so much. The projection drifted even closer. It was not just wanting to look, he wanted to cuddle. His expression resembled the drooling emojis sent by the fools in his chat group. Do you really think I have no way to deal with a pervert like you? Qiu Wuji sneered. She retracted her technique and stopped blocking him entirely. In the rental apartment, Qiu Wuji kicked Chu Ge's door open with a fierce force. She grabbed Chu Ge, who sat in a cross-legged position, and punched him directly in the face. Wake up, you pervert, she shouted. A faint golden light shimmered. Chu Ge's head tilted, but he remained in his drooling, smiling state, unable to wake. Sensing Qiu Wuji's contact, he subconsciously reached out to embrace her. "QQ, my QQ," he muttered. Qiu Wuji felt smoke pouring from her 7 orifices. She grabbed his reaching hand and delivered a vicious shoulder throw. "Die," she commanded. Chu Ge crashed heavily into the floor. He landed directly on the area that was causing him pain, and the agony jolted him awake. He curled into a ball on the ground like a shrimp. In the world of the book, the avatar of the heavenly Tao floated in front of Qiu Wuji with hands tucked away. Qiu Wuji narrowed her willow-shaped eyebrows. She covered her chest with her left hand and delivered a sharp slap with her right. The avatar of the heavenly Tao dissipated into smoke. Chu Ge opened his eyes while curled on the floor. The golden light solidified. The lower shaded opening of the golden bell shield had been tempered. His golden bell shield had reached the minor mastery stage. He carefully raised his head to look at Qiu Wuji, who glared at him with wide, angry eyes. Chu Ge understood exactly what had happened. He offered a cautious, apologetic smile. I have achieved a breakthrough. I need energy replenishment. I am a bit hungry." A female slipper soul expanded in front of his eyes. "Go to hell, Chu Ge," she shouted. Chapter 99. Chu Ge wore a faint shoe print on his face while he checked the floor. The bamboo wood remained intact, yet a shallow friction mark marred the surface. The power of his golden bell shield was truly terrifying. Relief washed over him because the room featured bamboo flooring, unlike the ceramic tiles found in the living room and bathroom. The damage would have been catastrophic elsewhere. Chu Ge dared not imagine the consequences. Qiu Wuji dared not imagine them either. Her chest heaved with fury as she stood over him. She stammered, demanding to know what he intended to do with such a deadly weapon. Chu Ge watched her agitation and shuffled sideways, inching away until he slipped out of the room. Staying there invited only more punishment. He preferred to give her space to cool down while he heated up some food. Hunger gnawed at his stomach. He had offended Qiu Wuji deeply today, yet the memory of what he had witnessed felt worth the price. The snow of Yunji Mountain shone white, and the peaks stood magnificent. Regret flickered for a moment. She was furious, and he needed a plan to soothe her anger. He pulled out his phone and noted the pinned post where Qiu Wuji had requested time off on his behalf. She made a wonderful, supportive partner. Since she had already secured the day, he wondered if he should take her out to apologize. Inside the room, Qiu Wuji stewed in her frustration. The more she stared at the leave request she had posted for him, the angrier she became. If she had known he would finish so quickly, she would never have bothered asking for time off. It had almost exposed the fact that a female fan was living with him. No, she was not a fan, and she was certainly not living with him. She nearly flipped the table in her rage. She had been seen, and there was no erasing that memory. She could not kill him, she could not gouge out his eyes, and she did not want to run away from home. She pulled out her phone and asked her new friend for advice. "Meng Meng, I have a question. I was seen by someone. How do I handle this?" A question mark appeared on the screen from the other end. "How were you seen? Is it not normal for people to look at your face? I love looking at you too." "No, it was more like that," Qiu Wuji typed. "Someone saw your body?" Meng Meng asked. "Yes. Hit him. Do you want me to bring a crowd of people to help you beat him up?" "I already beat him, but I do not want to kill him." "What should I do?" "If you can beat him, just turn him over to the police," Meng Meng suggested. "That will not work." Zhu Meng Meng understood instantly. "Could it be your boss?" "Yes, that is him. That is sexual harassment in the workplace." Zhu Meng Meng erupted with indignation. "Why have you not resigned yet? Come sell tea with me instead. You have the perfect temperament. Even those professional actresses cannot compare to your beauty." "I cannot resign," Qiu Wuji replied. Zhu Meng Meng caught on again. "Oh, does he have something on you?" "I do not think so." Qiu Wuji thought about it. He wanted to force his hand into her possession. Disgusting. Zhu Meng Meng finally understood the situation clearly. "You like him." Qiu Wuji stared at the screen. "How old is your boss? Is he married? If he has a wife, all the sisters will help you plan a counterattack," Meng Meng wrote. "Stop, stop, stop. Where are you taking this conversation? So, is he married?" "No. Damn, he is a wealthy bachelor." Zhu Meng Meng sounded disappointed. "Since things have reached this point, just give in. Is being the boss's wife not better than being some lowly assistant?" Qiu Wuji felt bewildered. "Meng Meng, I think you have misunderstood the situation." "What did I misunderstand?" "You said it yourself. You were seen, you will not quit, and you will not call the police. You are asking me for advice. Since he is young, rich, and unmarried, introduce him to me." "He has no money," Qiu Wuji countered. "Oh, then it does not matter," Meng Meng said. "He is a small boss with no money, yet he has not abandoned you after seeing you. If that is not love, tell me what is." "I do not like him," Qiu Wuji typed forcefully. "Fine, fine. Since you do not like him, quit your job and come sell tea with me." What kind of future does a small boss with no money have? Qiu Wuji felt as though the two of them were talking from different worlds. Why is your attitude toward this matter so strange? What kind of attitude should it be? When you are with a man, if you do not consider these things, what should you consider? By the way, is he handsome? If he is too ugly, forget it. Qiu Wuji decided this conversation was impossible. "I will not ask you anymore. I am the one who is depressed," Meng Meng said. "You should teach me what to do." "What is it?" "My lover, my husband, and the father of my child. What happened to them?" "They met each other today." Qiu Wuji stared at the message. She belonged to a completely different world than these people. Sob, sob, QQ. What should I do? Meng Meng sent a crying emoticon. Qiu Wuji closed the messaging app without a word. Let her deal with that mess herself. Chu Ge poked his head carefully around the doorframe. Qiu Wuji stiffened her face. Get out. I do not want to talk to a pervert. If you say one more word, I will kill you. The little one did not mean to do it. Master knows that the situation was a passive meditative state, where I could only visualize things. Qiu Wuji arched her eyebrows, ready to explode, but Chu Ge rushed to continue. Besides, I did not see anything. Master knows my observation was blurry. Furthermore, Yunji Mountain is shrouded in mist. What could I possibly have seen? Liar. You turned into an avatar and lunged at me. Qiu Wuji kept the retort inside. Upon reflection, his explanation provided a convenient exit. If he claimed he saw nothing, the problem vanished. What benefit did she gain from forcing him to admit he had seen everything? She suppressed her anger and spoke coldly. I hit you to wake you up. Such lecherous behavior is strictly forbidden. If you ever try to peek at me again, I will gouge your eyes out. Yes, I will remember that. Chu Ge coughed. He stepped out slightly and asked with feigned humility. Master, please enlighten me. What category does my situation today fall into? Qiu Wuji paused, lost in thought. She had been led astray by this guy, and had forgotten the true importance of the event. He had seen people clearly and even made a drooling expression. The heavenly Tao was becoming increasingly materialized. In truth, she did not know what this meant, but she could gauge his level of practice. Your golden bell shield has reached minor mastery, and your chi refinement stage has reached the late phase. You should begin preparing for the foundation establishment stage. I wonder if the interaction between the two worlds will become more apparent after you truly establish your foundation. I am already that close to foundation establishment. Chu Ge genuinely did not know which levels his progress corresponded to. He had assumed he was still a beginner. It has not even been 2 months, has it? Qiu Wuji kept her face stern. It is still early. Late phase chi refinement is not the great perfection. Setting aside the vast gaps between the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers, even if you reach perfection, you have written so much about half-step great perfection peaks. Do you not have any awareness of your own level? I have long since downplayed those concepts. It remains the same. You still have a long time before your practice pushes you to the great perfection of chi refinement. When I say you should prepare, it is simply because this world does not know where to find the materials for alchemy. We need to prepare in advance. She continued. I can take some time to browse the traditional Chinese medicine shops here. Perhaps we will find something useful. That is harder than winning the lottery, is it not? Qiu Wuji sighed. We have to try, do we not? Let nature take its course. Thinking too much leads to obsession. Chu Ge smiled. You should worry about yourself. You have been cooped up at home for a long time. Is it not boring? Since you have the day off, shall we go out and have some fun? Qiu Wuji felt a subtle shift in her heart. His mindset toward cultivation was truly excellent. Perhaps this was a major reason for his rapid progress. It was also consistent with the Tao he wrote about based on his own personality. I am asking you. We have plenty of time today. Do you want to go out? Qiu Wuji thought about the matter and replied casually. Where shall we go? How about a museum, an aquarium, or a science museum? I am not sure if they are fun, but they will certainly help you understand the world and broaden your horizons. Qiu Wuji regained her focus and looked surprised. Can we see the ocean here? Chu Ge paused. He had only mentioned an aquarium, as that was what people did in the city. He had not expected Qiu Wuji to think of seeing the actual sea. However, it did not seem like a major problem. Nanjiang is a coastal city. Although we have to go to the neighboring district to reach the actual ocean, it is very close. We have enough time today. Then I want to see the ocean, Qiu Wuji said with glowing eyes. Staying in the city for too long yields too little knowledge. Chu Ge clenched his fist and cheered quietly. Let us go. We are going to see the ocean. As for the fact that she had been seen, he wondered if the issue had truly passed. He decided not to dwell on it. As long as she was not giving him the cold shoulder, he would go to the sea, and if she asked him to swim in it, he would swim. Chapter 100. Nanjiang City served as a provincial capital, yet it remained a third-tier city. This reality became apparent in the way other large cities had long since merged their surrounding counties into districts, or established direct intercity subway lines or magnetic levitation trains. However, traveling from Nanjiang City to some of its subordinate counties still required taking archaic, rickety buses and navigating provincial roads, apart from the airport bus. Chu Ge complained about the lack of options, but Qiu Wuji found the experience quite exciting. Since she had never ridden such a vehicle, the bus seemed different from the typical public transport she was used to. The bumping and swaying throughout the trip actually gave her the feeling of sitting in a sedan chair. Both sides of the provincial road featured rows of farmland. The golden hues of autumn put Qiu Wuji in a wonderful mood. She leaned against the window, watching the scenery drift by with a constant, gentle smile on her face. If one did not count that time she ran into the suburbs to pick dogtail grass, this was arguably her first time truly leaving Nanjiang City. In her daily life, Qiu Wuji felt no longing for poetry or distant lands. Her life of cultivation had been filled with countless years of sitting in silence among the mountains. She had grown far too accustomed to that stillness, her heart as calm as water. Furthermore, her days of wandering the 9 provinces, seeing all the wonders of the human world, had long since left her jaded. To her, observing the world from inside a room, or browsing the globe through the small box of a laptop, was far more novel and interesting. She was usually too lazy to move. Yet, as she stepped out into the world, Qiu Wuji felt her mood expand. Even the smell of diesel from the bus became a rare and interesting experience. The only thing she felt compelled to criticize was the advertisement printed on the cloth seat cover in front of her. It promised solutions for infertility, impotence, and premature ejaculation, all provided by a specific clinic. Chu Ge looked at the advertisement with great interest and even took a picture, intending to send it to the group chat. Qiu Wuji stopped him, looking at him as if he were an idiot. She asked him if he realized he was currently pretending to be sick and requesting time off. She inquired if he intended to show everyone exactly what kind of illness he was suffering from. Chu Ge broke into a cold sweat and cancelled the message. Qiu Wuji spoke in a chilly tone, noting that the advertisement was actually quite fitting for him, given his reputation as the short and small author who finished chapters in 5 seconds. Chu Ge looked left and right, his voice hurried. He told her she was learning bad habits from the group members. He asked how such language was appropriate for her. He begged her to promise him that a fairy would not speak of such vulgar, low-level topics. Qiu Wuji felt nothing but contempt. She pointed out that the group members spoke that way every single day, and she was an administrator there, so why could she not say the same? She added that some people did more than just talk, though she wondered what was going on inside their heads. Chu Ge suggested that since the topic had come up, he should bring up the fact that he was a man who could leave indentations on the floor. He asked her if that was the kind of person who fit the description she gave. She asked if he felt proud of himself. Qiu Wuji felt the conversation was becoming increasingly inappropriate, but she realized she was the one who had brought up the topic in the first place. She simply turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window, ignoring him completely. Chu Ge started to provoke her again. He asked if she wanted to see the ocean, because she had never crossed the sea in her own world. Qiu Wuji retorted that since he was the one who set the rules, he knew everything, so that was that. It was true. Qiu Wuji had traveled across the 9 provinces, but she had never ventured across the sea. The 9 provinces were vast, far larger than the total land area of the entire Earth. This was a standard setting for fantasy and Xingxia writers, as a larger map made it easier to expand the plot. While the 9 provinces were extensive, people never went out to sea. Oceans surrounded the 9 provinces on all 4 sides. Once a cultivator traveled too far, they would lose their magical power and be unable to fly. Ordinary people lacked the seafaring capability to travel such long distances, so people simply believed that the end of the sky lay ahead and could not be crossed. Qiu Wuji used to believe that it was the end of the sky, because the world Chu Ge set was a flat earth, not a sphere. A flat world had an end, which was perfectly normal. Now that she had seen the outline, she knew clearly that it was not the end. The other side of the sea held other worlds. However, in the original setting, she had no business there. She would never travel across the sea before the book ended. That map was originally designed for the protagonist, Chu Tianji, to level up, practice, and meet girls before returning to show off. Since she knew that the other side of the sea held more to discover, how could she not want to take a look? Unfortunately, Qiu Wuji now had a powerful opponent in Yan Qinli to deal with. The struggle between the two of them existed as a long-term subplot for the volume, and she could not leave. Moreover, the plotline of opening the other side of the sea was something that would only happen after Chu Tianji had cultivated to the golden core stage. It was not possible in the short term, so she could only look at the ocean and sigh. Chu Ge understood exactly what she was thinking. He told her that his outline did not count for much anymore, because after changing to the ensemble style of writing, he had not adjusted many of the subsequent outlines in detail. Under the current style, the conflict and interactions between the cultivators across the sea and those in the 9 provinces would inevitably increase. She would have plenty of opportunities to show off her talents, so she did not need to rush. Qiu Wuji remarked that those were things for the future, were they not? Chu Ge nodded. He explained that the other side of the sea in this world was not that mysterious, as the earth today was just like a village. Qiu Wuji felt lost in thought as she spoke. She marveled at how humans lived on a sphere, and how the land beneath their feet was actually a star. It was truly magical. Chu Ge felt puzzled. He asked her when she discovered this point, as he had never told her. He wondered if her search history had revealed it, but he could not say that out loud. Qiu Wuji did not catch the implication behind his words. She laughed and told him she had watched popular science videos about the universe on the video site he recommended. She mused that the universe was vast and truly breathtaking. Chu Ge told her she was a dark horse, keeping quiet despite having such knowledge. Qiu Wuji asked if he had planned to use that knowledge to shock her at the right moment, or perhaps threaten a 10,000-year-old lady not to leave home casually. Chu Ge fell silent. He realized she understood him too well now. Qiu Wuji let out a cold snort. She told him that by comparison, the world he created had such a small scale. He knew the universe was infinitely vast, and perhaps contained countless civilizations, yet when he sat down to write his world, he stuck to such a narrow vision. Chu Ge asked if she was starting to dislike her own world. She replied that she only disliked him. Chu Ge felt indignant. He argued that she should not assume the world was small. He claimed that the reality was infinitely vast, and her world could be an infinite set of nesting dolls, with different planes of ascension. He asked who said that every world had to be flat. Qiu Wuji accused him of cheating. Chu Ge told her it was not cheating, but foreshadowing. He said that when she walked out, the book was just a new release that had recently been published. Even now, the protagonist had not yet reached the golden core stage. It was still early, so she could not see how much of the world existed. Qiu Wuji could not help but ask if that was the reason why some of his books had tens of millions of words and still had not finished. Chu Ge praised her for becoming more insightful. Qiu Wuji scoffed and went back to looking out the window, ignoring him. In her heart, she felt a flicker of curiosity. Chu Ge must have had a different design for that world in his mind, but it was not clear, and therefore not written in the outline. Even the heavenly realm he originally set for ascension had not been written out, so perhaps it really was the universe. Perhaps, the end of the nesting doll ascension was actually this place. She had simply arrived at the final destination ahead of time. Qiu Wuji looked up at the distance outside the window, where the boundary of the ocean was already faintly visible. Moisture seemed to drift through the air, and seabirds swept across the high sky. She opened her senses to capture the sounds. Distant waves crashed, weaving into a magnificent melody, mixed with the laughter of people. It was very different from the fishing village by the sea she had imagined in her mind. The ocean in that world was awe-inspiring. What was the ocean in this world like? Was it also full of people fighting against the power of nature, and yearning for the scenery on the opposite shore? Chu Ge grabbed Qiu Wuji and pulled her off the bus, rushing toward the seaside park with excitement. He asked for 2 tickets. Qiu Wuji muttered in a low voice, asking why they needed tickets to visit the ocean. She wondered if the sea belonged to someone. Chu Ge smiled as he pulled her inside, explaining that the tickets were mainly for maintenance and services. He told her to look ahead, noting that they had not brought any swimsuits. Qiu Wuji followed his gaze. A group of girls in bikinis ran back and forth along the shore, some in 2-piece suits. The men were nothing but large swimming trunks, their chests and backs bare. Many people had set up sun umbrellas on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze with ease. Some people turned over to lie on their stomachs, men and women rubbing sunscreen on each other, touching one another. Qiu Wuji slowly opened her mouth. This was not the ocean view she had envisioned. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.